motion, stabbing motion, stabbing motion.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, however you are, wherever you are. What's up? It is Friday night here in Korea, and we are having a very good time. I don't know if it's if we're having a festive enough time to turn on the sound effects, but we're not doing too bad today. Oh, and by the way, in case you're keeping score, we had the new toss a coin to your Witcher little blurb of sound when someone gives a sizable super chat. I'm not doing that anymore because every time I played that, I got myself a copyright claim. So that did not go so well. All right. And before we get into everything, I just want to say a special super thanks to Xcomer Triple Z for gifting 10 Legal Vices memberships. Execation says, I still don't understand the gifted memberships. Somewhere, I can't remember where, there's a little thing you have to click to say accept that says accept gifts. And anybody that gifts, they're gifted randomly. And, YouTube just decides who gets them and who doesn't. So if you want to have a crack at one of the gifted memberships that people give out occasionally, make sure your accept gifts little tab is clicked wherever the hell that is. I can't remember where it is. Flux throwing $5. Thank you very much. To say late and gay mocha dick. Well, there you go. 2 minutes in and I've already said gay and dick. All right, there we go. That's great. Hi, YouTube people. Please don't demonetize this video already. It's Flux's fault. And speaking of Flux, it'll be Saturday night US time. I'll be hanging with Flux on her new channel. If you want to find out where she is, I'm sure at some point there'll be a link posted up here, but you can just go to YouTube and search Flux Paints and you'll be sure to see her channel. I'll be hanging out with her on Saturday night. So make sure you subscribe to Flux so you can see her and you can see my happy smiling face. All right, welcome. What are we doing? Obviously, we saw the we saw the intro, which was this.
This is called a stabbing motion, stabbing motion, stabbing motion.
That is because we are doing day 2 of the Courtney Clenney OnlyFans murder, who we've affectionately dubbed so far Stabberella. That's what I like. That's what I'm going with. Oh, and Nilu Dog 37 member for 1 month says, got my Legal Vices cocktail glass, drank some scotch from it. That's what and mine's in the dishwasher. Otherwise, I would have it here with me now too. Go down to the merch, hit it. It's a black coffee cup, or you think it's a coffee cup. It says Legal Vices on the front. You turn around on the back and it says this is a cocktail glass. That's the best I could do because they don't actually sell cocktail glasses. But there is that. Thank you so much for purchasing that and being a member for 1 month. Grateful from the bottom of my heart. All right, we are doing the Courtney Clenney Stabberella OnlyFans stabbing of her boyfriend, Christian Obumseli. Stabbed him once in the chest, killed him. She is now on trial for second-degree murder. She is in the middle of a bond hearing. This is day 2 of a 2-day bond hearing. Usually they're like 45 minutes or an hour in a serious case. This is a 2-day thing. Oh, and that's how we're going to start, is it? Wow. All right. Well, hang on. We'll get to that in just a second. So yeah, she's on trial, second-degree murder. She wants a bond. There's a bond hearing going on, and the prosecution is arguing why she should not be allowed out on bail, and the defense is arguing why she should be let out on bail until the trial happens. The day 1 was, it was horrific video, and not the content, just the quality from the court. The quality was just atrocious. The sound was atrocious. The prosecution's witness, their star witness, was the lead detective, who started out being okay, went to meh, went to annoying, and then he was infuriating by the end. He wasn't prepared. He didn't know anything. He didn't have any answers. He was hiding facts. He wasn't making complete reports. He was obfuscating, and it got really, really angerfying. And yes, that is a word. Don't look it up. Trust me, it's a word. It was angerfying. It wasn't quite enraging. It was just like angerfying. So we're going to see what happens today. Who's going to take the stand? What are they going to argue? That's what we're going to do today. It should be about how long is this hearing? This is a 4-hour hearing. So with me, it'll probably be about 5 or 5.5 because I talk. We're going to do what we normally do and try to just let it play as much as possible. Occasionally, I may need to vent or read super chats. We'll skip through any breaks in the court. And so let's dive right into this. Before we do, though, thank you so much to everybody who is here. The mods taking time out of your Friday mornings, Friday afternoons, whatever you are, wherever you are, to support me, to help me, to keep chat engaged. We have the best mods on the internet. You people here in chat, don't worry. You're also the best chat. The Vice Squad is hands down the best chat on the internet. You guys rock. You keep me so entertained, and you keep yourselves entertained too. And those of you that are just leaving us on in the background as you do your work, as you drive around, is just for ambient background noise, whatever it is, you're also deeply, deeply appreciated. And it'd be great if you would just kind of come back a little bit later and let us know you were here with a comment and a like. And right now, that's the grifty part of the show, the like grift. We have 166 viewers as we get ready to push play on day 2 of Courtney Clenney, Stabarella, the OnlyFans murderess, allegedly, bond hearing. 171 viewers, 73 likes, 100 of you aren't doing your job. So the 100 of you that haven't clicked like, repent, get down there, smash that like button like you would like to smash Clenney. Go on, hit it, hit it, hit it. Only once, though, because if you hit it twice, then it unlikes it. But please like the video. Let YouTube know that you enjoy it. So that gets everybody engaged. That gets the message sent out. That's what we're looking for. And if you haven't subscribed, I would be grateful to receive your subscription by the end of this. This is what we do. The quick week in preview. Today, of course, is the Courtney Clenney bond hearing. Monday is going to be a maritime Monday where we're going to talk about something maritime-y related, ship accident. I haven't really decided what we're going to do, but it's been a real downer the past couple of weeks. So I want to kind of do something a little more lighthearted. Tuesday will be an update on the Taylor Shabusiness dismemberment murder case and an update on the Idaho killings of the 4 students at University of Idaho. That's what Tuesday will be. Wednesday, I'm kind of waffling, wondering what to do, but I think I will probably be doing the updates on the Colorado shooting. And then Thursday is OJ Simpson. And then Friday is a F it Friday. For those of you that know what the F it Friday is, that's where I grift for $100 shots. I do most of my monthly grifting in one night. It's all in fun. It's all great. $100, I do a shot of premium whiskey. An aggregate of $100, so $25 super chat, something like that. An aggregate of $100, I take a shot of a lesser whiskey. 25% of what I made from last month goes to the whiskey bottle this time. So I will be consuming a $700 bottle of scotch, which just makes me pucker thinking about it. To abuse alcohol that way. And I don't mean abuse it physically. I mean abuse the actual alcohol, because it'll be a $700 bottle, one of only 4,000 on planet Earth that I'll be consuming. So stay tuned for that next Friday, F it Friday. Mark that on your calendar. They get out of control. I rant about law-related stuff. I rant about news articles. We have a good time. It tends to be a little bit liquory, and we have fun. So there we go. And let's clear off one thing. Xcomer has gifted 10 more memberships, 10 more Legal Vices memberships to you lucky peeps. If one of you are lucky enough to get them, if one of you is lucky, well, 10 of you are lucky enough to get them. If 10 of you are lucky enough to get them, please let Xcomer know you greatly appreciate receiving that gifted membership. And as an example of what happens next week, Corn Pope with a $100 super chat. Corn, have you been to Vegas? Did you play the lottery? Are you the one that won the, was it 1 point whatever billion dollar lottery it was? Well, thank you very much. And Corn Pope, she says, Jeff, your streams rock. You look thirsty. Bottoms up. Well, no. Oh, good. My sturdy little whiskey glass did not break when it fell off the table. And I haven't even had anything to drink. Well, yes, I have. I lied. But here we go. This is what F it Friday is all about. You pour that 1 ounce shot. You give a cheers to Corn Pope for being the corniest pope of all popey corns, and deeply appreciate your support. Love you for your support. You're always here. You're always in the chat. You're always a great, great contributor. Cheers to you, and thank you so much for the super chat. Now, that's what we do on F it Friday, but We times that by about 26. Or it was 30 something last time, 39, 41 shots. I can't remember, but I only did 26. And then I made up 15 later. All right. Thank you so much for that. Let's jump into this. All right. Great to have you all here. What are we looking at for numbers? We got 218 of you here. And I hope you're all of you in the U.S. had a great Thanksgiving. You deserve it. Thanksgiving's a great time. I had a turkey sandwich from Subway, or as the lead detective in this case was pronouncing it the other day, Subways. 220 concurrent viewers, 114 likes. It's right at the 50% level. 100 more of you still need to get down there and hit that like button because we are going with or without you. With or without you. All right, bring it up. Here comes day 2. And again, the video is slightly better and the audio is slightly better than it was. I mean slightly than it was last time, but we can get by. And let me know how the audio is. I'll adjust mine accordingly. I'm going to bump the court immediately up to 600% because it needs to be. Just let me know how my voice is mixing and we'll deal with it accordingly.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring them in and I will bring up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume.
Yes, Judge. Sean Abierhoff and Kathleen Hogue on behalf of the state.
Sabrina Puglisi and Frank Prieto on behalf of Courtney Clenney, who is present before the court.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So,
That's
to answer your
interesting.
question, Judge, in regards to the medical examiner, he'll be here at 2 o'clock. I believe we're going to allow for defense to go out of turn and complete this beforehand. And there are a couple of items from a discovery standpoint I don't believe anybody's objecting to that we will probably move into evidence and publish to Your Honor.
And Judge, here are the bank records.
I bet you can't hear that, can you?
Mr. Clenney, this is a copy for the court.
And I've had an opportunity to review them. I don't have an objection to them. No, Judge. For purpose of Arthur, it certainly can come in.
There we go. The court is now at 600%.
Mr.
And if you've noticed, this judge does not know how to use a microphone. That has not changed since day 1. Liam Neeson here. This is her father. This is Courtney Cleanney's father. And I assume that my voice is way overpowering the courts. Would that be safe to say?
Could you please tell us your name?
Kim Cleanney.
And how do you know Courtney?
I'm her father.
Now, Mr. Cleanney, you're being called today for phase 2, specifically with respect to financials. So that's what we're going to be discussing today. Okay? I see you have a folder there with you. Can you tell us what you have brought with you today?
And there's notes as far as numbers regarding the different accounts and wire transfers.
Yeah, she's going to be talking about all of her financial transactions.
As we talk about this today, if you need to refresh your recollection at any time, please feel free to do so. If you could just say that you need to do that so that we can be made aware of it. And
good luck with these subtitles. They were pretty bad the other day.
Close it up and answer the question, okay? All right, thank you. So let's start.
Yeah, let's start.
Let's go to wire transfers. At some point in time, were wire transfers made to...
Now, if I need to turn down my microphone, let me know.
And generally, around what time was that?
Mid-April and then early May. There were 3 total.
Now, can you explain to us why those transfers were made?
Well, after April 3rd, Courtney was a mess. I didn't really trust her to handle her finances. One important thing was that her debit card for one of her accounts was not.
Is it me or is it? I mean, is it just me or is it weird that a OnlyFans porn streamer's father is handling her finances?
One of our kind of dormant accounts and then safeguard it that way. And then as she needed it, we could use it on her benefit.
Now, you used the word she was a mess. Can you just generally describe what you mean by that?
Well, she's been traumatized for quite some time, but especially after April 3rd. And then she was drinking heavily.
Okay.
So she was
And so
traumatized
drinking heavily
and drinking heavily after she murdered a dude.
felt that she could not adequately take care of her finances.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So to your knowledge, how many bank accounts did Courtney have?
At Bank of America, she had 3. One had a
Oh,
zero
Janina
balance.
too. She's going to talk about all this.
I accessed them, and there were 2 others.
This is why he's on the stand, is to testify about how she
Let's
sent
talk
all of her
about
money
those
and who she sent it to.
transfers that were made to you. The first transfer, do you recall when that was?
And I referred my notes.
Yes, you may.
I wish I was drunk. How are we? We are good, and I am well on my way to being liquored up, I hope. Gonna pour me a little bit of Taylor's Fladgate 10-year-old Tawny Port.
Does it seem like the
Yeah, please pull your microphone a little bit closer to you. And you too, Judge.
I can lay down.
I just love how the judge who isn't using a microphone properly is telling him to use a microphone properly. Thank you for the super chat, Irish.
So the first wires from one account ending in well, the first wires were on April 12th of this year. There was one wire for $121,000, one wire for $1,013,000, and then subsequently in May, there was
Flux, take her home and fix her up.
Okay. And these transfers came from, to be clear, the 2 Bank of America accounts that you know to be associated with Courtney, ending in 2923.
I
and
guess she has 2 body counts
1712.
now. Oh, nice. Yeah.
Before we get into the amount in the Wells Fargo, let's just go back to the Bank of America. Once those transfers were made, how much money was left in those Bank of America accounts?
refer to the notes again.
Yes.
Oh, man, I'd shoot up some honey bun residue. Get me all them zoom zooms and wham whams and
Ending
the
in
honey buns
2923,
and those corn chips they
balance
get.
after the wires was $4,839.24. The account ending in 1712, there was $466.88.
And can you tell us the total of those 2 numbers?
The total of those 2 numbers, a little over $5,300.
Okay. Let me take a look because I think my math
It's
is
like-
a little bit different.
Like if Matthew McConaughey was on meth.
Judge, may I approach Mr. Flynn? I'm
Or
showing you.
He has definitely Odo vibes.
Defense exhibit.
He's like Odo from Deep Space Nine.
I believe, Judge, is it V that was introduced for the records? Thank you. I'm showing you.
The mic's still a bit hot.
And-
Well, it's back really almost as far as it can be.
Right.
I'll bring the volume down a
Sorry, I
bit.
misunderstood the question. I was giving you the balance the days after the wire.
Ah,
The balance you're asking about is what's in those accounts now.
yes, yes,
Okay.
I apologize. So let me go back then.
Okay.
At that time, when the transfer was made, you're saying there was approximately about 4,000 in there?
There was approximately $4,800 in the 2923 account and $466 and change in the account ending 1712.
Okay,
That was after the wires. The balance that you asked about.
Kind of
was
seems like it, doesn't
today's
it?
balance.
How's the volume now? I
That
pulled
total
my
for
mic
those two
volume down to about
accounts is
60%
$11,278.
with the court at 600%. Are we basically balanced now?
so
Does this
let's now
sound good
go
to
back
everybody?
to the accounts that you have. Those are Wells Fargo accounts?
Yes.
And whose name is that account in?
The personal, one of the accounts is personal account is in my name and my last name.
At the time that the wires, the first wire came in, what was the balance in that account?
It was $12 and change, if I'm correct. It was a dormant account. We really didn't use anything. There were a couple of drafts. And so I transferred money in as I needed to cover the drafts. But we really didn't use that account. So that's why I segregated it for Courtney.
So the three balances that were transferred in that you mentioned, it totals $1,184,000. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
That's accurate.
Yesterday, the detective testified to believing over $2 million was transferred or belonged to Miss Clenny. Do you have any information that there was over $2 million?
No, he was incorrect.
And how do you know that it was $1,184,000
Because
only?
I did all the transfers and I was the only one accessing the account. And I have the bank records
Now,
from both banks, by the way.
let's talk about the expenditures that were made
Okay.
from that $1,184,000.
1,184,000.
I know there's many, but let's just start with, let's say, the first big expenditure that was done.
Right. So one reason why I wanted to take control of the account, because I needed the CPA to finish her income taxes. And so that was the first big expense. And I got a cashier's check. I was the purchaser, but she was the remitter. And it was for $335,818.
And Judge, I would refer you to Defense Exhibit O, which is a cashier's check in $305,818 to the IRS. On this
$300,000
check,
to the
who is the
IRS.
purchaser of the cashier's check?
I was the purchaser,
And who is the remitter?
Courtney Cleanney.
And why did you make Courtney the remitter?
It was her funds.
Let's talk about the next big expense.
Okay. The next big expense, she wanted to move home, put down roots again.
Guess I can take that off
House
screen now.
again. So she decided to buy a house.
Okay.
Right.
And this house is located close to you?
She had a contract on another side of town, and then another house came available closer to us. And so then she put it off on that house.
And how much was the purchase price of the home?
And
Really?
purchase price was 1.35 million.
And what was the amount that was paid into as far as closing costs and escrow? Yeah, please.
I know the number, but the first check on May 17th was for $21,000, and that was $20,000 escrow for the first house and a $1,000 non-refundable option fee. Then and I was the purchaser, but she was the remitter, and there's copies of cashier's checks. I know that to be accurate.
Frankie,
Second cashier's
read the
check was
scrolling
$10,000
text. This is the
additional,
absolute
which
best
she
that can
also
be
had
done. The
house.
court volume is
And
up
so
to
20,000
600%.
for the first house was transferred over, so she had
That's the best we're going to get.
30,000 escrow. The 10,000 was a cashier's check purchase on May 24th of this year. Again, she was the remitter and I was the purchaser.
And how much was paid into the home?
At closing, again, I went.
No, I had
to
not
Wells
noticed that.
Fargo and
Thank you for
the
pointing that
cashier's
out.
check
I'll
dated
keep an
June
eye
16th.
on it.
It was for $356,226.45. Again, I was the purchaser and she was the remitter.
And Judge, at this time, I would refer the court to Defendant's Exhibit N, which are two checks, one for $21,000 and one for $10,000, and a additional exhibit for a cashier's check in the amount of $356,226.45. Let me ask you this. What makes you qualified to handle the finances of Courtney?
I have a finance degree and I spent 15 years as an investment advisor.
Now my daughter's a hoe, so I don't need to work.
Did you said this account was yours. You didn't use it much, but did you mix your money with Courtney's money?
It was in the same account, but I segregated it on the ledger that I kept. I would print out the bank statements each month. And if there was anything that came out like a bank draft for my purposes, I would true it up. So her money was always what it should be.
And how did you distinguish her money when you say true up? How did you distinguish her money from your money?
I would go in and add each month if there were any, there was a loan payment that came out of that account.
I'm sorry.
There was a loan payment for me that came out of that account. And so at the end of the month, I would make sure what was attributable to me, I added up, and then I would either add back in to her money or I would have to deduct it if she owed me anything.
Were there any
Now, some people are asking why it matters. Like Lisa M here, why does it matter if she transferred money? I mean, there's several reasons for that. One, I mean, it could be in order for them to get this bond, they have to, the defense has to prove that she's not a danger to the community and she will show up for her murder trial. And the defense can show this, like, even though her bank account is empty, she transferred money to her father, so she has enough money to post a substantial bond. But at the same time, the prosecution can use these transfers to say that, she's hiding her finances. Her father has her money. So if we let her out on a bond, she just may flee the country and never come back to face her murder charges. So the finances can be relevant for both sides. Depends how they're going to argue this, but this is the defense bringing it up. So I'm assuming the defense bringing it up is for the purpose of saying that she has money to cover a bond. Her father has her money. So of course, if she pays the bond to get out, she's not going anywhere. She's going to stay around and she'll be there at trial. Well, John, job done well. You know the rules. You come here and you fix it. And but seriously, for those of you that are just joining and are wondering what the hell the deal with the volume is, it's just a shitty court stream. The court volume is up 600%. My mic gain is down to about 60%, and my StreamYard mic gain is down to about 50%, and the microphone is a good 12 inches, like 30 centimeters away. This is as good as the audio is getting. Everybody strap in and enjoy the ride. And everybody keeps talking about her not having a bra. She may need one. She's kind of chonking out here in prison. She doesn't look like the OnlyFans supermodel anymore. She doesn't look like the bikini contest winner. But hey, who am I to say? I'm a fat old man.
Costs associated with Courtney moving from Miami.
Oh yeah, please buffer too. That's all we need.
Back home to Texas.
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Once again.
Yes.
There were two major expenditures, but there were multiple expenditures in those two areas. The first was moving out of the condo, the liquidated rent, cleaning, painting, things like that for the condo, attorney's fees. That was $26,885. And then there was reimbursement.
I'm sorry, can you say the exact amount again?
$26,885. And then there was reimbursement to me for hotels and travel as far as.
Ooh, her father's paying for her hotels? Yeah.
For the truck, things like that. That was $30,074.
Now, did a large portion of the funds belonging to Courtney go to her defense of this case?
Yes.
I'm sure it did.
She also went to rehab at some point?
Yes.
And how much was that?
The airfare and the rehab itself totaled $35,497.
Now, I'm sure that's not all the expenditures. Can you just give a general description of some of the other items?
There was
$100,000 for cocaine.
$2 that went to some mortgage payments for the new house. Then she bought some assorted furniture, $12,072. And then there were some significant veterinarian bills, and that was $5,008. And beyond that, then you have the normal living expenses, daily living expenses, and then normal household expenses, electricity, utilities, things like that.
Now, at some point, a second Wells Fargo account was opened. It's ending in 4557. Can you explain what the purpose of opening that account was for?
Yes. So when Courtney was going to go to Hawaii for rehab, and so she was using my wife's debit card. So if we went to go get expenses for her that were related strictly for her, we would use a debit card related to that account. So we were using her money. when she went to Hawaii, she was concerned if she lost a debit card or somebody took it, she was concerned about the bulk of her money being in the first Wells Fargo account. So she asked me, Dad, can you transfer it? Well, I didn't really want to transfer it to another one of my accounts. So I opened a Prime account at Wells Fargo and transferred the bulk of the money over there. And that way, if she needed it, I could transfer it back in, which I subsequently did.
Now, was that Prime account though in Courtney's name or in your name?
It was in my name only.
Was any of the money in that Prime account belong to you?
No, it was a brand new account. I never put any mine in there.
And what is the balance in that second account, the 4557 account as of today?
The Prime account, 0.
And how do you know it's 0? When's the last time you checked the balance?
Yesterday.
And what is the balance in the 4926 account? That's the other Wells Fargo
I have
account.
to look at my note. And this was as of yesterday, $126.65.
Okay. And so adding that to the 2 Bank of America account balances that Courtney has, it appears to be $11,405.20 total.
That sounds correct.
Do you have any knowledge of any other assets that Courtney has, such as stocks or bonds, other homes, boats, cars?
She has nothing other than the house.
And obviously she has equity in that home. She just purchased it.
Correct.
How much equity, if you have an estimate?
350 to 375,000.
So as far as cash
Okay.
value,
She's got a lot of cash.
to your knowledge, Courtney has $11,400.
That's correct.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Well, they're having a moment. Natalie says
Nothing further.
it's terrible, lol. Brooks' trial was on point with audio. This isn't even the trial, though. This is just a short, well, relatively, supposedly short bond hearing. I'm sure the actual trial will be much better if it's televised and produced by a real company. This just seems to be the court feed, like what you would normally hear if you were just listening in on a normal court hearing. I don't know, though. I can't believe this would be produced in this bad of a fashion. But you never know. And Paula Williams says the McStabbersons are hiding money. That could be. Let's see what the prosecution has to ask.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you've told us that you are Miss Clenny's father.
That's
right?
correct.
And obviously you have a very familial relationship with her. You don't want to see
What?
anything bad happen to her.
That's correct.
You would do
You're her
anything
father,
for her
and you have a
for
familiar
her
relationship.
finances, but if it came to it, you would lie for her.
No, I would not. And I resent that accusation.
That's not an accusation.
It is an accusation.
I'm not trying to.
You don't need to lie.
Sure. But my question to you is, if it came to it, would you lie for your daughter?
No.
Okay.
All right, you better not have told a lie.
In regards to
It'll come back and
her
bite you in the
working
ass.
situation, you know that she worked for OnlyFans.
I didn't know that for quite a while.
You know that now.
I did.
You know that because you're in charge of her finances.
Correct.
Yep.
And you actually just said that you were talking about the first charge, the first expenditure. You did her taxes for her.
Yeah. Well, I didn't do the taxes. The CPA did the taxes.
You collected the documents to give to him.
Correct.
Okay. So in regards to OnlyFans, that's something that can be done online.
Yes.
Of course it's
That's a
online, you
job
idiot.
that can be, if you have any internet access, it can be completed from that internet access.
That would be true if it wasn't canceled by OnlyFans.
Well, my question to you though is, as a result of how the company actually works, if you have an internet connection, you could theoretically use it.
I don't know how the company works. I just know that they are on the internet. That's all I know about OnlyFans.
You know that her videos are online?
You know more about the OnlyFans than that, you liar. See, he just
She's not
lied.
working now, obviously.
That's correct.
But if she got out, there's nothing stopping her for trying to continue to work for OnlyFans.
They've canceled her account.
Correct. Right now.
She can make
But
another
nothing
one.
stops her from trying to reestablish that.
Well, I was told by her manager they weren't going to open her account.
Dude is not this dumb.
I want to talk to you about the transfers themselves, but I want to start with there's a letter that's in evidence that you wrote to the complex that she was living at down here in Miami.
Right,
I got something in my
That's
eye.
dated, I
Damn.
believe, April 28th.
probably.
Was Courtney already out of Miami by that time?
Yes,
You know when she had moved back to, and I'm suggesting now, but you tell me, did she move back to Texas?
yes,
She moved in with you.
yes,
And prior to her going to the rehab center in Hawaii, she was living with you.
yes.
In regards to those transfers that were done, first, the two that were done on April 12th and two separate transfers, and then on May 3rd, did she do those transfers herself?
No, I did them.
You did them for her.
Yes,
Hmm.
Did she know that you were doing them?
yes, she did.
And you told us already that you have a finance degree and you were working 15 years as an investment advisor, right?
Correct.
So you know the importance of keeping accurate records.
I did.
You also know the importance of, in wires, labeling what the purpose of them are for. Is that correct?
Well, I don't think I labeled them.
You don't think you labeled them.
I don't recall labeling.
Eh.
If I showed you the transfers, would it refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Approach. That's just a creeper. He's just creepy.
These transfers,
I don't know why.
are you able to see what they are labeled under the section origin to BENEINSTR?
Now, there's a little bit of a boring financial section where they just talk about all the transactions.
And so you see that you've labeled all three of them repayment of loans.
It was just an error.
So, sir, you say it's an error, but now you've also told us that it's important to keep accurate documents. Is that right?
Correct.
So now what you've told us today is, you know, the purpose of this was for you to be in charge of her finances.
Correct.
However, back on that day, you labeled those wires repayment of loans.
Right. Well, some of them were going to be all total repayment of loans, but then she needed the money.
That doesn't answer my question, sir. You've labeled them two different things, one different here, one different on the day you made the transfers.
Right.
Are you lying then or are you lying now?
I'm not lying. It was
Oops.
an error on my part.
Oops.
And now I want to talk to you about the defendant in her time in living with you. So before during her teen years, did she live with you?
Yes.
Were there any incidents where either she was a danger to herself or to your family?
No.
Is there anything, so do you have any memory?
But he
of any
objects to you
instance
saying he
of
would
you being
lie.
Called out to a scene,
Judge objection, this is beyond the scope.
phase 2.
Maybe we could stop our.
Because any father would. That was the exact answer the prosecution was trying to get him to admit. But of course, he's not going to admit that he would lie, but everybody knows they would. All right, we're going to skip through some of this here. How much of this are we skipping? All right, come on, guys. Let's get back to court. All right.
So, Mr. Clenny, if given the opportunity that your daughter is released, would she come back to live with you?
That's an option, yes.
And do you find her to be a danger to you?
Absolutely not.
Do you find her to be a danger to your daughter, your other daughter,
No.
or your
No.
wife?
No.
And are there any situations that you've had between
The standard is not whether or not she'd be a danger to her family. It's whether she would be a danger to the
and your
community.
wife and your other daughter?
I think, well, no, because I think there may have been an incident that I wasn't there. So
Did you eventually learn of what happened?
I think the sheriff's office may have been called, but she wasn't a danger to those two people.
Do you know why nothing was done further?
Judge, I'm going to object.
And now you've been in the courtroom for at least the first day of this hearing, right?
Correct.
So you've seen or at least heard a lot of the state's allegations against your daughter. And
Quite a
just,
few.
I'm sorry?
Quite a few, yes.
And in regards to the timeline that the state has presented as to a number of these allegations, do you still feel comfortable that you can control her if she was left in, I guess, your custody or in your control?
Could you specify which allegations? Or
Sure.
just in general?
Yes, Judge, if I could have one moment.
How many moments do we need? Yeah, focus on the hottie in court. That's what we want to do.
Judge, I'm going to object beyond the scope of direct.
So, Mr. Clinton, in regards to the July 27th of 2021 incident in Vegas, you heard about that yesterday,
Not yesterday, the day before.
the day before. And then the text messages from October 9th through the 11th discussing your daughter stabbing the victim in the leg and then hitting
I
him in the...
don't think I know that to be true.
Well, whether you know it to be true, you were in the court and heard it.
I didn't hear it, yes.
And then also in January 30th through February 1st.
Yeah, she was never off the
state's
hook.
Allegations that your daughter
You know,
caused
it was
this
just the
incident.
investigations may have been closed.
And then
The detective said they weren't
the
closed,
February
but even if they are
21st
closed, they can be
incident in
reopened at
Vegas.
any time. She was
Well,
never
it's other
exonerated
than
or
we don't know what
found
happened
innocent
before
or
after.
No question, you
anything
received
like
her
that. So
notice
they can come back to her
About
anytime
the
they
day before
want.
yesterday.
the day before yesterday. And then in regards to March, the multiple conversations between your daughter and the defendant, where she calls him a number of different names. You heard about that yesterday.
I did hear about that, but I don't know in what context.
Certainly, I'm not asking you that. So, and then obviously the incident that took place, the date of the incident, when the defendant.
Exactly. 1990 called. They want their visual aids back.
I heard about that, yes.
So, after hearing those incidents that the state has brought to your attention in the last 2 days, you still feel comfortable allowing her to come home to your house that you believe you can control her?
1,000%. no doubt.
Come on, Your Honor.
And welcome to Coco, our newest member. It's such a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. Mr. Clenny, are you aware of any banking regulations that say that you must in the memo line put exactly what a transfer is for?
I'm not aware of any.
And you testified that it was an error by putting in the memo line that it was a payment of a loan?
Right. So the if I put that in there, there was a sizable loan to Courtney, and that would have been repayment. But one of those wouldn't have covered that. So that's why I've been on the larger. If I'd had any notes to that, that's why that would have been put there. But I don't recall that.
The money that was transferred into that account.
Dude, talk into the
whose money does
microphone,
that belong
please.
to?
That's Courtney's money, and I've spent it all on her behalf.
And did you do it? with her
JDJ,
permission?
please read the scrolling thing at the
Now,
bottom of the screen.
The state
Nope,
attorney
the court
said,
is up
you know, you've been
600%.
sitting here in this
Cannot be raised
courtroom,
anymore.
On the other day, you've heard all these allegations that were made, and he asked you if you feel comfortable having Courtney come home with you. Is that right?
I do,
And why do you feel comfortable?
because I've lived with her a number of years growing up, and she was there 2 to 3 months with us this year. So I have no doubt that there wasn't any problems. I have no concern about that.
And did you have knowledge of the true relationship between Courtney and Abumseli?
Oh, yes.
And what was that?
Objection, Judge, as to relevance.
He opened the door, Judge.
Yes. It was very toxic. And I knew from the beginning that he was not treating her correctly. I saw proof with my own eyes. I heard calls between them.
I mean, dude's not
calls
even
to my
talking
wife.
into the microphone. He's literally
And
talking in a
anything
different
father
direction
who
than the
loves his
microphone.
daughter very deeply should never have to put up with. So if she didn't deserve what she put up with.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Judge, I would just ask that those two documents, if we have a ruling as to.
Aw, she's sad
at
for
least
Dad.
For purposes of impeachment at this point.
May I ask which document, Your Honor?
Michelle Caverneau says, when asked why he'd feel comfortable, why did he not just say because she's my daughter rather than she lived with him for a couple
Yes,
of
Judge.
months?
And Judge, for the record, that would be states 1L for identification purposes, as well as states 1K for identification purposes. No, they're not going to come in.
Yeah, I assume this microphone, like the Terry trial, is fully adjustable. Just literally the judge, the lawyers, and the witnesses are going out of their way not to speak into the microphone.
I believe so, Judge. So the state would call Dr. Hutchins to the stand.
Ooh, a doctor. What sort of doctor is he? Doctor, doctor. Can you see him coming from? Do these cuffs make my butt look big? Solid take, Bill.
We're just going to keep that out.
That was solid.
Okay.
Thompson twins, man, I love me some Thompson twins. Got to tell you, brings back some great middle school and high school memories. Judge looks like Helen Keller. Well, at least the judge doesn't know that if she's Helen Keller.
This copy just for the clerk, and you want to keep the other copy? Okay.
right, come on. What's this guy doing? Stop pointing at the black guy, you racist. Is this the NSA guy from Manifest? Nope. Come on, for God's sake. Come on.
Them off that next day, the next morning at the clerk's office. So during the hearing, they were not being labeled by the clerk because we had forgot to bring a copy. But that was the list at that time.
Is it Dr. Demento? That's what you're going by when you're saying. Dr. Demento, Dr.
Correct. And the
Demento.
supplemental exhibit list was filed this morning.
Wind up your radios, Dimension and the Dementoids.
Correct. We do not.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and proceed. And please feel free to use your microphones. They are fully adjustable.
You swear from the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
That's weird. They would swear him in at the lawyer's podium.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hutchins.
Afternoon.
Thank you for coming back today. Please introduce yourself to the court.
My name's Kenneth Hutchins. I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the Miami-Dade County Medical Examiner Department.
And just for the record, are we able to hear him?
No. No, we're not able to hear him, for God's sake.
So, Dr. Hutchins, where are you currently employed and what is your current position?
I'm employed by the Miami-Dade County Medical Examiner Department, and I'm currently the Chief Medical Examiner.
Oh, Jesus, finally someone who knows how to use a microphone.
About 21 years,
And how long have you been the Chief Medical Examiner?
a little over 1 year.
And so were you in that position at the time of this case coming in?
Yes,
Now, is this your office? Is it an accredited office?
yes.
And what does it mean to be an accredited medical examiner's office?
It means that we have standards that we meet for the National Association of Medical Examiners.
And could you please explain to the court some of your background in becoming a medical examiner?
I received my BA in biology from Swarthmore College, my MD from the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine. I did a pathology residency and neuropathology fellowship.
Well,
at the
apparently from the way he's
College of
breathing into
Medicine
the
in New
microphone,
York.
it's James Earl
Did
Jones
my
doing his
forensic
Darth
pathology
Vader voice.
fellowship and training at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Baltimore.
Yes, Your Honor, we shall stipulate.
So I'm going to bring you and your focus to this matter, to this case. And so the case, were you assigned to ME case number 2022-1069?
Yes.
And how exactly do you go about the process of being assigned a case?
I was likely scheduled to be in the autopsy room that day, and it was a case that I ended up doing.
And in regards to this matter on April 4th, did you come into contact of the body of Mr. Ambunselli?
Yes.
I'm not reading that, Salty Buddha. I'm not reading that.
Commissioner's approach, I'm showing you what's in evidence that states.
If only it was a super chat, then I'd have
You
to read it.
recognize it.
Hint, hint.
Yes.
And who is that?
That's the decedent, Mr. Christian Ambunselli.
If you don't mind, can you please publish it to the court?
What, you're too lazy to give it to the judge yourself?
If you don't mind, if you could just keep that up there. Thank you.
Sure, they have to get it into the record. He still has to prove that he's an expert and he does what he does. If it's a trial and they call him, I'm sure his CV will be a lot longer than what he just did.
Defense.
Oh, good for me.
Now, Dr. Hutchins, when you were observing the body, were there any evidence of medical intervention?
Yes.
And what exactly was that?
I'd have to review the medical examiner report to let you know.
If you don't mind just taking a moment.
He had a lot of medical intervention, including an endotracheal tube
Nerd.
protruding from his mouth.
Nerd, but you're a
catheter
correct
in
nerd.
his left groin, vascular catheter, a urinary catheter from his urethra, a 21 centimeter transversely oriented sutured left thoracotomy incision. The pericardial sac was open. The sac around the heart was open. There was 200 milliliters of blood in the left chest cavity. There's a chest tube protruding from the right chest.
Yes, I know. He was
And he had
invited
multiple
hours ago.
needle puncture marks on the upper aspect of the left chest associated with some subcutaneous hemorrhage.
If any of you have had a
Now, in
catheter,
regards to
you know how bad that
the
hurts. It would probably hurt
wound
if you were
itself,
dead.
Was it a singular wound?
Yes,
Now I'm showing you States Exhibit 3 and States Exhibit, I believe, 9.
I'm still friendly and genuine.
No, it's not gonna be
I'm
nine.
just a harmless, lovable little fuzzball. You know that, China.
States Exhibit 3 and States Exhibit 4. First States Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this?
yes.
What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the sutured wound in the upper left chest.
And is it the same condition that you saw that day?
Yes,
Please publish it.
See, for those of you that were saying he stabbed him in the right side of his body, there's your proof he was stabbed in the heart.
Now, at some point in time, did you remove the sutures?
yes,
And what was the purpose of that?
to get a better idea of what the wound looked like.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 4. Am I taking a look at that? Is that how the wound looked after you removed the sutures?
Yes,
Statuesque Misk, try being a dude. You want to hear about catheters sucking. Try being a dude with a catheter. Had him twice.
I'm also going to show you States Exhibit 6 as well as States Exhibit 5. Is this a closer, and that's States Exhibit 5, is that a closer image of that wound?
yes.
And how exactly would you describe the wound?
It's a sharp force injury wound that has nice, clean, sharp margins. It's extended open. It was 4.4 centimeters in length with the sutures in it. And when the sutures are removed, it's 4 by 1.5 centimeters. There's a lot of hemorrhage beneath it, and there's no contusion or abrasion around it. So that suggests that it's a sharp force injury and not some other type of injury.
And is it consistent with what you would see with a knife injury?
Yes,
You could also publish 5 and 6 to the court.
And Michelle Cavernos, all the way from South Africa. Happy Friday. This is the dad she went for drinks with the day after she killed her boyfriend. Yeah, what dad does that? And that's also the same day she published her next
Now, something that
OnlyFans
I do
post,
believe,
literally the day after she stabbed a
may come
dude to
up.
death.
by defense, are you a knife throwing expert?
no, I'm not.
Are you an expert of someone or what knives would do to people?
Yes, I am.
So in regards to the wound itself, what type of injury did that knife wound lead to?
It went down into the soft tissue and through the muscle and injured the right subclavian artery.
Wow.
And now I'm showing you States Exhibit 9. You recognize it?
Yes.
And what does this photograph show?
This photograph shows after the skin is removed from the where the injury is, the hemorrhage around the injury, and the injury in the right subclavian artery.
If you don't mind me, I'm going to hold it up for you. If you could point exactly to where the injury is for the court.
The artery is here, and the injury is right here in the artery.
You can publish this to the court. And now I'm showing you States Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a picture of the artery after I removed it from the body.
And I'm going to hold it up. If you could please explain to the court exactly what you can see from this photograph.
This is the inside of the artery after it's open, and there's a lot of hemorrhage around the injury in the artery.
Yikes.
You can publish that. Thank you.
the chances of her getting bail are almost zero, statistically close to zero as it's possible to
Now,
get.
Dr. Hutchins, if you could explain, was this a stab wound or an incision wound?
A stab wound.
And what are the differences?
Well, in general, an incised wound is longer on the skin than it goes into the body. A stab wound is measured shorter on the outside of the skin than it goes into the body.
This is called a stabbing motion! Stabbing motion! Stabbing motion!
How far into the body did it go?
Approximately 8 centimeters.
Now, when we talk about 8 centimeters, is that more than 3 inches?
Around that.
Can you explain to the court exactly what occurs when someone is stabbed in, say, specifically the subclavian artery?
Bleeding.
How do you stop the bleeding?
Sorry.
You'd have to go to a hospital and they would stop the bleeding. I don't really treat live people, so I can't be more specific than that, but you go to
Sorry,
the hospital
everybody. I
and they
couldn't
treat
help
you.
it.
And so the importance is, if you're not able to stop it, though, would you bleed out?
Yes.
And would you continue to bleed?
Everybody
Yes.
awake now?
Can you die if you're not treated medically?
Yes.
Yeah, you'd probably die if you're not treated medically
Now, could you
for a
explain
severed
exactly the
artery.
location of the wound.
The wound is on the right side of the chest, 13 inches below the top of the head and 6 inches to the right of the
now-
midline of the front of the body.
What the fuck? You just said it was on the left side.
And now this wound specifically, did it have to penetrate muscle?
Yes.
And how much
He just said on the
force,
left chest.
Specifically would
Does
one use
anyone
to,
know
say, break
legit
into
what the
skin,
hell side he was
for a
stabbed
wound
on?
like this?
Well, people have done experiments to see how much force it takes for a knife to go into different parts of the body. If the point of the knife is sharp, it takes between 8 to 12 pounds to get through the skin.
And now we had talked already about the sutures. Do the sutures, the fact that they added sutures to this wound, did that do anything to change the depth of this wound?
I honestly don't know what they did with this wound. If all they did was suture it, it would not change the depth of the wound, no.
And now this trajectory, in regards to the trajectory of this wound specifically, what is the trajectory?
It's front to back and slightly down.
Some people say he was stabbed on the right side. Some people say he was stabbed in the heart.
The knife.
And I swear to
Down.
God, he said he was
Yes.
stabbed on the left side of his chest. Now he's saying it was on the right side of the
Now,
chest.
there's a
I am
couple
so
of other
confused.
items I want to talk to you about that's a part of your report. Toxicology specifically that was done on the victim. Were there any substances present?
Yes,
What was present?
cannabinoids.
Would that have any effect on the stab wound?
No.
In regards to, I think you also wrote in there something about cardiomegaly. Could you
Yes.
explain exactly about that exactly?
It's an enlarged heart. His heart was 470 grams, I believe. So it's an enlarged heart, but he was a big guy. And if you're a person that exercises a lot, you stimulate your heart and it can
My heart's
become-
enlarged because I'm fat
Would
and I
that
drink
have
a
anything
lot.
to do with the stab?
No.
Other
It's
than
true.
that, is the victim in good health?
Yes.
Cheers.
Now, what information were you provided in this case?
I was provided information from our investigations report. And
She
we
killed
have
the
a
Grinch.
preliminary death investigation report for the
With
medical
his
examiner
heart
from
that
the
was
police.
4 sizes too big.
If you don't mind informing the court, what information did you have in regards
Solid
to
take,
how,
chosen one.
the
Solid
victim received
take.
this wound?
I'd have to read the report.
Your Honor, do you have any issue if you read from the report?
I have no issue if he reads from the report. But speaking of reading from the report, I'm going to read from my report. My report says, Ozzy Overlord in the house. What's up?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you still sober?
Mostly.
Come back later when you're not sober. We'll have none of that sober shit here in my stream.
No, all good.
You're not trying hard enough. This is Hayden, Aussie Overlord, all the way from Australia, which is next to Germany on the map, according to most people I know.
Seriously?
Dude, you'd be surprised the number of people in Korea that think Australia and Austria are exactly the same.
Oh shit. Yep, gotcha. Okay. Sorry, took me a little too long for that to click in. My brain is not 100% operational right at the second. Let's face it. I
Okay,
may have
well,
bought myself a couple of shots. So anyway, what
We've
what have I
confused
missed?
people. No, there's quite a few people, not just in Korea, but in America too, that believe that Australia and Austria are the same place. Yeah.
Oh dear.
All right. Well, so what? Just to recap here, and this is a good place. We've got an hour into this, so now's a good time for a midstream grift. First of all, again, this is Hayden, Aussie Overlord, who has an amazing, awesome channel that deals with Australian law issues and law around the world, as well as kinky corner on Sunday, where he talks about kinky stuff on Sunday. It's not just regular kinky stuff. He talks about kink on the Sabbath.
Ooh, yeah. Well, you go to church, you get your soul clean, you come to me, you wind up being a more degenerate. You're all good.
That's what one of my good friends told me when I refused to take this girl home one night because she said she had to get up to go to church in the morning, and I said I don't want to have any of that guilt on my hands the next morning. And my friend said he was gay, so I have to do the gay. He said, "You're just stupid." I'm like, "Why?" If you're going to do your laundry on Sunday, you better get those clothes dirty on Saturday. Okay, life lesson. Point taken.
Works for me.
I took it to heart. Anywho, what have you missed? The first day was this is the bond hearing. Apparently, she thinks she has a chance in hell of getting out on bond while facing a second-degree murder charge.
Right.
As I've been saying, it's statistically as close to zero as it's possible to be without being actually zero. Because you can never say anything in law has a 0% chance of happening. But this is as close as you get. Yesterday was the lead detective. Well, day one for the trial 2 days ago for us. This lead detective was fucking horrible.
Right.
He didn't remember anything. He didn't know anything. He didn't write anything down in his reports. He hid facts. He obfuscated. He flat out lied a couple of times. He left out incredibly important details. He left out half of text messages he was quoting. It was a unmitigated disaster. And today the defense is putting on their deal. They just had her father testify that she transferred about $1,100,000 something to his account, which can go either way. Either, I have no idea how they're going to try to use that. I would assume that the prosecution is going to say, see, she's still got $1 million and she can flee, because in the standard in Florida where they're at is for bail is not a danger to the community and guaranteed to appear at trial. So I'm assuming the prosecution is going to say she's still got 1.1 million. She can take that and fuck off anywhere else in the world she wants and never be heard from again, set up an OnlyFans account and go back to work. And I assume dad is going to say, well, I have her money, so she can't go anywhere and she's not going to go anywhere because she has ties to the community and whatnot. So we'll have to see how it goes. The judge is going to rule on December 8th. This is the medical examiner talking about the wounds on the victim. We're still trying to figure out exactly where he was stabbed. I've heard he was stabbed in the heart. I thought he was stabbed in the heart, but some people were saying he's stabbed on the right side of his chest. And I believe this guy first said he was stabbed on the left side of his chest. Now he's saying he was stabbed on the right side of the chest. I either misheard or this guy has said both. And I am absolutely not clear on where he was stabbed, but it doesn't really matter. He was stabbed once and died. She's saying she threw the knife from 10 feet away, ninja style, and it pierced 3 inches into his chest and killed him. It severed his aorta and killed him.
I'm sorry. Is this Wonder Woman's little sister or something?
But she didn't even throw it with like the detective, the lead detective specifically said that she told him she didn't throw it with a wrist flick. She threw it like a football. So just like a straight pass. So she just
she javelined that shit.
Yeah, she javelined the knife from 10 feet away and sunk it 3 inches deep into his chest. Self-defense.
Okay.
All right.
As self-defense. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right.
That's self-defense.
Right.
That's where we are. Cheers.
I may actually need some of this.
This.
Holy shit.
Which absinthe do you have?
Green Fairy.
Let me see the bottle. Can't remember if that's the one I have or not. Anywho,
Original check.
Get into that. Get into the
That's
absinthe.
the stuff. That's the stuff where if I drink it too fast, the herbs and stuff get to me long before the alcohol does.
I might have to have you
The
send me
wormwood.
some of that. Korea doesn't have. Korea only has the infused vodka. They don't have the actual distilled Grand Wormwood.
Okay, well there you go.
All right, enough of that drinking. Let's
All
get
right.
back to this. Let's get back to this and see what's going on. I guess we can get rid of what the fuck Germany. Oh, yeah. Let's clear up the super chats. Michelle Cavernos again from South Africa. The way his family found out he was dead was by someone calling and asking if he was an organ donor. No one called to let them know their son was killed. And was it you, Michelle, that was saying this was on the Dr. Phil show? That his family was on Dr. Phil the day he was killed, and that was, I mean, what a weird way to find out that your son is dead is to have someone call into a talk show asking if he was an organ donor. Yeah.
That's pretty fucked up.
And one of my favorite IDs of all time, Pinochet's helicopter tours. Suggestions for Maritime Monday multi-part series showing eerie connections to Howard Hughes' CIA project, Azorian, USS Scorpion, USS Thresher, and K-129. I know who Howard Hughes is, and I know what the CIA is. Everything else is a complete mystery. I guess I should look it up. I will look that up. I wish I was drunk. Maybe it was his left. Well, there's like a 50-50 chance. It's his left side or his right side. At this point, I mean, he's dead. It doesn't really matter. And, all right, we've had our little bit of a break. Let's turn this on, and the court is horrifically bad. The volume is terrible. It's bumped 600%. Nobody can hear anything. My mic is about 30 centimeters away, and I am about 25% on my mic gain, and people are still telling me it's too loud.
Okay, so
we'll just do it.
Excuse me. Key point is shut the fuck up. Don't play the sound effects. Sit and listen. Gotcha.
Yeah, I just played a sound effect and broke everybody's eardrums, and they said, please don't ever do that again. But Hayden didn't see it, so I'm going to do it again. This is what I played. This is my official intro clip for the Courtney Clenney proceedings from here on out. 3, 2, 1.
This is called a stabbing motion! Stabbing motion! Stabbing motion!
Love it.
And with that, we're going to go right back into our regularly scheduled James Earl Jones testimony. Literally, the judge, all the prosecutors, and all of the witnesses, except for him, are actively trying not to use the microphone properly.
It's a very long.
Oh, God damn it. We now have to stop again just as we got underway because our local former Florida resident who is a normal person here to ask normal questions and give us some insight into how people in Florida act and behave. It's our very own Christina Radix-Verum.
Hey.
Welcome.
Hey.
How are you
How you
guys?
doing? Great.
I can't complain.
Good
Did you
morning
all have
to
a
you.
nice Thanksgiving?
I ate a turkey, bacon, and guacamole and avocado sandwich from Subway for my dinner.
Oh. But did you have fun?
I worked.
Oh.
But tomorrow, all of us Americans, our little group of Americans, are getting together at a friend's house, and we're gonna Thanksgiving it up tomorrow on Saturday.
Oh, that'll be fun.
So we are here in the midst of the Courtney Clenney bond hearing.
All
And
right.
you are in Miami-Dade courthouse. So
Yeah.
you're our local expert on Miami-Dade people behavior.
Okay. Well, be prepared.
How up to speed are you on the Courtney Clenney incident?
I've been following it.
Alright.
It. Yeah, I'm going to be hopefully covering the trial when it begins.
Oh, no,
can't
Cam,
say-
can't simp then.
Oh, come on, guys. I literally just rolled out of bed. No one wants to see it, I can assure you.
Christine must be in her PJs again.
Yeah, I am, Robert. See, Robert knows.
Yeah. Yay, can we get Q's opinion now?
Is it lawful law? Grounds.
Ground. Yeah, all right, we got one more super chat here. Yep, his family was on Dr. Phil. His mom was called while she was at work. The cops told them fuck all. Their lawyer is damn good. He speaks a bit later.
Okay.
Yeah, wouldn't that be weird to have your family on Dr. Phil randomly the day your son is married and you find your son is murdered, married, same thing.
That's really weird.
And someone
Oh my
calls in and asks if he
gosh.
was an organ donor, and you're like, say what?
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. I'd like to play the Dr. Phil
Oh,
thing here, but
People are saying my
assume that would be-
volume is loud. All right, I'm trying to turn down my microphone. I think this is an issue with StreamYard, though. It happens all the
Yeah.
time. I have my microphone turned down pretty much as low as it goes.
what I'm going to
Hmm.
do is I'm going to undo everybody's automatic mic setting.
Okay, see if that works, guys. Because I don't want to talk over everybody.
All right, so you can adjust your mic setting. We're going to put Ozzy. Oh, wow. Hi, Hayden. kind of startled me there.
He's got the Guy Fawkes mask on. I like it.
kind of spooked me there. All
Sorry.
right.
Just for the hell of it.
All right. So again, this is the medical examiner for Miami-Dade. He's talking about the stab wounds. And that's where we are. And again, just so you know, like what I hear and what Hayden and Christine hear are not what you hear. Because StreamYard, after we do all of our processing individually, StreamYard reprocesses everything however they want. It's one of the
Which is a pain in the
one of the
ass.
one of the drawbacks and benefits of being idiot proof. It just treats everybody like they're idiots and prevents them from being idiots. All right. With that, let's jump back in. And Christina, Hayden, please feel free to jump in and make any comments you want. We've still got 3 hours to go.
Report, but I'll just say, it says, the offender in fear for her life warned the victim to stay away. The victim approached in an aggressive manner. The offender threw the knife and struck the victim on the top right chest area. The offender then called police and attempted to add pressure to the wound.
Oh, but she left out the fact that she talked to her mother on the phone for 14 minutes before calling 911.
And the last thing I want
Oh
to
my
show,
God.
Exhibit 8. If you could explain to the court exactly what this is showing.
I
I'll hold it up for you.
I put probes in the artery and the vein. The probe came out of the artery. The probe went through the vein, so the vein was intact.
Is that to show also the trajectory of the wound?
No, this doesn't show the trajectory of the wound. The wound is going downward and from front to back. I have these just going in the arteries. They're going laterally from left to right.
Thank you.
Hey,
So
I only hang out with cool guys and beautiful women.
Based on
Sue
the
me. It's
information
not my
that you had
fault.
in your observations, the position of the wound, the angle of the wound, the depth of the wound. Does that support that the victim and the defendant were face to face when this happened?
As a hypothetical,
As a hypothetical.
yes.
Like they just
And as
ignored
another
the objection.
hypothetical, Based on the same position, observations, the angle, the depth, does it support that the victim was stabbed?
Yes.
Based on the same observations, does it support that at least 8 to 12 pounds of force would have been used in order to create that damage?
In general, yes.
And that damage being breaking through the skin, plunging the knife 3 inches into the victim's chest and cutting through muscle.
Christine Christine didn't call me Robert. She was
Yes.
talking about the super chat from Robert.
Now, based on the information you received that the defendant was alleged to have thrown this knife, do your observations support that?
No, he was talking to Robert, the super chatter.
I'm not an expert in knife throwing. If the person who
I am, I
supposedly
just don't
did
do it
this
very well.
is an expert knife thrower, and the knife is the type of knife that you can throw, I guess that could have happened.
Did you receive any information that
She moonlights with Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus
based
as
on that
Christino,
fact
the knife
that you did
thrower?
not receive that information, that would support that?
Sorry.
No.
You know it.
And would you expect, what would you expect to see?
Well,
a knife
they're saying
do
that
if
she
someone just
javelined
flung
a
it at someone?
knife from 10 feet away and it sunk 3
Threw it
inches
the way
into
a
his
knife
chest
thrower
and
throws
severed
it?
his artery.
No, someone
Just-
that's not a knife thrower.
It would just hit the body and bounce off.
Do that to
Now,
me
as
because
a
I'm
result of
fat,
this
I'm
case,
thick.
Did you come to a cause, or did you make a determination as to the cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Could you please
I'm
explain?
sorry, but I'm not
The cause
buying
of
that.
death was stab wound of right
Nobody
subclavian
is.
artery. The manner of death was homicide.
I have no further questions.
Bimbo slice. I like that one. We're calling Courtney Clenny Stabarella, by the way, in case any of you care.
Stabarella.
Around what time did you receive the body for you to?
Now, I'm
be
only
able to
thick with
perform
2
your
C's.
autopsy in this case?
I performed the autopsy at 9:30 a.m. I'm not sure when the body came to our office. I'd have to look through the paperwork to see.
That's okay. At 9:30 a.m. on April 4th,
Yes,
2022?
yes,
And you understand that this incident took place on April 3rd, the day before?
yes,
Okay, so the very next morning, you were already performing your autopsy.
correct.
And prior to conducting your autopsy, you first read and review that preliminary police death investigation report for the medical examiner?
If we have it, I do, yes.
Okay, and it's fair to say that you might not
He
always
kind of looks like
have
the
that,
chief
right?
on
Correct.
Brooklyn
And that's because you
99.
have to wait to receive it from the detective in
kinda.
the case?
Yes,
So having that.
Yeah,
and having that
actually,
doesn't
he
really
does.
Affect your ability to
Like a
get
lot.
started on doing.
And he has the same I
autopsy.
don't give a shit
not to get
demeanor.
started, that's correct.
Do you know if in this case you had that report before you were able to start? Do you remember?
I don't have any independent record.
Flux says, hey girl, long time no
So
see.
you
Good to
start
see
your
you here.
autopsy At
It's
Talking
good
to
to
you,
see
Christine.
you,
Before we get
Flux.
to exactly what
Hey.
you performed, well, let me just say this. There's a lot of
Oh,
paperwork
you
that
two,
goes
get a
into all
room.
that you do, right? It's
Yes.
not just all your examination.
Yes,
There is a release of the
I
body.
declined a comment
eventually
pursuant to my
authorization
non-existent
for
Fifth
that,
Amendment
right?
rights.
There are case notes that you do.
yes,
There's a forensic evidence form,
yes,
a death record, medical information sheet,
yes,
a microscopic report.
yes,
So lots of paperwork.
yes.
All right. First, before
Because
we
although
go
he's
into
not an
what you
expert in
actually
knife
performed,
throwing, he's an expert in knife
I wanna go over
wounds.
this preliminary police death investigation report that you eventually received. And this is, fair to say, a tool to help you put some context to the situation. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes,
Because you clearly, obviously, you are not present for what happens that makes you receive the body, right?
yes, that's correct.
What if he
In
was?
any case, not just this case.
That's correct.
So you have the autopsy you perform, but having some of the information, some of the background can be useful to you in making your final opinion. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And what you learned from this report was that, according to what it says, that Ms. Clenny said she was arguing with the decedent, Abu Seli,
What
when
the
he
hell does
grabbed her
that
by the
mean,
neck
Mr.
and
Terrible?
slammed her onto the wall. Is that right?
yes,
She
Oh
then, she
my.
then said that he grabbed her, threw her on the ground, and held her down.
You will
by the
remain
neck
silent. There will be no talking.
Then, in fear for her life, she warned him to stay away. Is that right?
I don't have that in this report that I'm looking at, the police report.
If you look at the last paragraph, it says the offender in fear for her
Yes, I
life.
see it now. You're correct.
The victim approached in an aggressive manner. Is that right?
Yes,
And that is important information for you, right? Whether the person was stationary or moving could make a difference to you. Is that right?
it could, yes.
Okay. And we'll get more into that in a bit. But according to the report, the offender threw the knife and struck the decedent in the top right chest area. Is that right?
Yes,
And it also said that she called police and attempted to put pressure on the wound, right?
yes,
After she
And
talked to
putting
her
pressure
mother
on a
for
wound
14
could
minutes.
also make a difference as
It's
far
shameful.
as blood loss, right?
yes, it could.
And we'll talk about that in a few moments.
Are you going to talk about your client talking to her mom on the phone for 14 minutes?
Now, your opinion was that this was homicide, and you put that in various portions of your reports. Is that right?
Yes,
You would agree with me that a homicide could be justified, right?
yes.
Now, what happens in a situation if after your report or your autopsy, you determine that you do believe it was in self-defense? Is there a way that you document that on your reports?
That's a legal thing. We don't have anything to do with that.
Okay, so even if you felt it was justified, you wouldn't write down homicide justified.
Correct,
You would just write homicide no matter what.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, just write homicide no matter what.
I'd like to talk about the social history. These are in the case notes, and I understand there was a Carlos Marmolejo that took the case notes. Is that somebody that works for your office, sir?
Yes.
A
it is.
homicide
She's a
is
medical
literally
legal
just an
investigator.
unlawful
Okay,
killing
perfect.
of another
and that is
human
somebody
being.
who will sometimes be in contact with
Any death at the
families.
hands of another
And
human
in
being
this
is a
case,
homicide.
They spoke with, according to the case notes, the aunt of Abumseli in order to get some information. Is that right?
Yes,
And some of that information could be useful to you, obviously, whether the person is healthy or not healthy, has a medical history, illnesses, that sort of thing, right?
yes,
And one of the things that your office was advised was that he did not drink, smoke, or use illegal drugs. Is that correct?
yes, that's correct.
But in fact, when the toxicology came out, it was detected that he tested positive for marijuana. Is that correct?
Yes,
And I know that you're not the toxicologist that performed it, but as the chief medical examiner, you do review that toxicology and you sign off. Is that right?
correct.
Let's talk about the estimation on time of death.
Stingy says,
Is it
if you
fair
can
to
dodge
say
a
that
knife, you can
cannot
dodge a
with
ball,
certainty
Joe.
state
Oh no.
um,
If you can dodge a
stab
wrench, you can
wounds
dodge a
occurred in
ball.
this case?
That's correct.
And obviously, one, you've already said you weren't present, right?
Yes,
But it's also very difficult because
Is it just me or does she sound
there are
slightly
many
like
variables
Bart
that go into
Simpson?
that. Is that right?
yes, that's true.
So, for example,
Yeah, I can hear
if
that.
somebody is losing a lot of blood, it will have different physical.
Hey,
Everyone get
defense
paid to have
lawyer.
to say, I
Hey,
can't.
don't
Oh,
have
wait
a
a
cow man.
second.
Yes,
So in this case, the subclavian artery was hit.
I
That
can
is
hear it
something
a
that's
little
going to
bit.
lose a lot of
Wow.
blood, right?
yes,
Seriously, just say don't have a
And
cow man and
so
see how it sounds.
When a person is losing a lot of blood, the various physical effects they may feel could be chills, right? They get cold.
Oh,
It could,
atheist
yeah.
aunt bringing the heat. Fluck's been
loss
dodging
of
balls for
feeling
years.
in their limbs.
yes,
They might have problems speaking
Okay, that's
As
that
they
is
start to
now
go
the
into
comment
shock,
of the
maybe,
night.
Yes,
and then lose consciousness.
yes,
And the rate of loss of blood can be affected by, for example, how big the person, their body type, right?
it could be, yes,
What about if pressure was placed on the wound versus not placed on the wound?
yes, that could affect the amount of blood that is lost.
And the usual progression of blood loss will be that the person might be speaking, then move to nonsensical speaking, then kind of just making kind of noises until they lose consciousness. Is that right?
That could be something that could occur, yes.
Now, did you listen to the 911 call in this case?
No,
Okay.
We did.
Are you aware that Mr. Abumseli, first of all, 911 was called at 4:58 p.m. Are you aware of that?
no,
Okay. And were you told by anybody that when 911 was called, he could be heard saying, "I can't feel my arm"?
Yeah.
no,
Have you guys heard the 911 call?
Not yet.
If you heard though, or you understood
Yes.
that information,
It's brutal.
It
He's
is.
just
You
laying
can
there going,
hear him in the
he wasn't
background,
at
like
the
saying,
point
"I
where he
can't
was
feel my
at
arm."
unconsciousness yet.
It's sad.
Correct?
that's correct.
Now, in this case, you did receive information that time of death was called at 5:58 p.m. Is that right?
I have it at 5:55 p.m.
You're correct. I apologize. 5:55 p.m.
Yes,
That the 911 was called at 4:58, and approximately 1 hour later is when time of death was called. Is that right?
yes.
I'd like to look to your autopsy protocol and dictation. This is really the substance of your examination, right? Your report?
Yes,
And the first thing you do is you conduct an external examination of the body.
yes,
And I understand here you had put no fractures, lacerations, or deformities of the extremities. Let me ask you this. Can you explain what the difference between a stab wound and a laceration is?
a laceration is a tear in the skin from a blunt force injury. So a blunt object hits the skin, it tears the skin. So when you look at the injury, there might be an abrasion or contusion around it because the skin was
Sounds like
struck
Kobe
by a
Bryant's
blunt
case.
object. It tears the skin, so you have tissue bridging going from one part of the skin to the other. These are small vessels that don't get torn when the blunt object strikes the skin. A sharp force injury cuts the skin. You don't get abrasion or contusion
Rocky.
around it, and you don't have tissue bridging because those little vessels are cut.
Ooh, corn pub,
Okay, so
letting it
that's the
all hang
difference of
out.
why
Pants or
you wouldn't
prison.
call the stab wound to the chest a laceration.
Correct.
Okay. You did
Last time I took
notice,
off my pants on one of your
though,
streams, I
that
fell
there
asleep, so I'm going to keep mine on.
was, a healing scar surrounded by smaller healing scars
I
on the
broke
right
Jeff.
heel. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the heel is considered the foot.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't notice any healing scars on legs.
What? Who
So
broke
you
me?
didn't
I'm not broke. What
notice
happened? I'm not
any-
broke.
And you didn't notice any laceration.
Unless you're talking about
on
finances.
the legs. Is that right?
That's correct.
Why is everyone so
If
concerned
you
about me
had, you would have
blinking?
documented, right? That's what this portion of your report is for?
Yes.
It's because he's a
Now,
machine.
the
He
internal
doesn't blink.
examination.
Your screen
I'm
is
sorry I didn't
frozen, Hayden.
understand half of what you said of all the things you did.
It's not though.
Obviously, I'm not a doctor, but there's a lot of things you have to do, right? You have to weigh the lungs and the spleens, and you do all these different tests. Is that right?
Yes.
Your
And
screen is
that's
most
just
definitely
normal
frozen for
protocol
us.
In any of these cases?
Yes.
What the?
And you do that because
Yeah,
obviously
it is.
you want
It's
to
a
make
cool
sure you have
pose,
everything
though.
you possibly can in order to make
You look
a
deep in
proper
thought.
determination as to cause of death.
Yes.
What's going on? I on my screen, I'm moving.
You're looking
Now, your
contemplative.
opinion in this case was that the wound was not caused by the throwing of a knife, correct?
I'm not an
okay.
expert in knife throwing. I don't know whether the person who's charged with this is a knife thrower. As a
There you go. You're
hypothetical,
back now.
my
Now we
opinion
just see
is
your
it
hairy
was a
arm.
stab wound. But if you give me other information that the person is a
There
knife
you
thrower,
go.
they throw knives and they throw them into targets and whatnot,
Okay.
then maybe this could have been a knife that was thrown.
I'm sorry, but
Well,
I'm not buying
we're
it.
gonna
Come
break
on,
that down.
guys.
Before we do, I want to ask
She
you
threw the knife at him?
I know that
No.
you
And it,
eventually,
no.
you did review
As a
this
woman,
preliminary
I've tried to
report, you
throw
said.
knives
Were there
before to
any
get it to
other,
stick in a tree or
reports
something. You
that
have to
you
have
reviewed in
incredible
this
upper
case?
body strength for that as a female.
For example, the fire rescue report?
There's just no way that's
No,
legit.
not that I recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other supplemental reports from the detective?
No.
I actually
Did you
used to throw
review,
knives.
Miss Clenny's
And you have to
statement?
throw really, really
No.
super
Would
hard
you
to get it
agree
to
that
sink deep
perhaps
into
there could have been
anything.
something in
Right,
her
and there's always the off
statement,
chance that the
facts,
handle
facts,
instead of the
that
blade
could
hits the
maybe
target.
change your determination
Mhm.
as
Well, and
to
I'll
the
admit, I've never
outcome.
javelined a
Cause a matter
knife,
of
and I
death?
can't imagine doing
As
it with
to
that force.
Not the cause of
That's
the death, but as to
insane.
that it wasn't by a knife being thrown.
Repeat the question again.
Is it possible that by reviewing her statement completely, it could possibly have changed your determination that a knife could not have been thrown in this case.
It
I
could
only
have,
hear
yes.
Bart Simpson now.
So let's look to the evidence of the injury. That is
She's got the boob
another
muscles.
section in your report, right?
Yes,
What?
Oh my god.
And
Them things.
first of all, when you received the body, it was
She broke
I had
Mr.
to resist
Olympia's
the
jaw
urge.
with an uppercut.
and that's just normal because when the person goes to the hospital will do that and give it to you, or not necessarily?
not necessarily.
Okay. Is it fair to say by suturing it, it might change how you can observe the body in its, I guess, most natural form of when the incident occurred?
That's fair to say, yes.
And you don't know if, I mean, you weren't there, so you don't know what fire rescue personnel might have done. Paramedics did for life-saving techniques, right?
That's correct.
And you don't know what kind of life-saving techniques the doctors at the hospital performed either, right?
That's correct.
So you received the body, you removed the sutures, and
You're
then
muted.
you observed the stab
Jeff.
wound, which I
And I'm
believe in
muted,
your
so-
report you testified is 4 by 1.5 centimeters.
As I was
correct?
saying, the
When I
sound
removed
is
the
dog
sutures,
shit.
yes.
I think it might be
Yes,
your
and,
equipment because I'm listening to it on
And
my
again,
tablet and
when
it
you
sounds
remove the
perfect
sutures,
on my
we don't know
tablet.
if that wound is the same wound exact. I don't mean the same.
Right. Let's see if this makes any difference. There.
It's something
I don't know if that made any
that's
difference,
correct.
but I did it
Hopefully
anyway.
that helps.
4 by 1.5
It
centimeters.
probably won't because I did it
That
on
would
accident.
be equivalent to 1.5 inches by half an inch. I did the mathematics. I'm just not a centimeter person, so I
Yeah.
put it into inches.
I'm not a
I think
centimeter
an inch
person.
is
What?
like
Who says stuff like this?
USA,
About
USA.
3 inches.
This is
Okay.
bizarre.
in length,
Okay.
or 2 inches in length.
Well, the 8 centimeters, which is
Between shit like
the
that
depth of the
and
wound,
Bush
is
Jr.,
3
you've got to understand
So,
why.
Would you agree that the 4
some areas of the
centimeters
world
is gonna
laugh.
be
It's
half of
shorter.
that?
That's correct.
So 1.5 inches?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I'd have to do the math.
I understand.
So do the
And
math.
according
Trust me, defense
to
lawyer,
your
babe. You want 8
report,
inches,
you
not 8
put that the
centimeters.
wound,
Oof.
that it
Ew.
was slightly downward.
Hey,
angle,
cornpod.
Is that right?
Yes.
Now, I looked up the definition of slightly
Freedom
in the
units.
dictionary, but is there a medical term for slightly?
No.
Okay, so I got small or inconsequential. Does that sound fair to say to you?
It just went down a little bit.
Just a little bit. And
Ooh, and Cloud
do
Illusion's
you
pulling all the
give
punches.
percentages or
Tell
that's
me in
not-
real inches, not man inches.
So you can't tell us exactly, I'm gonna say this in this downward angle. It's not a downward angle
gonna
like
open it.
this, right?
Yes, that's
When you
correct.
say slightly, if we're taking something, it's gonna be just a slight angle.
Yes.
Okay.
I want to open it, but I don't want to open it.
She actually had to look at the
Now-
dictionary definition of slightly.
Do you agree that when a person, if somebody were standing face to face and stabbing somebody, would you agree that it would depend on the height of the individuals, of the two people?
The injury?
Well,
What?
potentially, how slight it goes in, it could be based upon.
Just the tip?
the
Is that what you're
entry
saying?
wound Could depend upon.
Just to
the
see how
height
it
Oh my
feels?
god.
When I describe wounds on the body, we're looking at the
Dear
body in
God.
anatomic position. Lying on the autopsy.
There you go. Flux is right. Size doesn't matter. It's the angle of the dangle, the motion of the ocean,
If
the
they're
size of
shot
the
or stabbed
fight in
or
the dog,
beat,
not the dog in the
They
fight.
don't stay in
Exactly.
anatomic
Come on,
position.
Well,
guys.
They move.
As
I
Robin
can't
Williams
tell you,
said,
from
talking
what
about
position
Dr.
the person
Ruth
doing the
Westheim, he said,
stabbing
I
was
want my
in and
Dr. Ruth
what
to be a
position the
400-pound
person
black
being
woman.
stabbed
then."
was in. They could have
Does
been
penis
long,
size
they
matter?
could have
It
been
sure do,
back,
honey.
they
You
could
can't
have
make
been
butter with a
knees.
toothpick.
I don't know.
Oh
Okay, that's fair to say. So
Well, you
it
can. It
would
just takes a
be
damn long
clear
time.
that, you don't know if, for example, Abu Seli was leaning forward and going to
Oh.
aggressively attack,
Christina, we need
Miss
your
Klein, right?
reservices
That's
here in a
correct.
minute.
which would then move his body forward and could affect the
Just a
angle of
second,
how
where'd
the
it
knife
go?
goes into his body.
That's correct.
Also, the fact that she's 5'8", and he's 6 foot.
Oh yeah,
is
guys, he just
4
ran
inch
into the
difference.
blade. She just happened to be holding it gently
That's
in
not
front of
something
her,
you're
and he
taking
just
into
ran and
No, she
shoved
said
it into
she
him.
said she threw it
That's
from 10
correct.
feet away. That's her story, and she's
I
sticking
mean,
to it.
Yeah, this is how absurd it is, though. Oh yeah, guys, it was all
Now,
just
the
an
location of
accident.
The wound was the upper chest, right side.
Yes,
And that fair to say, like near the shoulder.
yes,
Okay, and for the record, I'm pointing to my shoulder area on the right side. You noted that it was a front to back.
Yes, Paula, you have my attention. What's up?
Which just means from the front of the person going inward towards the back, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. Now, and I'm assuming this is because of the anatomical position of the body, but you didn't mention if it was like at an angle, coming crosswise, or straight on. Was it straight on?
it was straight on, yes.
Okay, so if
Now everyone's hearing
hypothetically
Bart Simpson.
Courtney is right-handed and the wound is on the right side and she did stab him versus throwing the knife, she would have had to have been offset from him to be able to put the knife straight into his right side, right?
Straight to the
depends
heart,
on how
and
he's
you're
standing.
to
If he's just
blame.
standing in
Courtney, you
anatomic
give
position,
love a
yes.
bad
If he's
name.
moving, I cannot tell you
Sorry.
in what position the person who was stabbed was in, or what position the person who was doing the stabbing was in. I can just tell you what I see on the body.
Okay. And in your report, you document that the wound is approximately 8 centimeters, which we said was 3 inches, right?
Yes,
It's about 3 inches.
Jaina, yes, there's definitely Nerdvana stuff coming up.
You
I'm sitting here
understand
trying not
that
to open this.
The knife was removed before the paramedics arrived. Did you know that information?
I
This
did know
lawyer's
that
not doing a good
information.
job
I did
here.
see
This-
a picture of the
This
knife.
lawyer is
Okay.
boring us
And
here.
let me ask you this, because if a
This has nothing to
person-
do with a bond
Is that-
issue. I don't
yeah, is
understand
that
why
the
she's
goal?
talking
From
about this.
Courtney was that
Is the goal to
although
Is she a flight
the
risk?
knife
Is she a danger to the community?
If a person
Right. This is
Well,
so
I mean, if she can
weird.
throw a knife like that, theoretically she can try and throw herself over the border. So she's a flight risk irrespective.
Yeah. She can fling herself over the border
would
like a
agree with
knife.
that, yes.
That's right. Cuts like a
And
knife.
it would be impossible to know exactly, I mean, you couldn't give a certainty as to how much exactly it could be pushed in, right?
I can't know.
Well, that's what Michelle said. I have no
And
idea. What does Dr. Phil have to do with this anyway?
The
I don't
knife
know.
is in and you pull it out and it was in an artery.
I don't care.
Blood doesn't really start coming out, right?
Yes,
We should clarify. Someone in chat asked whether or not it was
Now,
purely that whether or not she was a
you
flight risk as to
mentioned
what
that
the
the
purpose of this
pressure
was.
Used
Whether or not you're
to
able to flee or not is not the
have
sole
the force
uh,
to
thing
put
that
a
determines
knife
it.
into a body.
They're also looking at whether or not she's a
would
danger to the
be
public and
8
various
to
other things as
12
well.
Pounds to get through the skin. Is that fair statement of your testimony on direct?
people have done.
Dorothy, this is not the
experiments
trial. This
on
is just a
cadavers,
hearing on a
putting knives
bond to
through
see whether or
different
not
parts
she
of the
gets out of
body,
jail until the
cartilage,
trial.
bone,
And the
skin,
answer is no,
and
but
they
the
have
judge won't say
described
no
as
until
being
December
7
8th.
point something to 11.9 pounds to go through the skin. So 8 to 12, yes.
Now,
Michelle says they were not on Dr. Phil when they
was
found out.
in
Well, you
the
said they were,
subcutaneous
something like that.
artery. It
What
didn't
does
go
Dr.
through
Phil
bone.
have to do with all
No.
of this?
Okay,
Someone
so it
explain
went
that.
through muscle and then the artery is right underneath the muscle?
I don't know. I really
Subcutaneous
don't know
tissue muscle,
what
and
she's
then the
talking
arteries
about
down
here.
there, yes.
Okay, so you're not sure exactly how much
I
pressure.
mean, the soldier
but
wants to give her
estimating
bail.
based upon experiment, you think approximately 8 to 12 pounds.
Yes,
Now.
Because he looks like Idris Elba? I don't know.
That's quite a bit of pressure. Would you agree with that? That's not just like me standing here and
Mr.
just
Phil.
like straight putting a knife into somebody's body, right? You have to
You have
really
to push
put
it
some
in.
pressure.
yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that it would be more the pressure, the more you can move your hand back and move something, you're gonna get more force to it, right? Just like a
Dude totally
baseball,
stabbed
if I'm
himself in the
throwing a
chest and then
ball,
attempted to
I'm
beat
gonna
her
get
with
more
the handle.
pressure,
No hand
and it's gonna
style.
fly
That's gonna
farther
be her
than if
next
I just
story,
hold it like
guys.
this And just kind of throw it like that,
Solid
right?
take.
That's correct.
Oh
So
my god.
Did you see any?
I'm not getting frustrated,
defensive
just confused about
wounds
things I
on
don't
Mr.
really care about.
Abuncelli?
No.
Now, let me ask you this, on the autopsy dictation.
I just ran
Shut
out of
up,
coffee.
Bart. You're driving me
refer to
crazy.
that, sir.
Ever
I
since
only
you
hear
said
Bart
that,
It
Simpson.
has
that's all I can picture
height
now.
and weight. Can you tell me, I, with your handwriting, I apologize,
It's ridiculous.
the weight,
In a
What
weird
does that
alternate
say, sir?
world where Bart was a smart one.
Yeah.
Which form are you looking at?
it's called the autopsy dictation. If you.
Oh,
You've got
yeah.
like Bart Simpson
200.
cross-examining
Okay.
Simba's father.
That's a 2, that's a 0 and a
Oh my
0,
God.
and it's a 2, 6.
No, it's 200.
Okay, and what's the 2, 7 underneath it?
It's BMI.
BMI.
Yeah,
okay.
little Darth
So
Vader, yeah.
200. And if I
No,
told
bitch.
you that Courtney
This is
was
not how it's
150, then the decedent Abuncelli
I find
had
your lack of
50
understanding
pounds
of
on
penetration
it,
disturbing.
right?
Yes.
And 4 inches.
Yes.
No.
And as you say, like
Like, don't have a cow,
having to
man.
go back and pressure and everything like that, you didn't see anything from Abuncelli of putting his hands up or anything like that.
I didn't see any defensive injuries on his arms or hands. No.
Which is
Oh,
wow.
weird.
You would
yeah.
agree that somebody who is 6 foot tall has a
Hmm.
farther reach than somebody who is 5'8"?
Unless they're
Depending
Henry
on the length
Cavill.
of their arms, yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree that it's also
Is that the guy
possible
from the Green
to,
Mile?
for
Nah, he
somebody
did.
stabbing somebody, they could possibly have self-inflicted wounds?
Oh, he
is it
stabbed
possible?
himself in the chest? Is
And
that
that's
where you're
because I
going?
think they
That's
call it
exact-
pivot, right?
yes,
Because
that's
there's so
actually
much
where she's
blood,
going with this.
The knife could slide back and it could cause cuts on the person's hand, right?
Oh
Yes.
my
Okay.
god.
Reasonable
Excuse me, if I can have a
doubt.
moment.
Not bullshit doubt. Ugh. All right, wow. Okay,
Oh,
while they're
man,
taking
sweet.
a moment, question for you, Christina, as a former Floridian,
Mhm.
were you in the Miami-Dade area?
No, I was in West Palm Beach,
Okay,
but
that's right, yeah.
close.
Is it weird that she's doing OnlyFans and her father is her OnlyFans accountant?
No. That's
Okay.
half of Miami.
In the real world, is that weird? Your
Yes.
father would be
No,
saying,
I
"Let
mean,
me."
look,
Okay, you're doing
as the
OnlyFans. Let me
accountant-
be your accountant.
I'm showing you the defendant's exhibit.
It's not like he's
Sir,
seeing any of the
see
stuff,
that?
though. He's just dealing with the
All
figures that
these
come out of it.
hands?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, she's got the
And
drug
were you
fingernail.
able to see crime
Oh,
scene
She's got the
photos
drug
in
spoon
this
nail
case?
there.
Were you able to observe the?
Oh
the
my
video
God,
crime
look
scene
at
The
that.
only the
I
only
did
reason
see
you
some
have
crime
that is
scene
because you do
Okay,
cocaine,
so
bitch.
This is a photo
Yep.
of
Yep.
Miss
Oh,
Clenny's
that's so
hands on the
freaking
date
creepy.
Incident. She didn't have
That's the
any
cocaine
kind of
finger.
self-inflicted injuries.
And her fingers are like
from
weirdly
a knife
bulbous
that
on the
you
ends,
can
like
see.
geckos.
Is that fair to say? And I
Yeah.
can have a photo.
bet she
from
can climb
the
up
camera.
glass.
Easier for you.
I'd like to see it.
Yes, let me, do you have?
Oh, that's disgusting.
Okay, we need you to read this one, Christina.
Yeah, the ones.
Reasonable doubt.
Thank you. Geckos on coke.
Oh,
Possum,
no.
possum hand. Now I have to go look at possum fingers. Oh, god damn it.
Oh, please don't. We did a story this morning about a giant huntsman eating a baby possum.
Wounds on her.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, she does have possum fingers.
No.
Oh,
This
Christ.
is getting wild, guys.
Wait. Oh, can you turn to the next one?
This is great.
Flux, for some reason, is saying, wait, wait, wait. Edwina Scissorhands. Slutty spider stabber.
Now, did you receive photos of the knife? I think you said you
I
saw
saw
the knife?
photos of the knife, yes.
Okay. And from
Again,
your
we're just cutting up here because this has
Holy
nothing to
cow.
do with the
would you be
bond
able to
hearing.
say how sharp the knife was?
And
Oh
for
God,
YouTube,
that
that is
looks
just
horrific.
grape
Just
jelly.
looking at the wound?
Yes.
No.
That's just grape jelly,
What
YouTube.
about,
Don't focus on it.
Oh,
You see
wow.
this knife, this kitchen knife. Can you tell how
Look at the
thin,
freaking serrated
or
edge on
thick
that thing.
the knife
Yeah.
is?
I
by your
I'm
examination?
thinking about it.
By looking at the wound
By
itself?
looking at the wound, yes, sir?
No.
And what about by examining the knife itself?
You could, are you trying to, are you?
Yeah, you ain't throwing that
getting at
motherfucker.
whether I can tell whether that was the knife that did this particular
Yeah,
thing?
exactly.
Well,
It's a ridiculous
let's assume
story.
It is.
Okay.
I don't think there's any a disagreement with that. So my question would be, if you had the knife to examine.
There's been a lot of
would that
stabbings
help
recently,
you
as
in
Flux just pointed
determining
out.
whether it is thin or thick or
I
sharp?
can't
Yes.
really talk. We got rid of guns, so stabbing violence
Now,
went
you
through
would
the roof.
agree
Yeah.
that a knife that is thin.
Oh, all right,
is
Ozzy, you have to
able
read this
to
one.
Penetrate deeper into a body than one that is dull.
Now this is
right?
a knife.
One that is sharp would be.
Yes, one that is sharp.
Oh
Yes.
I'm
my
glad you're all
god,
useful.
that's so
But not
cute.
just sharp, one that is thin versus thicker.
Come on, guys.
is what
If
my
we're gonna do
question
that though, we've got to do the
Depends on
whole
how sharp
fucking
knife
like the
is,
proper
not
quote.
necessarily.
Yeah,
thin.
that's right.
Now, in this
Ozzy,
case,
can you
not a
skin a
knife.
roux
this
with
is
that?
Global Cromova
This is a
stainless steel
knife.
GS14. It's a very sharp and thin knife. Did you do any research into this knife
Sharp
before
and
you
knife.
made your determination?
Nice.
No,
Did you get any information on the weight of the knife?
no.
You do understand that the weight of a knife can make a difference when it is thrown through the air, right?
Yeah,
I'm
it
not
wasn't
an
a
expert
fucking
in knife
cleaver.
What kind of fucking knife was it?
Are you aware that
It's a well-balanced
the distribution of the
$150
weight
knife, according
can
to Jim
make a
Satala.
difference on the rotation of the knife in the air as it is thrown?
Really? Only $150?
shut up. Not you. This, not you. Her. Sorry.
Nah.
As a novice in this particular thing, I would be aware of that, yes.
Okay. And are you aware the more a knife weighs, the deeper it can penetrate a body?
What? Yeah.
When
well,
throwing it,
What?
Yes, sir.
it's the force.
that I don't
as-
know.
Anyway, Alan is Aussie.
Would
Yes.
you agree with me that throwing a knife into a stationary object could be different
I
than
want her to
throwing
say
a
that.
knife into a
We need to
moving
hear her
object?
say it. All I hear
Yes.
is like
And
I
that's
just keep
yes.
thinking
Yeah.
and seeing
a
Bart
knife
Simpson
throwing
in my
has
head now.
velocity, and a
Seriously,
person
I'm
moving in
sorry
that
for
same
ruining everybody.
direction has a certain velocity as well, right?
Oh,
Yes.
for fuck's sake. She's trying to say that because he walked towards her at the time that she threw it. it
According
had
to his
more
chest,
penetration.
it's an
You were made
effective
aware
knife.
She states she threw
I love you,
That's
chat. You're the
fair.
best on the entire internet.
You understand that a knife gains speed as it travels
That I don't know.
What?
at distance?
That
No,
goes
that
against
was
every law of
ridiculous.
physics,
a
you
knife
dumb bitch.
being thrown?
She knows
As a
that.
novice, that probably is
It's
correct.
literally the
Looking at
exact
her ass.
opposite.
I want to say again, I'm
Look
not
up.
an expert.
You
in
looked up
knife
what
throwing.
slightly means in the
I am an
dictionary. Look up
expert in what
entropy.
knives do to people.
And friction.
Look up Newton's laws of physics.
But having said that, your
Look at this
opinion
guy's face.
is
He's
that
like, bitch, did you
I'm done
really
with
just
this.
say that?
Courtney could not have thrown this knife, right?
As a hypothetical, the hypothetical that I
Physics
was
would
given,
indicate
I
otherwise.
said that what I see on the body is consistent with the person being stabbed. If I get other
Physics says
information that
no.
the person doing that had the knife is a knife thrower, that this is the type of knife that you could throw and it will go into a target, then I might have another opinion.
Well, you're saying knife thrower.
Does that
but a
knife
person
have
doesn't have to be
OnlyFans?
an expert knife thrower to actually hit a target. Isn't that true?
That I don't know.
Have you seen there are millions of
Only
YouTube videos
slices.
out there with people who are knife throwing and they're not experts?
I don't watch
Millions?
YouTube.
Millions? Really?
Did you
Oh my
consult
God.
with a knife throwing expert?
No, I did not.
Did you do any
It's a knife,
research
not a
into knife
rail
throwing?
gun.
No, I did not.
Have you written any kind of articles or
Right?
published anything regarding knife throwing?
No, I have not.
You agree
All right, we got
that
to do some of these.
a person could generate a lot
Okay,
of
Aspen
power
Fallen said a
in a
long time ago,
throw
why is nobody talking about Hayden
based on
not blinking?
adrenaline?
We resolved that problem. Sorry for making
Yeah.
you wait so long to
He's
read
an
that.
expert judge. Well,
It was
the
an
government's
episode
opinion
about
is
what
that
had happened a
he
while
shouldn't
after he
have
was
thrown it,
killed,
so we should
not
be
the
able
day his
to
family found
rebut
out.
that opinion by
I have
asking
way too much
Oh.
to say about this. Okay,
Aw.
thank you. Now I've got it. They were on there after he was killed, but that's how they found out. Gotcha. And Chaos Coordinator, thank you so much for
So,
being
sir,
the
you
newest
cannot
member.
say that Courtney Clenny did not throw this knife, can you?
That's correct.
Hey, welcome, Chaos. Thank you.
And your
You also can't say that he
autopsy
didn't
was
trip and fall on
performed
the
on
knife
April
repeatedly,
4th.
can you?
Yeah.
And I know the toxicology was signed off on May 2nd. Is that
Oh, well,
correct?
Yes,
When did you speak
They
to
were
the state
they were
attorney's
insinuating
office
that he was a
and let them
cutter
know what your
yesterday.
opinion was,
Oh my
if
god.
you recall?
Yeah.
I spoke to someone in the state attorney's office in June of this year, end of June, I believe, and I also spoke to someone in the state attorney's office.
If she threw it like a football, the
last
cut
week
pattern
or the
would
week
be
before.
a corkscrew.
Okay,
She can
so
throw a
before
spiral.
June, though, was there
Oh
anything
my gosh.
more to your report other than after May 2nd, when you signed off on the toxicology? Anything else you needed to perform to close out your portion of the case?
No,
Okay, so as of May 2nd, you had your opinion. On the end of June, you spoke to the state attorney's office?
yes,
Okay, and the charges here were filed, you're aware, in the middle of August?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't
so
know.
may I have a moment?
Can I get off the stand now? I don't give a shit
This poor
anymore.
guy. He's had enough.
Chat, I love you guys. You are so awesome. You're making me laugh, and I haven't had nearly enough to drink.
Sir, all your testimony, your conclusions, they're all documented in your report, is that correct?
In the autopsy report,
Yes, you've documented all of your conclusions in your report.
I documented the autopsy in the report,
Okay.
yes.
I noticed that there's nowhere in your report that says
Don't have the
your
cow, man.
opinion on the hypothetical was that the knife couldn't have been thrown. Is that something that would go into a report?
No, it would not.
It would not, and there's no reason for you.
I'll
to
give her
file any kind of
$1,000 if she
supplemental
says, "Do the
report
Bartman."
in this case? Okay.
This report has cause of death. The death certificate has cause and manner of death.
I didn't do
We
it.
have other information that
I didn't do it,
don't
wasn't
have
me.
anything to do with whether it's a death that is a justified homicide or not justified. That's a
What?
legal thing. I just know the cause of death is stabbing.
God,
Think an artery
you guys
and
are crazy.
homicide.
Understood, thank you.
Chat is out of control.
This is why we love chat. They
I
make
know.
Things like this entertaining.
So Dr. Hutchins, the defendant gave a statement.
If she hits the target and gets 3 inches of penetration, then she only gets second degree.
That she's 10 feet away, roughly as far as I am from you, and she used her thumb, the knife, and you weren't provided any further information that she was a knife throwing expert.
It was a
Your
wazzle.
opinion that she could not throw the knife.
She said she
On
threw
you,
it.
Indigo.
Long.
I would say that that is not something that could have happened given.
I
the
would say
injury
that she was
this
full of
person had.
shit.
Very question.
Mm-hmm.
From the state, yes.
Are we going to get one of the forged and fire knife experts?
Oh, can we please? That'd be hilarious.
That had nothing to do with Bond.
That
any
was
of
so
that.
bizarre, guys. Wow.
He's like, I got better shit to do. Get me out of here.
I'm gone. And the judge was like, what the fuck was that?
Nothing from the defense.
The state's gonna rest.
Oh God. Okay, so the state's resting, and we've still got 2 hours to go.
Ugh, the sound is horrible.
Yes, Judge.
Yeah. This judge literally has no microphone. It's like over here.
Yeah, what the heck is that?
The microphone's right over there, but she's not using it.
So Judge, the
That's so
burden for the state
bizarre.
is proof evidence presumption is great that the defendant committed this crime.
No, Leopold Duck, there's no jury
That
there.
is all evidence and all inferences created by that evidence is to be viewed in the light most favorable to the state. So when you hear the evidence from the ME, he says that her story doesn't match, that it doesn't scientifically work. The inference is that when she gives that statement, she's lying and she's not telling the truth. And that is the inference that now is put in favor of the state. When the other inference, when the state puts forward evidence that she's on the phone with her mom when the incident takes place, and then we put forward the mother's statement that doesn't include any of the events that the mother should have heard. The inference is the mother is lying when she speaks to police. And it's
Legal
not
Vice, do you have
because
anything
information.
else of the
inference from
judge that turned purple?
is
By the way, that was
she's trying to
amazing.
assist her daughter. So
What
in
does
the
that
light most favorable to the state
mean,
has
Rodil?
moved
I have no idea what that means.
items of evidence into
What judge
before
did
Your
you
Honor
turn purple
that
and
shows
why?
that this defendant committed this crime. And obviously the pretrial detention motion It's a substantial probability. It's a lower burden. So if we are meeting Arthur, then we are meeting the substantial probability. And I want to go a little bit through some of the things of the defendant's statement. First and foremost, I need to inform the court that the victim is an authorized guest. The lease documents show that the victim was put on the lease documents as an authorized guest. He was never evicted or properly kicked out by the defendant.
We call that evicted, sir.
To use such
Properly
force of this
kicked
manner
out.
to try and kick someone out would be illegal.
Come on, he's one of the law
yes,
guys.
okay, Digger 420 saying Judge Alex Manning.
Confirms that.
Oh yeah, she was a great
At
judge.
the very
There's
least,
we need to do some
eliminating
Judge Alex
that this is
Manning
a
streams.
suicide.
I'll get on that.
We're eliminating that the
Is she
cause of death
cute?
is anything more than
Oh no,
at the hands of this
okay.
defendant.
she's like a
In
tiger.
regards to the argument,
I need to find a pet judge.
and that I'm going to tie that into really a lot of the Williams rule evidence that came before Your Honor in this case. The first, and in this case, is you hear from the mother that she hears the defendant yell, "You're lying, get out." And that is consistent with a lot of the situations that the state put before Your Honor.
Oh my goodness.
Again,
Oh, we have the text
1990, yeah, 1990 called and want their displays
So, Your
back.
Honor, on July 27th, that's the Vegas situation.
What's a
That's
diorama?
specifically showing and why that event takes place.
You know, some poor intern struggled over that
Before Your
for
Honor,
hours.
the defendant
Yep.
is mad because he doesn't go to bed with her. That night.
Good thing we don't have
When you
video
go forward to
technology.
The October
Or
9th,
computers
the 11th
or-
situation. where
What, there's no
a stab into the leg,
mimeograph?
that He's beaten with the phone to the front and back of the head.
Where's the
Her
microphone?
only reason was, and she writes it in a text message, "It's because you're pissing me TF off."
I bent my Wookiee.
From January 30th, 2022 through February 1st, which is
Go
a slap to the
banana!
face, and you have the text
Oh my
messages
goodness.
about enjoy the time.
I love Ralph.
That talking about her, him gaslighting her, not
Me
answering
fail
her text
English? That's
messages. And
impossible.
she specifically says, "I have to."
This
continue
lawyer's
to explain to
gaslighting the
you
poor
what
paralegal that
happened."
has to hold the fucking display.
We move to the February 21st, and that's the surveillance.
You're an
footage
easel.
that
Get
shows
used to it.
Nothing more than the victim
My
trying
cat's
to
breath smells like
use the
cat
fob
food.
to assist her to go wherever she wants to go, and she resorts to violence.
That
hitting
poor
him in the head.
bastard. Why did they not prepare an easel?
He's got to hold it like that.
Which is the top over here.
Oh, he's got his
Where
head
he
down
confirms
too
that
in shame.
Yeah,
she hit
yeah.
him.
He's like, holy fuck, I'm on camera. Oh God, I'll never get a date
Don't
after
fucking
this.
say that shit.
I'm never gonna live this down. This is not going on my CV. This is
The
just
action that she's
embarrassing.
doing. She doesn't want anyone to know because she doesn't want to get arrested. That's
The
answer.
Valentine's Day episode.
You move to March 23rd.
You
and
choo
those are
choo
the,
choose me.
The recordings that Your Honor allowed in for this hearing's purposes. Specific statements.
Let's be
Your Honor,
friends.
to read them.
His
You-
forehead is
you
holding.
fucking cunt ass N-word bitch.
What? Hello, I'm paying
And then
attention now.
fucking, slap you, dumbass.
Yeah, this is what she
Yes,
is saying to
please,
him.
yes.
And why would those
$80,000
happen?
easel.
On
Oh,
March
she
23rd,
called him
it's
the
because he
gamer
said
word.
hi to another girl that she happened to be on FaceTime with.
Mr. Easel took that
So it's
personally.
a situation of jealousy and not doing what she
Yeah,
wanted.
she was like, just shut up and let me hit you. Calling him an N-word bitch. I mean, just
So what we have.
she
Just
was
shut
not
up and let
unhinged.
me hit you.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
And then she's like,
That's
find my
wrong.
phone and charge it.
Sally is acting. She resorts to violence. She resorts to
Man,
screaming. She resorts to yelling.
did this man
and the
enjoy
same thing
being
happened in
dominated by a woman or
So we
something?
sit here
What
today,
man
when
with
you hear her
self-respect would
statement,
allow a woman to talk
we
to
get the
him like that?
confirmation that the same
The same guy that
scenario-
enjoys standing there and being dominated by an
The
easel.
mother is talking to the
Yes.
detective
Yeah,
and says, "I hear
he
you
was-
yelling through the phone.
Definitely beta.
I don't hear any threats, but I hear them
Yeah.
yelling. I
Hey,
don't
if
hear
the
any
truth, how you
violence,
doing?
but I hear yelling." And she hears both of them yelling. So you get the same type of scenario where the defendant is
Well, at
saying,
least the court pulled their
"You
head out of
lie,"
their ass and got a good
and you get
quality
the
feed
same
going.
sort of motive where she's going to act and keep acting upon it. In this situation, in her statement specifically, she talks about, and she references him as definitely the victim. She used the word exactly. He's definitely the victim. And that's at 3234 in that statement.
Wow.
And then she talks about how there's this whole scenario where she's choked up against the wall, that she can't breathe. And she makes it a very big point in that
George
first
Floyd.
time she says it to bring up 2, 3, 4 times that she cannot breathe.
George Floyd.
Now, when she goes through the story again, she doesn't mention it once. And that's an
I can't
inconsistency.
breathe.
And that's the reality, is because it didn't happen.
Exactly.
So when she said she's then brought down to the ground, and these are all during these times, at the point in time where she's now brought down to the ground and she changes this, she says she now changes it from grasping at her neck and holding her to where she can't breathe. It's an open hand. So that's an inconsistency. She then talks about how after this apparent attack, she's able to get away, get her phone, and talk to her mom. What's interesting about that
Unbelievable.
is she then immediately goes and sits next to where the defendant is. How does that make sense? This person who apparently just choked you, attacked you, you're going to now just sit next to him. You're not going to call 911. You're not going to try to leave the apartment. No, you're going to just sit next to him. That's inconsistent, Judge. That doesn't make sense. So she's sitting next to him and she's talking about, and this is where you heard the statement from the mother where he's following her around and they're yelling at each other. When we talk about this whole point in time where she's on the phone, the defendant says this angered the victim. And at that point in time, he's trying to grab the phone from her, so she grabs the knife. What she makes very apparent is her location. She says, so in the photographs that Your Honor has, it shows the knife at the corner edge of this kitchen. She would have to travel close to 8 feet to get to where the refrigerator is, which she says she's in front of the refrigerator.
Well, she looks like she's been heading to the refrigerator in prison. She's chunked
Where the
out.
victim is.
Yeah.
Again, that doesn't make sense unless you're coming to attack somebody. She talks about that, he's running at her, and then she changes her words multiple times in that first statement. First, she says he's running, then he's charging, and then he's aggressively walking.
Aggressively
And for her
walking.
sake, thank goodness the detective stopped her because she would have kept going down and changing how fast he was coming at her.
I can't
At that
tell you
point
the
in
number
time,
of times that
she
I've been
goes
able to
through
intimidate someone by
screaming
aggressively
and
walking in their
rash
direction.
about this. She talks about it, and the detective talks first about how far away, and they try to talk about in regards to the room, and they come to this conclusion that it's not 20 feet, but it's definitely more than 10 feet away. And so she talks about, and he asks her to describe how she threw this knife, and he's trying to give her any out at this point where he's saying over the head, and she goes, no, I flung it. And she uses the word herself, flung. She flung this knife. There's nothing in that recording that talks about her having any sort of specialized knife training or knowing how to throw knives. And the amount of force that she
Again,
could have
she's not
created
the
is
great
nowhere near possible,
Clenny
8 to 12 pounds, to be able to break through the skin of the victim. And you heard that from the medical examiner, and that's as consistent as can be. The reality is, if given more information, perhaps his opinion changes, but for what's before him, based on her statement, based on who she is, she could not have thrown that knife. So what do we have? We have a stab wound, and that's the medical examiner's opinion. It's a stab wound, and as a result of that stab wound, the victim is dead. And so the state has put forward that not only has she committed this crime, but it's not self-defense, because we've put forward the evidence that contradicts her claims of self-defense, that shows her to be a liar, and to show that she's acting consistent with her nature in this relationship. But most importantly, Judge, she makes this final sort of conclusory statement saying, I don't know, I really don't know if this is justified at all. There's no bigger red flag. She has now just told the detective self-defense and gave this whole spiel of what happened, and then says it doesn't make sense, that it's not justified. So, judges, all of this case has shown that the victim is dead. That is certain, and it's certain that she did it. And the only evidence before Your Honor in regards to self-defense is her statement, which has been riddled with inconsistencies, with lies, not only by her own mother's statement, by the medical examiner's statement, and by herself.
Nah, it'll never happen.
So
She'll
when
never
you
get
talk
bail.
about the facts that are before you, there's no doubt let alone proof evident presumption great that the defendant committed.
Yes,
the crime.
this is a bond
And
hearing to
certainly
see
there's
whether
a
she
substantial
gets a
probability
bond
that
and
she
can
committed this
bond
crime
out.
And that she was not acting in self-defense. Thank you.
Does her lawyer know this isn't the trial? All right, now the defense gets to talk. Go for it, big guy.
May it please the court, good afternoon. State. Judge, a brief apology. We had prepared our summation prior to receiving information that the state was calling witnesses. So the presentation that we have prepared is lengthy, but we will speed through the stuff because we do know Your Honor took the time to go through all of this. We're just going to highlight some things, but
Extreme close up.
we will make it more brief. Thank you, Judge.
Wild Red 1905 says,
Um,
just
what's
awoke.
very familiar with
Are
the
we
court
learning about
state
sexy
burdens,
women doing a
the
murder?
armed
What have I
hearing is the
missed?
highest burden that we
Nothing.
have in any
Not a lot.
system, civil or criminal.
You missed Bart Simpson
Proof evident presumption
cross-examining.
rate higher than beyond a reasonable
That is
doubt.
true.
It is the highest standard. The court is very aware of these things and has all the case law that we cite.
Probably.
The state judge has failed to present proof evident presumption rate for second degree murder. Not only that, because this kind of is a mixed hearing, they have also failed to present proof of substantial likelihood that second degree murder is the appropriate charge in this case. In order to prove second degree murder, Ogun Sully is dead. We stipulate to that. The death was caused by the criminal act of Courtney Clenney. That's a disagreement that it was a criminal act. There's evidence of self-defense here to rebut any of the state's evidence. And the unlawful killing, again, if it's self-defense, it is unlawful. One of the biggest hurdles the state has here is demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for life and human life. We'll talk about how that's defined in the case law. Just the definition of what an imminently dangerous act is. The depraved mind portion, which the state fails miserably on, is that this was done with ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. The evidence taken in the light most favorable to the state shows that this occurred. This was a reaction by Ms. Clenney defending her life when there was a physical altercation taking place. We know that. The neighbors called, everyone knows it was an argument that took place. This is not the type of offense that second degree murder is the appropriate charge. Again, justifiable use of deadly force. The appearance of the danger must have been so real that a reasonably constituted prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed that the danger could be avoided only through the use of that force. Clenney must have actually believed that danger was real. How do we know that Ms. Clenney knew that danger was real? It's even in her own statement. And what the state just highlighted, that she's like, I don't know if it's justified. What they leave out, and that's really what the state's case here is, mischaracterizing things and leaving things out, not giving the full picture to this court. At the end of that statement, she says, she's like, all I know was I was scared. The 911 call, you can see her frantic, trying to get help. That eliminates the ill will that the state has to prove in this case.
James Andrew Morrison says, the quiet munch of the sneaky chip eater.
Again, reasonable grounds to believe she was in danger or death. The difference of the physical stature.
Wait, is he talking
of
about
this
me?
individual
Probably.
outweighed her by 50 pounds, was a lot
Hold
taller.
on,
Yeah.
counts, guys.
physically
I'm not
fit.
eating.
This gentleman could wreak havoc on her had he chose to.
I'm just drinking.
Let's talk, the misrepresentations that I'm talking about came out during a lot of the testimony of the detective, so I'll kind of speed through this. But the highlight, the video, the elevator video. Again, the way this elevator video was presented to the media at the state attorney's press conference and by the state, she's not holding the door for him. She was panicking to get that door shut. It's clear. And what does Umbrella Sully do? He blocks her out like a basketball player. At some point, puts her in a headlock, and he is able to access the file again to access the apartment.
So he lives there.
During the show, you can see he's able to access the panel as he pushes her around. And then at the next slide, I believe, is when he's taunting her. You can visibly see him taunting her. That's the type of individual this was.
Taunting her? He's pushing her away because he's
Laughing.
bigger than her. He's like, get away from me. Stop hitting on me. Taunting her.
The video is, I know you have to do the video. Again,
Are these your new
situation
Pokemon
that
cards,
Miss
Ozzy?
Deborah Clenny, her mother, is trying to,
Yeah.
have her.
And yes, I can see someone yelling at me to mute. I was being a dick for the sake
the
of
whole
it.
text, but we have the whole text. I know Your Honor, seen it. Clearly, this is a
Open one
concerned
pack,
mother
and I'm not going to be opening anymore.
trying to get in touch with her daughter after she doesn't even know the severity of the situation. Doesn't know. The detective never told them. The other misrepresentation, the defendant's physical body was documented on the date of the incident. There were no injuries to that person to corroborate this account. Again, there's injuries, there's visible. The state made arguments about when they occurred and they could have been earlier or they were there previously. What we do know is she had fresh bruising as well. So whether they were there before, there's additional bruising that was not provided to. There's also evidence of the mental abuse that Courtney suffered at the hand of Sally. These were in the decedent's own words about gaslighting, mentally abusing, her causing her hurt and pain. Again, these were provided to the court. He's apologizing for his gaslighting. He holds himself responsible, not in his character, blames it on using a lot of blow. Again, evidence of his physical abuse towards her, which goes to the self-defense.
Using a lot of blow. Is that a scientific term?
The audios, we know you're on to listen to it, but what's very key to the lead detective's investigation is the statements by the neighbors. These are independent witnesses who saw blood in the elevator, was told, again, this is like, I think, double hearsay, but was told by a resident that Omumsuli punched Courtney in the face. That same
someone's got
witness,
gas. Jeez.
JS, observed Courtney trying to climb out of the sunroof of the car as Omumsuli was trying to grab her out of the car. Again, evidence of the abusive nature of Omumsuli, which goes to self-defense. Again, JS looks like she was being abused. He called it like he saw it. You listen to the interview. The neighbor said whenever she was by herself, happy, smiling, would say hi. When Omumsuli present, quiet, looked down, didn't have any conversations. Again, evidence of the abuse that she suffered, which Mr. Clenny knew very early on when this relationship got toxic. Again, another neighbor.
The hell
Is
is
it
that?
simple bastard coughing,
He
or are
said there
they?
was a weird vibe in the elevator. Clearly, something was amiss.
Weird
in the
vibe.
relationship.
Is that a legal
Again,
standard in
independent
Australia?
Evidence of a toxic
It's not in America.
relationship.
There's got to be someone coughing in the
This neighbor
gallery.
also talks about the event in the dog park where
That's
Omumsuli
so weird.
aggressively grabbed Courtney by the tricep. He was so concerned that he said he stayed watching in case something quote unquote went down. That's the type of relationship she was stuck in.
Fuck is
Physical
that?
abuse again. We can, we have the audio of her screaming. Again, this recording was taken by.
Was that the soundtrack of The Haunting of Emily Rose?
She didn't know anybody's out there. She's recording it. We have Courtney's own words about being kicked in the leg by Omumsuli.
Sounds like a
Again,
coked
these
out
are the
koala.
bruisings that were taken by Miss Clenny after.
They're not
Courtney
wrong.
Was taken out of the after being Baker acted. It was a very traumatic experience on April 3rd. The courts reviewed these. A lot of these bruises speak for themselves.
Bruises don't speak for themselves, dumbass.
Courtney's plea for help again. Okay, just to have judge again. This is so clear. She's trying
Black
to get a
screen.
restraining order. She testifies as to had he been violent in the past. She says yes, and the officers kind of just they brush right past that instead of saying, "Hey, why don't you tell us about that abuse?" She does say that's not her thing, but she knows she wants him gone. 2 days, less than 48 hours before the incident.
Courtney's plea for help. 14 minutes after talking to her mother.
It's all under my name. I pay the whole rent. He has never paid me. I'm okay. He has never made friends and everything. I broke up with him. He's so like help me break up with him and he's stuck in my elevator inside. He's something
Okay, I'm sorry. This triggers the shit out of me. This was 2 days before he was stabbed to death. He has every legal right to be in that apartment. She didn't let him in. I would go sleep out on a sofa in the lobby as well. I mean, that's what I would do.
Right.
It's my house. I want to be in it. And as soon as she opens the door, I'm going in. And this is stalking. What she says later on, which I'm sure they're not going to play, is when she says, how do I get a restraining order before he gets one
Before
against
him.
me? Yeah.
Yep.
I want to be first. Which means she just
Oh,
wants to
yeah.
make sure he doesn't get in the apartment before he makes sure she doesn't get in the fucking apartment.
Yeah, she's nuts.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. Corn Pope says she wanted to get the restraining order before him. Yeah, this wasn't he's stalking me. This was, oh, if he gets it before me, then that means he could kick me out of the house. So I want to make sure he gets booted out of the house before I do. And that's why the cops are going, hey, we can't help you. That's not what we do. You got to go to the court and do that. Jacob's Madre sent a super sticker a while ago, or a super chat a while ago. And how's it going? I have no idea when that was sent. Why didn't I notice that? I didn't get any notification. Shame on me. Oh, yeah, I did. Boom. Here we go. Thank you so much for the super sticker. But I mean, Hayden, as a non-American, what do you think of us poor degenerates in Florida?
That Florida seems to pretty much be exactly the same as the Northern Territory. Crazy stories come out of there. You generally don't talk about it if you don't have to.
And I guess instead of like coked out alligators, you have coked out crocodiles.
Basically.
All right. So that's the difference.
Unfortunately, we had, to be fair, we had a 7-year-old boy bitten and dragged into a pool by a 10-foot python today.
You don't say.
Yep. So, there's that.
LV Cowboy said, but seriously, every time she talks to the cops, she's in a bikini top and tight pants. I mean, what the fuck? Okay. Christine, that's like Florida attire though, isn't it?
Yes, that's normal clothes for Miami. I mean, actually, she's dressed conservatively for being in Miami.
Yeah, I gotta move to Miami.
Yeah, you know. At least she's got pants on.
That's true. What would she be wearing otherwise? Like a thong, like some dental floss, or okay?
Yeah.
It's Hulk Hogan wear. He's Venice Beach. He's on the other coast.
Oh my god.
Well, so as a reformed Floridian, what's your take on this so far, Christine? We've got the defense is just getting started. We've got like an hour and 45 minutes left to go.
I mean, this is like a regular day for these cops, I'm sure, dealing with women like this. And I think that they probably, too, are sort of just trying to get out of there. They probably see this as like, oh, you know, she gets into fights with her boyfriend all the time. It's just a toxic relationship. I mean, they're not really taking it seriously, which is sad because, again, this is like 2 days before the event happens. And I don't think that they really take it seriously. And I also think that because she's a woman and she's dressed like that, that gives her an advantage in dealing with law enforcement because she doesn't look like a predator, you know, like a man might.
Yeah. Well, I was surprised. We had Steve Gosney on here the other day, and I was surprised to hear that he said that Florida is actually a pretty conservative state, which I was surprised to hear.
It depends, I guess, on how you look at it.
Well, he said, for example, like I think he said 85% of people support the death penalty in Florida.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
which I
That's
found
true.
shocking.
And
I
they do
just
have
assumed it
like
was this.
stand your ground laws and stuff like that. In some
Yeah.
ways, it is. Yes.
Hairy dude in a thong might be seen as a red flag.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a super chat incoming from Cindy Darkheart. Wait till it shows up here so I can click it. All right. If she's let out, she will stab again like Matt Terry. Hey, Matthew Terry was, he was definitely Stabby McStabface. Yeah, I mean, she is clearly not exactly stable, regardless of literally nobody knows what happened in that apartment that night. Only 2 people know, and one of them's dead.
Yep.
This is literally going to be a trial. He said, she said. Well, but it's only going to be she said because he's dead. And so I think you're going to see a lot of
She said he did.
scientific evidence.
Yeah.
Like the medical examiner, I think he is going to be a major, major witness at the trial.
Spasticus says, let her out. I can fix her. I can save
For
her.
fuck's sake,
I
there's
can
always
fix
one.
her. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Well,
Oh, that's funny.
We had the super chat there. And LV Cowboy, Radix Verum, I live in Las Vegas, hence the LV in my name. Was an EMT and don't see women like that all the time. Well, Las Vegas though, I mean it's a desert, so it gets cold in Vegas at night a lot. So here it's Florida. 2 a.m. is like the same as the afternoon.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like, just go to South Beach, spend some time there, and then come back and talk to me. This is like how the women dress there. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
And this was February when she's dressed like this. So what's the weather in February in Miami?
Well, it's not that different than it is the rest of the year. I mean, I grew up in South Florida, and we don't have like seasons like we do here in Virginia. It's literally like 90 degrees all year round, and then for like a couple weeks in December, it goes down to like 70.
Oh.
It's hot and humid. It's very like muggy out. You have to have air conditioning.
Well, it's like in Utah, at the high desert in the top of the Rocky Mountains. We say we have the 4 seasons: winter, still winter, almost winter, and July 24th.
Yeah.
Or July 24th is interchanged with road construction. The weather in Vegas this time of year: 75 during the day, 40 at night. Yeah, I mean, I'm from northern Utah. I get Vegas weather. I mean, it sucked that it was 121 degrees when I was there in this summer. That sucked. But other than that, I get Vegas. I mean, this is going to be an interesting trial when we get there.
Yeah.
But again, this is a bond hearing. But I think we should also I mean, someone pointed out earlier, this isn't just necessarily a straight bond hearing. It's what's called an Arthur hearing. And that's a little bit different because in Florida, you have a basic right to bail, except in certain circumstances like murder, kidnapping, armed robbery, SA, things like, I mean, where there's like serious crimes. And in those cases, you can have this bond hearing or this Arthur hearing, and you have to sort of prove it's like a mini trial. So I guess that's why the police officer, I mean, the medical examiner was testifying. You basically have to show, the prosecutor has to show that the defendant is very likely guilty. And then you have to go to whether or not bond is appropriate. So I mean, that's why I guess they were doing the medical examiner testimony, sort of to show that, yes, she did this. It wasn't in self-defense. She's likely guilty of second-degree murder. And once they establish that, then the court will decide, okay, is bond appropriate? If so, and whether or not bond is appropriate is determined by whether she's a flight risk or a danger to the community. Those are the two prongs of that particular test. So that's the hearing we're doing. The judge will decide on December 8th. So we're halfway through this thing. So I don't know what the defense are going to do, but now, Hayden, you said you hadn't heard the audio of her going nuts. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
This is just a 3-minute audio. This is the audio they were talking about when it was sounding like someone was being possessed in court. They were playing
Right.
parts of this audio here. This is a recording that he secretly made with his own phone. Pump up the volume. Yeah, it does contain graphic language. La 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 la. Yep.
It's exactly what it sounds like to be in her head.
I need to leave my phone. I need to go home. I need to talk to somebody. I need my phone.
Cece,
Don't touch me!
what is going on? Like, are you gonna get this mad at me when I'm apologizing to you?
No, Christian.
Like, you're thinking I'm doing it on
Drop your
I'm not-
drop your high pitch.
Okay, I'm not doing it on purpose.
You
She's
talk so
nuts.
You know damn well the right thing to do is to tell me.
Yes, and I am so sorry.
So shut up and let me f***ing slap you, dumbass.
No, you're not gonna slap me.
Give me my phone.
You have
Oh, and by the way, the background for this is
Oh my
she said
God.
he went out on a bicycle ride, and
Mm-hmm.
as he was on his bicycle ride, he serendipitously passed one of her friends who she was live chatting with, FaceTiming with at that exact moment. And he said hi to her and kept riding. And when he got back, he didn't immediately report to her that he had said hello to another woman.
Oh God.
Oh,
And
gross.
that's what this is all about. He didn't tell her that he talked to another woman, and she busted him because she happened to be FaceTiming with that woman at that exact time. That's
Dude
what
put his dick
started
in
this,
crazy.
apparently. Yeah.
Yep.
your phone.
I don't have it anymore.
What
Find it and f***ing charge it.
What?
You find that
Fucking
phone and
charge
charge
it.
it.
I'm sorry.
I don't care. Find it and charge it.
Okay,
She sounds like a
Don't-
demon.
man.
Yeah, man. Oh, man.
Because I'm telling you, I'm
Give
sorry.
me my heart. Find my f***ing phone and charge it.
I don't know where your phone is.
Find it.
Can you help me find it?
I want.
So why?
Find
Why are you screaming, man? Not man, but
it.
why?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Not
man.
man.
Yeah, man.
I'm a
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
or what? Like,
Yeah, come on, man up. Shut the f up.
There she is hitting him.
Well, guys, this is why you don't do drugs.
I need to find it because I have to go meet her again.
to go out?
No.
You said she invited you.
Kristen,
Holy
just phone
shit.
my goddamn
I
phone.
don't have your phone. Can you just?
Just phone my phone.
Cece, can you just please?
Shut up.
Please.
Shut up. You went to go f***ing talk to her without talking.
I didn't go.
Yes, you did.
You can hear her slapping him.
You asshole.
Courtney, I was
He
on.
literally told me about it. Now he's like, yeah.
What are you
You
doing?
are such.
I didn't go to talk to
You are
Aura.
not gonna-
I was going on a bike ride. Like, what the?
Get off of me.
I need to go to talk
Whoa.
to Aura. This is gonna make you act like this?
You literally talked to her without telling me.
Courtney, I was on a
Oh
bike
my
ride and she
God.
passed me and I said, hi, you and Courtney are having a live chat. My bad, I forgot to tell you that. That doesn't make you to act and call me a
You're.
Yes, yes, thank you. Coming from Courtney, thank you.
I want you to get away from me. Get away from me.
And there you have just a brief snippet of their conversation they were having that particular night.
Yeah, that's just one conversation there. As somebody in chat pointed out, It's not drugs. That's a princess that was raised as a daddy's girl and was never told no. I mean, I think she's high too, guys. Let's be real. Like, she's also somebody who's clearly using substances and does not have any control of her emotions.
And she
no
needs
impulse.
Jesus.
Yeah, no impulse control. She does need Jesus. But I think
multiple
that
deities are
Chad
needed
is
for this
right.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't, you know, this is why you don't have a relationship with crazy women. Just don't do it.
And I mean, she's doing OnlyFans, and her dad's like, okay, I'll be your accountant.
Yeah, exactly.
So Hayden, that was your first time hearing this. What's your initial reaction to that?
She legitimately sounded like some people that I've heard in a mental ward having a breakdown.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like it is that level of crazy. And that is what this poor bastard was dealing with before she turned him into a pincushion.
Yeah, and
Bloody hell.
apparently there's several of these recordings that he's made. So, all right, that's what
Dude
they're
should've got
talking
out.
about.
Honestly,
Yeah.
as soon as he made the first audio, he should have known that it was time to get the hell out.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a beta, though.
Yep.
I mean, this is exactly Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. That was the one thing I was most shocked about coming out of the Johnny Depp trial, was realizing that Johnny Depp is a full-on beta.
Yes. And did you see too the text messages that he sent to her? He wrote her this long text message where he was like, baby, I love you so much. You know, even after you almost cut my face or something. I'm reading this shit going, oh my God. You know, you are a victim of abuse and you're enabling this psychotic woman. And you say that you love her. You know, if you loved her, really, you tell her to get some help.
And I mean, dudes, if you are in a relationship where you just have to apologize just so your woman doesn't attack you, slap you, freak out, kill herself, kill you, that's not a good. I mean, that is beta shit there. You know, it's just you're subservient, you're pussy whipped or whatever. And you'll do anything to make her not leave you.
Yeah, that is embarrassing. It's humiliating for any man. I mean, men are supposed to be the leaders. Women obviously need spiritual guidance from men. And this was an inversion of that, which is obviously why it doesn't work. The man is supposed to help the woman tame her emotions a bit, you know, and provide guidance. But she was not taking any direction from this man, and he was not making any attempt to guide her properly, you know, like a real man should.
How the fuck do you guide that, though? Like,
well,
really?
That's fair.
Let's be fair.
And that's why I pulled the ripcord on my first marriage. I was him. I was that guy. Anytime my ex would get upset, I'd be like, okay, because I don't like to fucking argue. Arguing is a waste of oxygen. You get over it or not, resolve it or don't. But back then, it was okay. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Whatever. All right. You know, I apologize. I won't do it again. And I was that way. And it took me until I was 42 years old to realize that I have value and I don't deserve to be treated like that. Now in the same situation, it's just, all right, you know, fuck off.
Yeah. Well, and she should be, you know, she should defer to the man's authority. You know, that's my opinion, guys. Maybe I'm a traditional Christian woman, but I think that, you know, the way that God created us is that man is supposed to be the head of the household and the spiritual head of the family, and that the woman is supposed to defer to male authority. That doesn't mean that a man is always right or that you don't get to have an opinion. You can talk to him. But at the end of the day, he should make the decisions because that's a man's job. A man has to have a purpose and goals. And, you know, somebody commented here about, well, she was a model and she was making the money. And I wonder if that was part of it, that he was economically dependent on her. And so there's this power imbalance between the two of them. I don't know. But he
was a crypto trader. And she specifically stated when she was having an affair with Mr. Olympia that she hunts rich black men. So apparently he had money.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know why anyone would put up with that then.
Ex-
Maybe it
A
is that
lawyer
you
who
just
hates to
don't
argue.
see, you have
Weird.
no self-respect and dignity, and you don't think you have value, so you think that you deserve to be treated that way by somebody. I don't know what man would allow a woman to talk to him like that other than a man with zero self-respect or somebody
Exactly.
that likes to be dominated and abused. There are some men that have that fetish, guys. They like a woman to dominate them. And
Well, he didn't seem
sometimes it's
happy
the
about it.
men that like have a lot of control in their job, and then they come home and they want to be dominated by a woman. It's weird.
Yeah, but look, there's a difference between once or twice a month having to put on some leather and getting out some whips and chains to being treated like an absolute piece of shit and getting
Yeah.
screamed at like she's possessed. I mean, this is
And see, that was me. I get him. It was a low self-esteem thing. I had zero self-esteem until I was 42 years old.
Yeah,
I mean,
always
that-
be willing to walk away, guys.
Yeah,
Always.
that was the
And a-
best thing I ever did.
And a woman
When I
should
pulled
know
the
that
ripcord,
too. A woman
the
should know
first
that
2
you have
weeks, go ahead.
options and you're always willing to walk away to keep her in check so she doesn't treat you like a doormat.
Yeah, no, and I
Here's
mean,
the
just
thing.
recently, I
My-
had
my no-
someone say you're dead to me, and I went, fuck it, okay, I'm dead to you. Never fucking talk to me again. If that's
There you go.
if that's your passive aggressive way of arguing, if you say you're dead to me, then fucking treat me like I'm dead and don't ever bother me again.
my
I
number
didn't
one rule
have
has
that
always
ability.
been.
Yeah, go ahead.
My number one rule has always been you need to look after yourself first, because if you do not do that, you cannot look after someone else in a relationship.
Well, exactly, and I mean that's that's even if you want to get all religious and biblical. That's the commandment: love your neighbor as
Yeah.
yourself. You have to love yourself
Well,
first before you can love someone else. You have to
and
take care of
people-
yourself before you can take care of someone else.
People are misunderstanding what I'm saying. Lowland says, so Christina thinks that a man can talk to a woman like that. At no point did I say that. I didn't say it's okay for anybody to talk to anybody like that. But I said that if I don't know any man that would allow a woman to scream at him like that, to slap him like that, and stay and put up with it. And that's
No man should
both
allow that, and no
sides.
woman should.
A
Allow
woman should, or a man
No.
should treat a woman with dignity and respect. He should be willing to put his life on the line to protect her.
that. Exactly.
Y'all are just exposing your biases here by trying to put words in my mouth because you don't like my traditional opinions. I never said it's okay for a man to be abusive to a woman. What I said is that he should have the ultimate authority and say so in their relationship. You know, a man should have his role and a woman should have her role. And they're
Oh, I mean,
different. Men and women are different. Women are good at other things. Women are nurturing, they're caring, they're caretakers. Men are goal and action driven. I mean, it's just, that's how it is, guys. That's my
You can't
opinion.
have two decision makers in a relationship. I mean, you can have two people that make decisions that have ultimate decision making authority about different things, but you can't have two alphas in a relationship. In nature, those two alphas will kill each other. You can't have two alpha males in a pack of lions. You can't have, I mean, it just doesn't work because they will kill each other.
Exactly. That's right.
And before we get too far afield, we got some super chats here. 200 Watt Studio says, I'll date her, but I'll need to move her hands and put a Lecter mask on her. She's probably horizontally excellent.
I
Okay,
don't
if you
know
have
that I'd
to-
risk it.
If you have to, not as a kink option, but if you have to bind someone's hand and put a Hannibal Lecter mask on them, you ought not be getting horizontal with them. Just saying. Mr.
God
Upper
forbid you
Torso,
get
we
it
need
pregnant.
F. Lee Bailey to question her history of using the N-word. F. Lee Bailey, yeah, we need to get him. He would tear her apart, but he's a defense lawyer, so he'd be on her side. Well, he's dead now. If he were still alive. Let's talk about prepping. Hey, what's up, brother? I've seen plenty of sober women act like this. Let's not blame drugs or insanity. This is common enough issue. I date these women. I see it. Well, don't date these women, Prep. But when you see it, leave. Don't think it's going to get better. Women never, ever, ever say he's a good guy, and then say, but I think I can change him. You won't. You're dating him because he's the dangerous guy. He's the dangerous boy. You like that. So don't fucking expect him to change. And men, same thing. You,
No,
you
no,
don't
no.
expect that woman to change. You have no right to ask someone to change how they are. You just have the right
That's
to deal
right.
with it or leave.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
the general rule is that women will go after a guy expecting that he will change and he won't. A guy will go after a woman expecting she won't change, but she fucking will.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with that. And Outpost Nerd says a lawyer hates to argue. Weird. Oh, I hate to argue, but you pay me $450 an hour. I'll argue all you want. Berserker, has anyone else noticed that Stabra Cadabra went from hot chick to looking like beat up Ronda Rousey?
Oh my gosh.
See, I don't know. This would take a woman's eye, but she looks like she's had like a lot of Botox, but now she can't use the
Yes.
makeup for the contouring.
Oh, yes,
So she
yes.
just looks kind of bloated.
Yeah, there I saw one picture of her. I think this was taken after she was arrested where she looks very we'll just say different. Here actually, let me see if I can share my screen here.
All right. And while you're doing that, this is Joseph D. Martinez says, not a bond hearing. It's a self-defense immunity bond. That's what we were talking about with the Arthur
Like-
hearing. If she proves self-defense, she walks. Well, she doesn't walk. She's granted bail. If not, they deal with the bond. Yes. It's hi from WPB. All right. So go ahead. There we are.
Okay, so look at this picture of her. If you look at it closely, she does not look that attractive. You can see that she's got the eyelash extensions and stuff, and she kind of looks like, you can see that she's a drug
Oh, wait,
user.
we're supposed to be looking at her eyes?
Yeah, and I don't know how well you can see her face, but you can see kind of like, I don't know if it's acne or something, but this is sort of like what she looks like without all the makeup on. So
Like
if you
the
look
meth
at this
marks.
picture of her and then look down here at this one, these women look very different. Like this is
Yeah.
what
And
a
this is
woman
why I
can
hate
do
makeup.
with makeup and hair extensions, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Magic.
Exactly. And you can kind of see there that like she obviously is somebody that was a drug user.
I just hate waking up next to someone who looks nothing like the person I went to sleep with the night before.
Yeah, but half the time that's your fault for how drunk you got.
Oof.
I'm remarkably lucid. I've never ever blacked out. I'm like the guy that everybody calls and goes, "What did I do last night? Did I make any mistakes?" I'm like, "Nah, you're good." I wish I could forget half the shit I did, but I don't. That's the problem. Mr. Terrible says, "You bash hero cop Furman, but you cool with Clenny dropping N-word and killing a brother." I'm not cool with her. I'm the one saying she's guilty. You didn't label her racist. Hashtag woke. I see. It's the hate crime thing. Hate crimes aren't real. Literally every crime is a hate crime. You don't commit a crime against someone because you really like them. Every crime is a hate crime. Michelle Cavernous, she has no fake lashes, no hair extensions, no Botox, no fake tan, no makeup.
No.
Remember, I said she looks like Ronda Rousey. Now, yeah. That's a good one. All right, well, we've kind of had our little 20-minute interlude here. Let's jump out. Let's jump back into the last little bit here.
I'm gonna
And my
hop
last-
out, guys. I
You're gonna
gotta
leave
go
us?
get ready for the day. Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right.
But I had fun hanging out here. Sorry for triggering the chat. You know, I just don't believe in equality between men and women. I think men are good at certain things, women are good at other things, but they're not the same. They're not equal. We see that when, you know, we have men and women's sports. You know,
Yep.
there are differences, biological differences between men and women. That doesn't make one better or more relevant than the other. There's just one's good at some things, the other is good at other things, you know, and I like to follow what the Bible says, that a wife should submit to her husband, knowing he has her best interest at heart, though, right? I think that makes sense. Because she knows he loves her and he's looking out for her and he's trying to do what's best for her. That's all I was saying, guys. I'm not saying a man should control a woman or like boss her around or telling her what to do. But I think that a woman should have respect for her man and choose a right man. Choose the man that will treat you that way and that will care about you and put his life on the line for you. You know, the way that Christ treats the church, like his bride. Anyways, that's all I was saying. All right, guys, I'll talk to you
Wait,
guys
before
later.
you go,
Yeah.
you have to read. You have to read one of our one of our chats here.
Okay.
Thank you, Christina.
All
Great to
right.
have you here. Come back soon.
I will. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Adios.
That's how she signs off all of her shows, with a nice high-pitched re. All right. Shall we jump back into it?
Please. She jumped
I
out
only
before I
wear
was going
mascara
to, so
because
let's
my
hurry up.
eyelashes are red. But other than that, I
Wow.
don't do makeup. Just let my freckles loose and visible. Got a thing for redheads and freckles. It's the Irish in me.
There you go. I was going to say red. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Sigh. Anywho, let's jump back into this and hear where this insanity is going. Make sure I've got all the super chats out of the way. Yep. And just Renovatio saying, Jeff, that thing on your head is a hat crime. Solid.
And
Solid
Twisted Bunny
take.
says, now that the women folk have left, us guys can really talk. Yeah, good luck.
Hey, I agree. I agree with her. The man should be the decision maker. But as she said, it's a respect based.
I don't know.
It's a respect based thing. You know, the guy has no right to be abusive, and you have no duty to follow the demands of an abusive person. But anywho, that's just me. Let's get going. Don't want to start any Broncafera drama. Let's go.
Fuck you, Jeff.
Oh wait, what?
Never mind.
You made me stop, so say it.
I just said fuck you. You didn't want drama. I'm starting drama.
Oh, okay. All right. Nancy Pelosi or Stabzilla? Oh, Stabzilla. Unless you like have a waddle fetish and you want to like just kind of make love to the folds of Nancy Pelosi's neck.
Oh.
Shake like a bulldog.
Oh, good God.
Moving right along.
Thank you.
Cat Johnson, ginger here with freckles. Awesome. Let's bring up the video. How about that?
Fuck everyone. Let's throw some chairs. Oh, shit.
Which is consistent, again, with what happened on April 3rd, where she says to the detective, he was charging at me, running at me, coming at me. I could see the whites of his eyes. Not an isolated incident of abuse by
Could see the whites of his eyes. This is the Revolutionary War.
Judge, you recall the end of that video?
That was like the American Revolutionary War. That was a very famous speech. Like, don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes. Yeah.
Characterization, misleading by the state in this case. This is the video of the officer in Las Vegas where Courtney gets arrested for domestic abuse by throwing a glass towards Mr. Monselli. That she admitted to the officer.
Towards, at,
potato.
potato.
Is at the beginning of the body worn camera is that this security officer tells him, hey, my people went upstairs and there's clumps of hair on the floor. There was a struggle. And again, Courtney protected.
The prosecution
if she's
said
shrieking and screaming like that, though, there's nothing to say she didn't pull that out herself.
The prosecution said those clumps of hair were extensions.
Well, you can, I'll supplement my report, but you're going to jail. That's what happened. Courtney was abused that day by Monselli. The video, I'm sure Your Honor saw it, the condition of Mr. Monselli on that video in the morning. And you could see how Courtney's interaction was with the detective.
Nah, Courtney's going down. Courtney's going down.
While she's calling security, she's basically saying like, "Get your hands off me." We get up there, they both at one point commit to physical altercation.
You think you'd take the retainer if she walked through the door?
I didn't hear you.
Never mind.
Oh, careful. Careful, right? The guy is saying that didn't happen.
Let's not argue about who killed who.
I just walked by and he's like throwing up.
Good Monty Python blast there.
Again, that officer says both people admitted to getting physical
Let's get
Courtney ends up
physical.
going to jail for that.
Physical.
This is the
Let's
end of the
get
video.
into
I'm not
physical.
telling
Let
you
me hear
everything.
your body talk.
Again, protecting her abuser so that he doesn't get in trouble.
Protecting her abuser or telling the fucking truth?
The text messages, the state has tried to make a case about what these text messages show. Again, these are text messages. They're
Hey,
lacking
they
in
paused on
context,
another
they're lacking
bikini
in
shot of
tone,
her.
They're lacking in expression. If this is the state's case, it definitely doesn't meet the standard of proof, evidence, presumption. Great. Nor does it
Standard
play.
poop heaven presumption.
Again,
Great
what's
subtitles.
important about these text messages are, after there's some discussion about some incidents, what always happens is Courtney says to
Knife came from
"Go ahead
someone
and
on the
tell me what
grassy
happened,
knoll."
because then I will say what really happened. I'm not afraid. She was not afraid to say what would happen if he called the police. And those are what these text messages show. Clearly, Judge, we're not denying this was a toxic relationship. Mr. Clenny knew it. Miss Clenny knew it. Everybody knew it except for Courtney and Mr. himself. He says, I'm not saying anything because tell them your side and I'll tell them what happened. And he never says anything because he's afraid of the truth, because the truth would hurt.
Pinochet's helicopter tour says white to their eyes
The
was
state
Korea
tries to
first
say
bayonet
that
charge.
Courtney is
It was
acting- I
also
think
the
what
Battle
state's
of
trying to
Bunker
prove by
Hill.
some of the text
Colonel
messages,
William
like,
Prescott
she's acting in
gave the
ill will,
order, don't fire until you
by
see
her
the whites of their
use of
eyes.
certain things.
That
Again,
was
these are
on
text
17
messages
June
without
1775,
context.
as a matter of fact.
She
Because they were
mentions,
low
too,
on
without
powder,
getting into
and
details,
they had to
but
reserve
in her
their
interview, I know
they had to
you're
reserve the
at it,
powder for
she
the.
talks about
It was
Christian
like basically the
holding a
Revolutionary
knife
War
to himself in
equivalent
the
of one
bathroom.
shot, one
He
kill.
committing self-harm.
Do we know what name she went under on OnlyFans? Asking for a friend.
Courtney Taylor.
Thank you.
Don't worry, it's been deleted. You can't find it. Don't search.
We know, again, the nature of the relationship. It's described by Courtney, and in the context of this, we know that Courtney, when she describes this attack, clearly had no other choice but to defend herself. She talks
Clearly,
about
no
the
other
whites of his
choice.
eyes, and her level of fear.
You can see some the whites of someone's eyes from miles, well, not miles, but lots of feet away, and they're in a house.
Fucking cleavage cam.
Yep. Chat notices the mole. There's a strategically placed mole.
There is a mole.
Always. No, Pinochet's helicopter tours. We read it, and I said that I didn't understand. I'm not familiar with any of the things you mentioned in that chat, so I'm going to research it. You just missed us reading it.
If he's choking and he's angry enough, you might like this is different.
Because this is the only angle they have.
He might go slow. So I'm gonna start.
Well, I mean, come on, you can't expect the cops to be that well funded.
I have no intention of using it. I was all I want, and he's coming, I'd like to
Wait, this is a different person. This isn't the person we just saw in that video.
I mean, how long's she been in custody for?
Now, what's
Since
important
August,
here
I
is
think.
the state
Ish.
Oh, is that it?
talks
August.
about, I flung
Yeah,
it.
she was in rehab in
You know,
Hawaii for a while.
The detective
Oh,
in this
okay.
case
Yeah.
couldn't remember a lot of things. Your Honor can evaluate.
When does the
testimony,
washing
but
machine
what's
return
important,
repairman show up?
especially in this type of case, would be, hey, you know what? Let's talk about how you flung that knife. Did you throw it? Did you wind up? He never goes to have her describe them. Really fails to have her go through, because that would have been something that probably should have been done. Show me again, how'd you throw the knife? He goes through the statement with her 3 times and never goes and does follow-up. But again, Your Honor has.
She's
gone
going full
through the
Amber
whole
Heard.
statement. It is not inconsistent. The detective even said, I asked a couple of times.
See, if someone says, how did she throw the knife? I would think either by the blade or by the handle, flick of the wrist, send it rotating. I don't know if I would ask, how did you throw that again? Expecting that they would say they javelined the
When
knife
she
at her.
says, he asked her if this is justified, which obviously is a legal conclusion, but at the end, which the state again leaves out, is when she says.
Pretty much. You're right. Nothing serious. Neck tattoos, also a legendary red flag.
Judge, the evidence that the state's own evidence provided to the defense discovery casts doubt in substantial respects as to, number one, proof evidence presumption great, substantial likelihood, proof beyond a reasonable doubt clearly. The state's case, and it's the state versus Perry.
Plot twist, she owns throwing axe place.
Judge to put forth sufficient evidence for second-degree murder. Again, the Seymour versus State case, 132 Southern 3rd, 300. Very, the language in there is very. Facts would support something other than.
Scan her neck for the link to her OnlyFans.
Charge then the proof is not evident presumption great. Judge, that's exactly what we have here.
That's
Again,
funny.
even if this is not a case of self-defense.
QR
although
code
it is,
tattooed right there.
The case law is
Wait,
clear.
did you just hear that?
What was that?
Even if this wasn't a case of self-defense, which it is, why would you say that? The hell?
He's not thinking straight.
Again,
All
even
the
if
bullshit that he's had to spew out of his mouth,
this
he's
is
not
a case of
thinking about
self-defense, although
what you
it
do and
is,
don't say in the middle of a trial.
The case law is clear. Extreme recklessness or an impulsive overreaction to an attack or injury is in itself insufficient to support a second-degree murder conviction. That's what we have here. There's no clearly under the case law, there's no proof evident presumption great. An impulsive overreaction to an attack. Let's say this wasn't self-defense. Let's say she shouldn't have thrown the knife. An overreaction to Munselli's impending attack, finishing off what he started earlier by choking her. An impulsive overreaction to an attack or injury is insufficient to prove what's an essential element of second-degree murder. It's insufficient to prove ill will, hatred, or spite. And it is well supported by case law by all the district courts in the state. Again, even if her conduct is reckless, let's assume again she wasn't defending her life that night, which she was. Extreme reckless behavior in itself is not enough to infer malice. Again, no ill will.
No, but how about the fact that it can be seen as premeditated? It's only got to be a few cold, calculated decisions.
Second-degree murder in this case. Again, even if we're talking about a jury, which that would only be beyond a reasonable doubt standard, and they were to reject this self-defense, and again, impulsive overreaction to such an attack does not warrant a conviction for manslaughter. Warrants a conviction for manslaughter, not second-degree murder. And I believe this was that was an appellate decision that overturned the conviction and directed the trial court to enter a guilty verdict to manslaughter.
Now, why can we hear these two people whispering, but we can't hear the judge nearly yelling at people? This courtroom needs to sort itself out.
Is it just me, or does it look like the bailiff on the right-hand side is sitting there smiling at somebody?
This dude?
Yeah.
Let's follow his line of sight. Okay. Let's get back to the trial.
manslaughter, reducing the charge. Judge, there was a lot to do yesterday, and I know the court asked for some clarification about the timing of these phone calls.
Yeah, but the mic on the witness
The
stand
defense
is
went
literally
back to
between
these last
behind
night
those
and
two
dissected
whisperers.
Cell phone records in great detail, in combination with the reports that we supplemented, Your Honor, today. Now, this is very, very important, Judge.
Oh, this is very, very important. There's a smiley face on the camera. There's an ancient emoticon on the screen. It's very important.
See the cutout section, okay, from the
Things you
state's
can't
own,
unsee.
records, cell phone records from Courtney's phone.
Extreme close-up of the face.
Are the two phone calls at the top to Mom, which, by the way, in Mom's statement to the detective, I'll get to that in a minute.
Oh God, make it go away. I can't
These are
not
the
see
first two
that.
phone calls. This is the time of those phone calls. Okay? The first call
Just claim a stroke. It's okay. They're not in Georgia.
is at 4:43 p.m. That
Did
call
you see that
lasts
video? The judge
393
got holding the
seconds,
guy in
30
contempt when he had a
minutes,
stroke.
6 minutes, 30
No.
seconds. If you add that to the call
The,
start time,
the judge
that
must have
brings
had
it to
some sort of beef with him
4:49.
previously,
That's
but
Miami time.
he had a stroke on the Saturday, had a murder charge hearing on the Monday,
What do we know? The second
and because he
phone
didn't
call
show up, she held him in
starts at
contempt and filed a
4:49.
grievance with
So
the
that's a
bar.
hang up and a redial
Wow.
immediately.
Yeah.
So there are two phone calls, which, by the way, was plenty
Compassionate.
told that to the lead.
Please make that redaction go away.
So we have those two phone calls. Now we know that.
I can't not
Verizon
see a
pad is not
face.
Add that 430 seconds.
Verizon is not
Second
amused.
phone call. That brings us to at least 4:56, possibly 4:57, because it only has a start time in minutes. So we don't know the seconds. So for example, this start time of 20:43, which is at 4:43, could have been 20:43.
Chat, you guys make me laugh so
there
hard.
is some type of gap here that we don't know. But what we do know, when you add the amount of seconds, you get to simultaneous consecutive phone calls being placed by Courtney to her mother. Now, what we know is, based on the report by
Great
the
movie,
staff,
War
at one
Games.
At approximately 4:50
What?
p.m. this
Saw.
security,
Do you want to play a game?
Durant, the front desk personnel,
I think it was "Would you like to play a
calls
game?" is what
security,
the quote
who's
was.
Miss,
Yes.
Miss
We're talking very different movies.
who writes this
But this was
report.
War
Mr.
Games with
Durant
Matthew
called
Broderick.
The police at 4:44.
Yes, and I'm talking about the horror movie Saw, where the guy traps him in a bathroom.
Oh yeah,
Danny, another person that works there, went up to
That
the
was-
unit. They knocked several times. No one answers the door. But
There
we
you go.
could hear them yelling and screaming at each other.
Minecraft did not authorize the use of their graphics.
At 4:50. And however long it took them to get upstairs, Mr. Olenselli still arguing with Courtney. Then we have,
Verizon backs the defendant. Oh god.
Miss Orville state, but we could hear them yelling and screaming at each other. I then dispatched the front desk to call the unit. She gets on the radio, calls the front desk and says, hey, call the unit. Call the
yeah,
occupancy
that's right.
department.
Shall we play a game? You guys
So
are
we
correct.
now know at
Oh yeah,
that phone call.
I'm
when
sorry,
we know
Dave.
Courtney's on the phone with her mother.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
786-472-8232, no answer. Calls Courtney's phone at 20:53, which is 4:53. These calls were not answered. So we know that at 4:53, okay,
Vince Clotho. Saggy.
so what we know, Judge, at
She's thick.
4:53 is when that call to the front desk is made by security who's standing outside the door. So
What are they
we do
talking
know
about? I'm
at
just fixating on
4:53
faces
p.m.,
and
they're
old
still
ASCII emojis. Oh geez.
Oh fuck no.
So at 4:58 p.m.,
Exactly, Digger.
they both.
I'm sorry,
decided to
Dave.
go back
I'm
to the
afraid
unit,
I can't
which
do
Courtney
that.
Clenny finally opened the door. I'll just let you guys talk.
We
You let
can't
me know
hear
when
either.
You guys are done.
Oh,
Thank you.
Whoa.
oh, he's being a little bitch.
3 p.m.
He's actually getting after the whisperers, not the ones from The Walking Dead, like the whisperers in the courtroom. He's actually getting. I'm just gonna be a bitch. I'm not gonna talk until you're done. That's Mr. Passive Aggressive guy here. We haven't been
Damn
listening
straight.
to a fucking thing you've said for the last 10 minutes because of your stupid fucking redactions up there on the screen. I, honest to Christ, have no idea what he's been talking about for the last 10 minutes. I'm the worst lawyer ever.
To be fair,
paying
I've been
zero-
paying attention either, but this is your channel, not mine. So, yes.
I'm paying zero
Something
attention to
about
what he's
telephone
saying. and
calls.
Just, yeah. Yes.
What I don't understand is he was going on about how these telephone calls don't have the seconds attached to them.
Yeah.
Is that a normal thing in the US? I mean, generally here, if I subpoena telephone records, it's going to have the exact time that the call goes through to the second.
Yeah, it should. I can't imagine why it wouldn't.
According to him, Verizon doesn't keep track of that. At least not as well as they should.
Who knows? Chad is better than the lawyer's argument. No, seriously, it's like just at this point, I mean, God, we've still got an hour to go. No, God, we've got an hour and a half to go. Oh, fuck me.
Oh, fuck. I'm going to have to pull a ripcord at some stage.
No! Yeah, this is just so, again. Well, as Dragon Cook says, it's the only thing I'm seeing. I don't care what he says. I just see this gigantic old ASCII emoticon face staring at me. Oh, God. All right. So now he's getting pissy because people are talking in the courtroom when he's just fucking around and wasting everybody's time. Let's listen to him have a little bitch fit here again.
They're still arguing. So at 4:58 p.m., they both decided to go back to the unit in which Courtney Clenney finally opened the door. I'll just let you guys talk. You let me know when you guys are done.
You passive aggressive dick.
Yeah.
At 4:58, they go back up to the unit. And what do we
Aussie
know?
invites her Statler and
Based on
Waldorf
phone
for the
call
courtroom.
911, At 4:57, Courtney called 911. So
For those of you uneducated, those are the two old guys on the Muppet Show that sit in the
that
box
Courtney
seats.
called 911 immediately after the incident.
But at least we can afford the box seats.
With
Yeah.
certainty.
Have you already done a smasher pass on Stabalina? Well, Stabarella, like OnlyFans Day, yes. Not if I didn't know what she was doing, but now no.
And 4:57 p.m. when she called 911. The state tries to insinuate that this occurred during the first call to Courtney's mother, and that she let him bleed out. And that's contrary to the state's own evidence, Judge. There's a 3-minute window here, or 4-minute window here at best. At best, in the light most favorable to the state. And it's irresponsible to say otherwise.
The Statler brothers were a gospel country group, not the guy.
When we knock on the door, nobody answered the door. We didn't hear nothing. So they were talking. Once we were knocking at the door, they stopped. They stopped. We don't hear nothing. They were talking. They were like cursing, like verbal talking. So I said, okay.
So that is the verbal statement that corroborates her written report that she made to the lead detective in this case, talking about when things occurred and that she could hear them arguing. And then when the knock came, they stopped. And that's when she called the front desk, dispatched the front desk to make those calls, which show up on the phone records.
Yeah, once we're knocking at the doors, everyone's talking. No one wants to be like everything was fine. And then I said, Danny, so he's like, you have to open the door. Okay. We went and checked on the next door at 22. This is 2201 happened. So we went on the 2202 to
Yeah, he did.
question. So I'm like, can you I radio called the front desk to call 2202 to ask them question. So he told me that I was fine. So I'm like, okay, Danny, this time let's go back to the unit at the time paramedic is on the way. So let's just go back to the unit to make sure they're all right. So when we were going back, that's when she walked to me, the lady or white lady. She walked to me fully with
Share, beep, share it, them.
And then I'm like, what happened? What happened? Everything's up.
So when they go up to the apartment again at 4:58, Courtney comes out, having already called 911 at 4:57, comes out seeking the assistance of security, screaming, covered in blood, begging for help, like she did on the 911 phone call. Again, eliminates ill will, hatred, malice, which the state has to prove for second-degree murder under any standard.
No, there are no jurors for this. This is just the judge
She told me that she
hearing
was
this
on the
and
phone
deciding
with you
whether
when,
to let her out on
part of
bond.
this incident was going down.
No, Flux.
So
No.
around what
Can't
time
go
was it
back.
that you guys were on the phone?
You know what, I looked on my records a little bit ago, so let me look back and see exactly what time that was. Let's see. Okay, it looks like she called me at first at 3:43 and we talked till about, two different phone calls, talked till about 3:56. That's what it looks like, but I'm not 100% sure.
Again, Judge, the state tries to tell you that Miss Clenny is lying to protect her daughter about the one phone call, didn't say anything about two. She tells the detective two phone calls, and she gives the exact start time and the exact end time that corresponds exactly to the phone records we have. There's nothing untruthful or deceptive by Deborah Clenny in this case. She again describes what she heard. Again, talking about the detective in this case, he never followed up with her about telling her what else did you hear?
I heard her say, you lied, just get out, just go away. I'd actually been out there for 6 days trying to get rid of it. I got the.
You lied what?
She was saying you were lying, and he was saying I'm not lying, but I really don't know what the whole thing was about. I didn't know he was there. I thought he was gone.
Again, she describes what she heard during the calls, and the detective, after I arrived at the Homicide Bureau, doesn't follow up even after the Clennys offered to make additional statements.
So, in the argument that you overheard today on the phone, how was he? Did he sound aggressive, or was it just like a regular, like normal volume voice? Or?
He was screaming at her.
Yeah.
Because I told her to tell him to stop screaming.
Yeah.
And so no, he was screaming at her, and she was not in the lane, but he was screaming. I couldn't hear what he was saying. I could hear her talking over good. And then the next thing I know, she's called, crying, yelling for her to get out. I don't know how yet. She didn't tell me that part. Okay. She yelled her to get out. She yelled me like, and he was yelling at her back, and actually he was screaming because I thought that, security, I didn't think police, security was going to get called from the yelling. And the dogs were barking as they do when Christian started.
So we do know that Ms. Clenny did describe what was occurring to the detective. And again, he got interrupted by my arrival at the Homicide Bureau. But what we also know is that during the course of the conversation with Ms. Clenny, you can hear Mr. Clenny in the background. The state made a whole to-do about, he was on the phone and he wouldn't have wanted him on the phone. No, at no time does the detective say, you know what, Ms. Clenny, I need to talk to you privately, so could you have your husband get off the line? You could hear Courtney's dad in the background while Detective Briseño's interviewing her. And then when he goes down to get me at the Homicide Bureau, you can hear Mr. Clenny, Miss Clenny, talking the entire time. And Detective Jerez is in the room listening to them, recording their conversation. So she knows that Mr. Clenny's present. Mr. Clenny tells the detective, the attorney's there. He's like, I'm happy to answer your questions, but the attorney's there if he says so. And then Kim Clenny says, and we're happy to visit with you if you want. So the state's saying that this is some kind of them not being forthright and disclosing everything that they know at the time is just disingenuous.
Nope, I was just reading some texts, seeing if Danny On was available or if Flux was finished with work. I was trolling and casting out my net for other guests.
Again, what I said earlier.
No, I'm not
you can hear
asleep.
the
I'm
clock.
talking to Danny On.
So pretty much just to catch up, Mr. What's your name? Prieto. Pretty much she called you around approximately 3:43 to like 3:56 p.m. From your calls. And pretty much you overheard him and her talking. You lied, and he was arguing back. I'm not lying.
Actually, the main thing she was saying was get out, please, go away. That was actually, she did say he lied, but the main thing she was really trying to say is get out, go away.
Yeah.
And he would not leave.
Does anyone other than Kay really believe in spamming the chat repeatedly with the same message?
Here is,
Let me know.
obviously, Mr. Clenny gets on the call.
Love you,
and
Kay.
starts talking. And when Your Honor listens to the statement in its entirety, Detective Briseno never goes back to asking more follow-ups. At that point, he terminates the interview. And so he knew Kim Clenny was there. They knew that. And for the state to mischaracterize this evidence, again, disingenuous. Now, Judge, I said, at best, if we look at the facts of this case in the light most favorable to the state, at best, this is a manslaughter charge.
Hey, Divinity.
This is a
Welcome.
self-defense
How you
case.
doing?
She was in a struggle for her
Welcome.
life. But if that, take that out of the equation, at best, this is manslaughter, which is a bondable offense, which has a $25,000 scheduled bond actually assigned to it. To prove manslaughter, the state would have to prove Mr. Umbraselli's dead. Courtney intentionally committed an act or act that caused the death.
I think they can prove he's dead.
Throwing of the knife. Clenny intentionally procured the act that caused the death, or the death was caused by culpable negligence of Clenny. At best, in the light most favorable to the state, again, the standard for an Arthur, but even under pretrial detention, at best, this is a manslaughter case, which is a bondable offense, which is why this court should grant a bond. The Menini case is very, I think, I believe this was a habeas petition filed by Menini, that it may well be the jury could conclude that Menini acted without justification and is in fact guilty as charged. Again, that's what the court could find here, or a jury could find here, if it wasn't a case of self-defense. But on the other hand, the facts as presented to the circuit court are also susceptible of interpretations ranging from a lesser degree of murder down to excusable homicide, which is what we have here. Again, habeas petition taken up to the 2nd District, which then directed the trial court to issue a bond.
Okay, someone asked me to summarize. I searched, I couldn't find out where it went. Someone was asking for a brief summary of what was going on. I'm not a Florida lawyer. I have no idea, but Florida has these Arthur hearings, which is what this is. It's a bond hearing to decide whether or not she gets out on bond. But also, before you get to the issue of whether or not to allow someone to be released on bond, the prosecution has to sort of conduct a mini trial and prove that, to a high degree of proof, that the defendant likely is guilty of the crime charged, in this case, a 2nd-degree murder, which is because in Florida, you have a basic right to be bonded out, except for in certain specific cases like kidnapping, murder, sexual assaults, things like that. You have a right, except for those types of cases, you have the right to be let out on bail. So first you have to establish that you have enough evidence that it's likely that this person is guilty of this crime. And then if you determine that they aren't, you have to let them out on bail. And then if there is this proof, then you don't have to let them out on bail, but you can still make the argument if they're not a danger to the community and if they're likely to show up for trial. So the defense is arguing that the prosecution hasn't proven sufficiently that she's guilty of a second-degree murder. It's manslaughter at best. Manslaughter is a case where you are allowed to leave on bond, so she should be given bond. That's kind of it in a nutshell. That probably didn't make any sense because Florida doesn't make a lot of sense a lot of times. But we're doing our best here.
Judge,
That was it
will,
from
for
Rocky.
The rest of the evidence, since Ms. Puglisi addressed the second phase, kind of with Mr. Clenny, I'd let her conclude our summary of the presentation.
Judge, I didn't know if you wanted, wait, did the state even make their arguments regarding?
Also, Judge, I don't know when you want to hear from the next case attorney, but Mr. Hansfield is also here, so.
Judge, I'll wait till after they finish and then I'll make a statement.
The defense brings up this idea of no ill will, but the reality is ill will and all that case law really talks and point to the desire to injure. And that's exactly what we have here. We have this situation where defense wants to bring up this self-defense and this idea, and they bring up the mother's statement, the timeline of the 911, but there are facts that they're misleading this court. For one, when they talk about the 911, when they talk about the 911 calls and the call log in general, when they say NA means not answered, that's not actually true. Because Your Honor has a key, and that's specifically going to talk to the connection type. It has nothing to do with whether someone answered. Actually, the amount of time that shows up. So if a call goes for longer than 5 seconds, the call was answered. There's multiple calls on there that are less than that, that go up to 18 seconds. 18 seconds is going to mean that she answered that call. And so that's exactly what that is. So when defense tells you NA says not answered, that's incorrect. When we talk
When
about
the
the
lawyer,
911 call,
when they tell you is correct, what does that even mean?
Your Honor wants to take the mother's statement as true about her being on the phone until 4:56, and then Ms. Clenny calling at 4:57. What that means is she's on the phone while the stabbing occurs. What that means is she did not give that information to the detective. So she's misleading this, she is misleading the detective in whether or not the information she knows is true or not. In regards to that statement specifically, there's a number of different things that are important, Judge. And that would be that what she didn't do and what Ms. Clenny didn't do. So she tells this court, or she tells in the statement that the defendant's telling the victim to get out, that he lied, to leave and go away.
All right, it's
But-
3:30. I'm gonna have to pull the
But that would
recorder.
also
You're snoring on your
indicate
stream
is
again.
that the defendant never told her mother that she was grabbed by the neck.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like it's time for Aussie Overlord to pull the ripcord and get some sleep because it's 1:30 here in Korea, but it's 3:30 a.m. in Aussie land where Aussie is located. Thank you for being here,
Cheers,
Hayden.
guys. No,
And whatever you
anytime.
guys do, make sure you visit Aussie Overlord's site, subscribe to him, and like everything he's done. And coming up next weekend, you're going to be doing a 24-hour stream?
Yes, that is starting at 4 p.m. on Thursday, Eastern Standard Time, right through until next day on Friday.
Solid. Any particular
That'll be plenty
reason?
fun.
Just because you're free?
Mrs. has decided to take a trip up to her hometown, so I got nothing but time.
And that was what the ex-wife would always tell me is like, do you mind if I go visit my parents for the weekend? No, go ahead. Oh, you're just always happy to see me leave. So you can go out and play around with other girls and do other. I'm like, no, I'm happy you're leaving because I can watch really bad movies, sit in my underwear on the sofa, and eat a bucket of chicken without hearing shit about it.
Weird.
But I'm assuming your missus is a lot nicer than mine was.
I like to think so.
Oh, of course. All right, Hayden. Thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping me company for a little while.
Oh, good. I'll catch you later. So, yeah.
Have a good sleep. We'll see you soon. Thank you, brother. Take care.
That she was slammed on the ground. Because as a mother, the first thing you're going to do when a detective tells you what happened, what did you hear, is my daughter was being beaten up, abused. Didn't happen. Why? Because the defendant never told her mother that.
Mute your damn phone, you idiot. And by the way, everybody go over and check out Divinity Said. She's got a great little clip site. She clips, she shit stirs, she starts drama. She's our Divinity.
Through from those calls.
Well, thank you.
You have a situation where there's more than
And thank you, Tracy.
14 minutes that go by from the point in time that the defendant is on the phone with her mother, that this situation occurred, that she doesn't call 911. Not only that, but based on her own statement, she would have been on the call for this occurrence. She doesn't call 911, which is another indication that the mother is also trying to support her daughter and defend her daughter in this situation. Defense brings up, and they showed a number of photos of bruising. And their assertion is that these bruises occurred during this incident. What they didn't show you, Your Honor, were any bruises of the victim's, of the defendant's neck. Because if the defendant was held by her neck to the point that she could not breathe, that she was then put on the ground and held on the ground by her neck, there would also be bruises of that. And yet, none of those are before Your Honor.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Which
Cindy,
also now
Dark
contradicts
Power.
again the defendant's statement. And Your Honor, the testimony is clear. The medical examiner made it very apparent that unless there's some sort of information before him that this defendant is a knife-throwing expert, she would not have been able to throw this knife to where it went 3 inches into his chest, and that led to his artery being severed. So we stand here with a number of items of evidence that contradict this claim of self-defense. That and the fact of her history of showing that she is the aggressive one in this relationship. Self-proclaimed. In her own statement, she says she's the aggressive one in her relationship. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, the idea was he was choking her and then he shoved her
There's
away,
no
that kind of thing.
way that she would have been able to throw this knife and have it land into his chest to the point of the depth that it did, and with the amount of force that went through the skin. And there's no evidence that contradicts what the medical examiners come here and said before, Your Honor.
I want like some like Las Vegas magician knife thrower to be the expert witness.
Judge, at the end of the day, the defendant is caught up with her back up against the wall. She has a situation where she has acted out as she's shown consistent with the nature of the relationship. She stabbed the victim. He's dying. He's bleeding. She doesn't know what to do. She's on the phone with her mother trying to figure out what to do. And that's consistently shown that she's trying to plan and figure out what to do. Finally, she calls 911. And at that point in time, when she's brought down to the police department, the mother's text messages indicate to her and allege self-defense. And innocent people are found guilty all the time. You don't text that unless you know what happened in that room. Unless you heard what happened, unless your daughter told you he's been stabbed, that I stabbed him. That's why you bring up self-defense. She doesn't mention any of that, though, when the detective is there. And so that's the reality, is she's hoping that her daughter still has her phone so that she's going to hear that, see that, and not give the statement that you put before Your Honor. That doesn't make sense. So
The
Your Honor, we
Chewbacca
brought forward
defense,
the
it
evidence that we
doesn't
have.
make
We've shown
sense.
that she is inconsistent with her story. She's been contradicted by numerous witnesses, including her own mother, that the bruises that defense has brought to you, they don't make sense. So at this point in time, Judge, there's no other reason to know what happened in that room other than that this is the defendant acting out and consistent with what she's done in the past, that she didn't like something that Mr. Onlyfan's did. And then from the victim's mother's own words, lying, she wanted him out. And when he was trying to defend himself, to have some conversation with her, she stabbed him. So we're here, Judge, because the defendant has committed a second-degree murder. She stabbed him. The victim is dead. She's shown ill will, hatred, and spite, and as a result of her actions, it's not a justified killing. So at this point, Judge, we believe we have met our burden, not only for Arthur, but also under pretrial detention. Thank you.
Okay, so she's going to let the defense make a closing statement of sorts here. We've still got an hour and 10 minutes to go. Woohoo!
Thank you, Judge. I mean, obviously in State versus Arthur, Your Honor, once you make a decision, even if you find proof evident presumption great, the court still can grant
Prison happened to
a
her.
bond. There are various factors that Your Honor would need to look to. And specifically with respect to the Florida statute, 907.041 pretrial detention, it talks about pretrial detention and the various factors or circumstances that the court should look to. Specifically here in this case, the state is moving forward on subsection C1 that the defendant has previously violated conditions of release and that no further condition of release are reasonably likely to assure the defendant's present at subsequent proceedings. And subsection 5, which says that the defendant poses the threat of harm to the community, the court may so conclude if it finds that the defendant is presently charged with a dangerous crime, which we do concede that second-degree murder, even manslaughter, is considered
Second-degree murder is considered a dangerous crime? What?
That there is a substantial probability that the defendant committed such crime, which we disagree with, that the factual circumstances of the crime indicated disregard for the safety of the community, and that there are no conditions of release reasonably sufficient to protect the community from the risk of physical harm to persons. And that's where really this dangerousness comes into play, which is that there's no conditions of release to protect the community.
The community.
Based on 907.046, the purpose of and criteria for bail determination, there are the normal circumstances, the nature and circumstances of the offense charged, the weight of the evidence against the defendant, which obviously you heard a whole hearing and have evidence on. The defendant's family ties, length of residence in the community, employment history, financial resources, and mental condition, past and present conduct. Then it goes on to other factors like the source of funds used to post the bail, whether the defendant is already on release pending resolution of another criminal proceeding, the nature and probability of intimidation and danger to the victims, whether there's a probable cause to believe the defendant committed a new crime while on pretrial release. With respect, there's no evidence that there would be any intimidation or danger to Abu Sali's family or anything like that. And with respect to committing a new crime while on pretrial release.
Hey, Lulu Bell,
I don't
welcome.
believe there's any evidence to support that. But going specifically, Judge, to why Courtney is not a flight risk. First of all, I understand she does not have ties to this community, the South Florida community, but she does have ties to the United States, born and raised. She was raised
Just
in
ties to the
Texas.
United States?
She obviously
Oh,
as you know,
great.
is very close to her parents, who are both here today, Deborah and Kim. She has a sister. She has many aunts, uncles.
So this is where they're
cousins,
arguing she's not going to
grandparents,
run away.
and they all live in the Texas community. So she has strong ties to there. As far as aware of the pending investigation, this is really important because unlike many murder cases that we see, usually they arrest the defendant right on the date of the incident, right? In here, actually what we have is she met with the police, she gave a full statement to them, and then they released her. And she remained out on release up until her arrest while she was in a rehabilitation program in Hawaii towards the end of August.
She will
And
swim away,
it's especially
hippo
important
style.
because this happened in April, and so she remained out of custody for over 4.5 months approximately. And she was aware of that investigation. Obviously, she had an attorney. She was in constant contact with him. If she wanted to flee, Judge, she could have at any time. She knew she had an investigation for a murder charge. She already knew she had actually stabbed Mr. Abumzeli. So there was no question that if she
I'm a
felt
Cancer.
fear, she could have fled at that time. And that's where the financial status comes in. It's important. The reason we put Mr. Clenney on today was for the court to understand she did not have over $2 million. She does not have a substantial amount of money. She did. All that money has been spent. One, creating more ties to this country, right? If she was going to flee, why would she pay $335,000 to the IRS? Why would she purchase a home and pay another almost $380,000? She could have taken that cash. At this point, she has $11,000 or so in her name as far as cash goes.
That's
and
because you gave $1
she
million
could
to
have
her
already
dad.
left. She could have already spent that. Participation in a treatment program. Your Honor can consider mental health and should in this case. You know, there's no question that she needs treatment, not just for the PTSD, but
PTSD.
as you
Oh, fuck
heard,
off.
there's allegations, and I don't think it's really allegations. She had a alcohol and substance abuse problem, and that is seen in audio recordings and Las Vegas, where they said they were both drunk. She needs treatment, and she knows it. And
Yeah,
she
they were
knew
both
it
drunk.
while
Only
she
one of
was
them threw
out
shit at the other.
pending
Who
this
was that?
investigation. In fact, she went initially to a outpatient program. She realized that wasn't good enough. It wasn't helping her. She was still drinking very heavily. And so she signed up to go to an inpatient program, which she got COVID and she couldn't go to. And then
Oh,
she
for
looked
fuck's
into the
sakes.
program in Hawaii and was there for about 8 days before the marshals came to arrest her. But she knows she
Right?
needs treatment.
You can be
She
drunk and
still
not
wants
stab
that
people. I've
treatment.
done it a few times.
We have looked into it, Your Honor. We were able to provide you with a letter from Emerge. It's a
Emerge.
outpatient treatment program in Texas. She did attend that outpatient treatment program before, but they determined it was not sufficient. She needed inpatient, but they are willing to take her again. And so she would, as part of a condition of the bond, we would be saying that the judge should put, Your Honor, should put a condition.
Michelle
that she
Cavaros
does
with the
attend,
first super chat in a long
outpatient
time.
treatment
Thank you
program
so
as
much. She's been in jail. She
or as
still needs
recommended by
treatment.
the program.
Yep.
We know that this was the letter,
Apparently.
and you have this, Your Honor. It's the letter from the exclusive, which was the program
That'd be
that
sweet.
she attended in Hawaii. And what we know is that during that time while she was there, she was diagnosed with PTSD, alcohol use disorder severe, and cocaine use
Alcohol
disorder
use
severe.
disorder?
But despite all that,
Is that a
she
fucking
was making
alcoholic?
great progress
Alcohol
before
use
she was
disorder?
removed
What the
by the
fuck
US
is
Marshals.
that?
There's no question of her following rules. and
Alcohol use
regulations.
disorder?
She's done it
Fuck
before,
off.
and she will
Seriously.
continue to do so again. Obviously, I think the DUI warrant, we have to discuss it. It's probably the most important thing because Your Honor should consider whether somebody
Fucking
is
alcohol use disorder.
not somebody who can appear in court. And whether they have failed to appear in court before is something that you need to look to. And in this case, she does have a warrant out of Texas
Divinity.
for a DUI.
I think this is the very
Now,
first super chat
that
you've
is not
ever
because
given
she
me in
failed
the
to
whole
appear in
history of
honestly,
history.
What
Thank you
happened,
so
as
much,
saw
Divinity.
from the
End of
affidavit
drought.
we
Super chat now.
provided
God
from her
bless
attorney
y'all.
in Texas,
Everybody should
Mr.
go to
Anthony,
Divinity
is
Said's
that,
channel,
she actually
subscribe to
did
her,
appear
like
in
everything
court
she's
on the
ever
day
done.
she was going to
She's
take
a
the
clipper,
plea.
a shit stirrer, and a
Unfortunately,
drama starter, and
she
she takes
was
pride in it.
under the influence at that time.
Love you, Div.
And the attorney advised her that you cannot take a knowingly and voluntarily.
I have
plea
alcohol
when you're under the
use
influence.
disorder.
The judge will take you into custody. What you really need is an inpatient program. It was her decision to leave, which she did. A
Is that the
warrant was
DSM
issued.
diagnosis for
But
alcoholic?
immediately following that, Judge, she did go to find a treatment program. Throughout the entire representation of Ms. Clenney, and Mr. Anthis also represented her in 2015 for her other DUI, which are the only two cases.
That's why you should smoke
that
pipe
she has
tobacco. It's
criminal
much,
history
much
for,
cheaper
where
than
she has,
cigarettes, and it's not as dangerous.
And back then also, she maintained constant contact. One of the things the state talks about is her fleeing. They use that word in their pleadings, that she fled the jurisdiction. First of all, she did not flee Miami. She has really no ties here, right? She moved here with Abuncelli, but she has no family here. So after the incident on April 3rd, she was not going to remain here by herself. She went back to
Especially
Austin,
not with a
Texas,
murder
to be near her
investigation
family.
going
That's
on
not
about her.
fleeing. She was in contact with her attorney, who was also in contact with the state attorney's office, and they were aware that she was in Texas. She likewise did not flee the jurisdiction in Texas to go to any of these, to California or Las Vegas. There are no court orders that precluded her from traveling. The state has not provided any court orders. They just say
Spooky Spoon,
that
member for
she
1
left
month.
without order, but
Thank you
there's
so much.
no
Love you,
order
Jeff
that
and
says that
chat.
she was
I
required
love
to do
chat
so.
too, and you're awesome, Spoon.
And in both of these cases, he said it was not a violation of Ms. Clenny's bond for her to leave the jurisdiction. Now, one thing I just want to advise the court is she has been offered a plea by the state
Right.
attorney's office in
Right.
Texas.
Exactly.
It is a plea to time served on that misdemeanor DUI case. She signed.
Oh, I love
the
Megan.
plea
Megan's
and
awesome.
absentia documents the other day. When we were
I don't know
in
what she's
court
doing.
here on Tuesday. She has court there on November 28th. At that time,
We love
the
Megan.
warrant will be vacated and the plea will.
All right. As people were saying, she's just basically said she's a flight risk. The idea is you have to show that she's not a danger to the community and she's not a flight risk. She just said she has no ties to the community. She has no money. She's not doing anything. That means she can just run away. If you own property, if you have all these investments, if you have your family there, if you have your ties there, your work is there, all this shit, then you're tied to the community. The prosecutors just said she doesn't have any ties to the community. That's just dumb. Michelle Cavanaugh says DUI is the most important, not the murder. They're worried about not appearing in court. Well, she's all over. She's got a DUI charge in Texas, an assault charge in Vegas, and another is either a DUI or an assault case in California. So she's like all over the country doing shit. So yeah, that's she's a mess. And I wish I was drunk. Is it too early to say Irish wristwatch? Oh, we're not even close to Irish wristwatch problems. It's Friday. It's a slow night. And Tracy D is a new member. Tracy D, welcome to be the newest member to the Clean and Sober crew. Cheers to you. Glad to have you aboard. Hope you stick around. Always, always love the new members. And speaking of awesome people, I know we weren't speaking about awesome people, but let's talk about awesome people. One of my most favorite people on the entire planet, my ride or die girl, my homie, my law school alumni, my hometown hero. It is Danny On without camera.
Oh shoot, I love you so freaking much. Wow,
Too,
I need
Danny.
you. I need you to be my hype man. Like I just need to pay you and have you come out on tour with me and make me sound awesome. That's awesome. Thank you, Jeff.
I'll do that any day of the week, Danny. You're my
So
ride or die girl. You know that.
So am I part of the clean and sober crowd then today, since I am not wasted and you are? Is that how that works?
I'm not wasted. I'm just getting started, but chat's not sending the expensive chats my way. I'm not doing that. I'm just doing the Friday evening chill here.
Oh, that's awesome. So yeah, she did, by the way, everybody, I have been watching. I've just been getting dressed and you'll hear me all getting dressed this morning. Very, very, what is the word? Not sexy.
I'm not
Provocative. Provocative.
Chat will just jump on me. So,
Well, chat's going to jump on you anyway. Who wouldn't jump on Jeff? Come on.
Hopefully all the males. But just saying.
Hopefully. Well,
what's with the women on my stream tonight? None of them are like camming up. That's why I have you on here. You're all eye candy. You're like brainy eye candy. That's like the most eye candiest eye candy ever.
Are you just using me for my body, Jeff? Is that what's happening right now? That sounds like what's happening. I'm so embarrassed. It's all right. No, it's all right. I know what I'm good at. I know what I'm good at. I'm just good to stand there and look pretty. Wasn't it Meghan Markle? That's who it was. It was Meghan Markle who complained about that, right? She was like, it was so hard to be objectified by all these people, when I was a model. I'm just like, lady, get a grip. Get a freaking grip.
Hard Rare Indigo trying to trip us up here. I'm not a pheasant plucker. I'm a pheasant plucker's mate. I'm the only plucking pheasants because the pheasant plucker's late. Too early. Way too early for that, my brother.
I don't even know what any of that means.
I'm a professional. What was the DSMR thing? Alcohol. What the fuck was that? Alcohol abusive, whatever the fuck that was.
It was alcohol disorder. No, alcohol use disorder. That was it.
Alcohol use disorder. What the fuck is that? Come on.
It's like saying you're technically challenged because you're a boomer. I'm technologically challenged.
Yeah.
Or housing challenged. That's the one I heard when I was running on a campaign the whole time. We'd talk about homeless people and they'd be like, no, they're just housing challenged.
Yeah. HJ, what time does the England USA match start? That's like in 10 minutes, right?
Oh, I don't know. We barely watched. We kind of watched the World Cup yesterday, but it was such an unfair matchup. It's like Uruguay versus freaking South Korea. I wonder who's going to win.
Nobody won. But I mean, Korea did a very, very good job against Uruguay.
I was very impressed.
0-0 tie.
I was very impressed. I thought for sure it was going to be like a 3-0 type situation, and it wasn't. So, no, she's using passive language to try and negate responsibility. So, saying things like alcohol
Hang on.
use
Lawyer
disorder.
has to do math here. 1900 GMT. So 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 1, 2, 3. So like an hour and 10 minutes by my count, I think, right? An hour, an hour and 10 minutes away. What the I don't know. Anyway, it will be finished before then. 11 p.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Pacific time. So 12 Central, 1 Eastern, 3 a.m. So an hour and 10 minutes from now. All right, we got that all sorted out. Not 10 minutes, fool. An hour and 10 minutes. All right, we've got that worked out. All right, back to the regularly scheduled program. Danny, what were you saying before I was rudely interrupted you with my useless?
You know what? It's okay. It's not even important what I was saying. I'm not even showing my face, so my use to you is gone. I apologize.
No way. We love you because of your brain.
Okay. So what she's trying to do here is she's trying to use passive language to negate responsibility. So rather than calling her an alcoholic, she has an alcohol use disorder. She can't control that, right? This is something beyond her control. She may have overreacted in her response, but it wasn't her overreacting. It was just a natural response that she couldn't anticipate, right? Things like that I've noticed both she and her colleague are using a lot of that type of passive language.
Mm-hmm.
So rather than she threw a knife was thrown, right? And that's the game you play. Good on them.
Yep.
See if the judge agrees.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out on December 8th.
Are we not going to get a decision until then?
Nope. Yeah, she not until then. She's going to rule on this on December 8th.
I hate indecisive judges. Just make a decision right then and there. It takes 2 minutes.
You have to at least pretend like you're researching the issues and contemplating it.
But you shouldn't.
As I've been saying, she's on trial for second-degree murder. That regardless of what either party says, the chances of her getting out on bond are statistically as close to zero as it's possible to be without being zero.
I feel like that's cruel and unusual punishment then to make her wait for this many days. Because I have had cases with multiple sexual assault, a case where the guy was involved in multiple sexual assault cases, and they were deciding whether or not to let him out on bond. And the judge made his decision within like barely a minute after closing. It was pretty straightforward. Boom, bada bing, you're staying in jail at $1 million bond. So that's
I
That's
don't
how
even
it
think they're
should
going
be.
to set a bond in this case.
I don't think they will either. So they should just get it done and over with and say, yep, having heard all the arguments, having read through the briefs, this is my order, and leave it
But
at
is it
that.
really cruel and unusual if you know you don't have any chance of getting out, really?
Well, it's like Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance. That's how everyone in that situation is going to view it, even if they know statistically that's not the case.
Well, I mean, in fairness, this Arthur hearing is a little different than other places. It's not just a straight bond hearing. In Florida, apparently, you have a right to bond out for all crimes, except a very, very limited number, with like SA, kidnapping, murder, stuff like
Second-degree
that.
murder.
Yeah, things like that. And in those cases, it's sort of like they do a mini trial at the bond hearing where the prosecution has a burden of proving that to a very high degree of certainty that they committed the charged crime. And then if they don't, they walk basically for whatever the judge sees fit. But if they don't, then they go on to are they a danger to the community and are they a flight risk? So the judge legitimately does have some things to consider.
I see.
But yeah.
No, that makes more sense. That makes a little more sense why it's taking so long, because I don't even know. No, we have something similar here in Utah. I don't know. I'll have to go and look at the statute. It's been a minute.
And Paul Hack, who apparently, but judging by his profile picture, is also a pipe smoker. What tobacco are you smoking? I am smoking the Cornell. This is the H.P. Lovecraft inspired Cornell and Deal's small batch from Beyond. Great tobacco. Love it. It was a limited edition from Cornell and Deal based on like some H.P. Lovecraft kind of things. But I'm smoking it in one of my coolest pipes. This is my alien xenomorph pipe.
Ooh. How creepy looking.
Yeah, this was made by a pipe carving master that I just love. This is my alien xenomorph pipe.
So you have H.P. Lovecraft type tobacco in a creepy alien-esque pipe.
Yeah.
How fitting. That's great.
Well, I have my Cthulhu pipes over there, my H.P. Lovecraft pipes, but yeah, I just haven't smoked my alien pipe in a long time, so I thought I'd break out the alien pipe tonight. Do my little chest burster. Anyway, okay, I'm done. Sorry about that. Well, shall we jump back into the trial here?
We shall. Let's do it.
But that not until we read Paul Burns' deal here. Thank you so much for the super chat, by the way, Paul. Loving watching your channel, going from strength to strength. Keep up the good work. Love from Ireland, Jeff. Loved my Ireland peeps. My mother's a Finlay, so we're Irish. I wish I was drunk. That pipe is awesome. I agree. I like my pipe. He said this is from I believe he was Turkish. I'm slightly into my cups. I believe he's either from Turkey or Albania. I can't remember. I'll have to check. But yeah, one of my great things here. Corn Pope says, Legal Vices, I'm hurt. You said no one in chat is throwing the big chats. I said for a long time. And I said, I didn't say big. There are no minimum chats here. I'm just saying it was a very quiet time before we got the one. Corn Pope, you're the boss with the $100 at the beginning. You've kept us going the whole night. You are awesome for doing that.
Somebody already threw down 100?
That was Corn Pope.
Hey, Corn Pope, I just released my first video on my channel. I'll do better, I promise. I have another one coming out next week. You should check out my channel, Danny on Direct.
And I'm trying to get Flux to leave her work early and come and join us. Her boss isn't here, and I said, Flux, Danny wants you here. He said, "Oh my God, Jeff, I'm not supposed to just walk out of work, but damn it, you're making it hard."
Just walk out of work, Flux. Do it. Just do it.
All right. Before we jump back in, I just want to say thanks to all the mods for the job you're doing tonight. For those of you that are hanging out in chat, leaving the chats. And we've got 767 viewers right now and 616 likes. and I know we've probably had 100% turnover by now. So everybody that hasn't hit the like button, if you've been here more than 30 seconds, please do me a favor, bump on down there and just hit that like button. I know you don't think about it, but as content creators, we think about it because that's the primary thing that YouTube looks at when they're deciding whether or not to recommend this video or this stream to other people in their main pages, their recommended videos on the end tabs. That's what they're looking for, is the likes. So hit that like button. I deeply appreciate it. We've picked up about 10 subscribers since we started. So God bless all you guys. And if you haven't subscribed and you feel like you want to, please go ahead and do that. We'd be happy to have you aboard as a subscriber. And also go to Danny On Demand. That's Danny AHN Demand. Go to her new channel.
Danny on Direct. Jeff, it's Danny on Direct.
Well, he says Danny On Demand here underneath your name.
Oh no, why does it say that? How do I fix it? It's Danny on Direct. Can you fix it? Or do I have to leave and come back?
I don't know.
I'll leave and come back. Let me leave and come back. It's Danny on Direct. It's important.
Okay. Go to Danny On Direct. She's confused. Danny On Direct. Danny AHN Direct, because her last name is On. Get it? Danny's my girl. Both from Utah. We both went to University of Utah Law School. She just currently made an amazing run from an absolute unknown, running against a 12-year. There we go. She's back with video, and your video's in. Oh my gosh, we saw you in your little hairnet there.
Oh, I know, because I'm trying to get dressed. Hold on. How do I remove a video from stream? I'll come back again. Sorry. Just ignore me when I come back. You can just keep going and just ignore me.
Come on back when you just turn the camera off. Just click the stop cam button. Oh, that's funny. She's my ride or die girl. He said she was a political nobody. The 12-year incumbent district attorney in Salt Lake County, Utah, Sim Gill, is kind of a tool. I hate him. I've hated him since I was in fucking law school. He's a couple of years ahead of me, and I just hated him from the very first second I met him. And he's done nothing good for the state of Utah in 12 years that he's been as the DA. He was running unopposed. So at that point, unknown Danny On ran against him just because he was running unopposed. And in the space of 7 months, she picked up a political endorsement from the governor of the state of Utah, the attorney general for the state of Utah, the Fraternal Order of Policemen, the Salt Lake police guys, the congressman for the area. And what was the? I mean, you didn't win the election, but what was your final vote tally?
So the final vote tally was 42%, which to gather 42% of the vote. I think it was like 155,623.
Nobody knowing her name to 155,000 people voting for her. 42% of the vote, her first outing. Danny On is a fucking superstar. She's going to be a political force to look out for in the future. Those are the numbers. She goddamn near won the election her very first time stepping foot into the political arena. So she's got a lot of stuff to look forward to. And you would be well served to go to her channel, which is now Danny On Direct.
It was always Danny On Direct. I'm just a little bum in the morning.
And all right.
So hey, Jeff. That being said, you'll probably like my new video because I congratulate every single person who I saw out on the campaign trail, which did not include my opponent. And I basically tell Sim Gill, no congratulations for you because you're horrible. I tried to shake my guy's hand. I tried to I tried to wink at him. I tried to wave at him. As a matter of fact, I went into the vote certification and I'll be uploading that video from the vote certification. I wasn't planning on giving public comment. But so everyone has a little context, the vote certification is what happens when the Board of Canvassers meets together, and the Board of Canvassers is the Salt Lake County Council. And I am a senior policy advisor to one of the council members. So I already kind of had to go. But it's a little intimidating when you've lost an election and you're walking in and you're sitting there in front of all the people who won their seats and counting the vote. But I had a ton of supporters there, and they all came and they asked questions about the process because it took 2 weeks to count the vote. Salt Lake County, I think we only had a turnout of about 382,000 people, and it took them 2 weeks. Compare that to Florida, one night, 7 million votes. So there were questions to be asked, and when they started asking questions, this one guy stood up and was like, I don't know how you guys tolerate these conspiracy theorists and all these people coming in asking questions, and I freaking lost it. So I'll upload the video of me giving public comment, telling that guy to shut up and sit down. But yeah, I mean, if there's any consolation, it's not like Sim Gill's getting any joy out of winning. I refuse to let him enjoy his win because he doesn't deserve it. He hasn't earned it. He's a jerk. And I don't think he's going to change his ways unless I keep my channel going and continue to discuss these issues.
Well, next Friday is my drunk stream, my Fuck It Friday stream. I might tell my story of the very first time I met Sim Gill in court when I was a 3L and I was clerking for a guy, for a lawyer.
I'll have to bring some alcohol back from Vegas.
I might have to tell my first Sim Gill story. But anyway, Danny on Direct, go to her, subscribe to her, like everything she's done. She's just starting her post-election channel. She's going to be awesome. She's going to be a regular here. And if she wants, I'll be a regular over there on her. Because like I said, she's my ride or die girl. We had a lot of fun together this past summer when I was there, her and her husband. We just ate some good food, had some good drinks over a few days. And it was an awesome time. Looking forward to next summer. We'll be there. Got to keep this going.
Jeff, you're great. All right, let's go. Sorry.
You're best.
Yeah, no, you're best. You're better.
No,
we're both great.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, let's get back to this trial. We've got exactly an hour left. Well, an hour and 4 seconds left.
If you hear any like sounds in the background, feel free to mute me. I'm just getting dressed. So it will take about 30 minutes because I am one of those people that like when you wake up the next morning, you're not entirely sure it's the person you were with last night. So just give me a minute. I got to get my face on. Okay.
Zippers and rustling cloth.
What? Oh.
Let's go. Back to the OnlyFans model murder case. Stabarella. Here we go. Oh, wait. Sorry. I have to read the super chats. That's why I actually paused originally. Paul Byrne. I love watching the chat. We already did that one.
We love you, Paul.
Flux. You're both terrible influences. Ha, ha, ha. Hey, just put it out there. You can
listen,
accept
Flux.
or reject, Flux.
Flux, you have one life to live and you're choosing to waste it making your boss happy. I don't know what else to tell you.
Your boss who's not even there.
Your boss who doesn't even care.
My boss is going on vacation next week, so I know what I would do if I was Cerberain, however you want to pronounce that. I'm off to work. Have fun, Jeff, Danny, and chat and mods.
Aww.
And you have fun at work. Work sucks. I was just there. And Nathan Lai, a good defense attorney, will argue with a straight face that Magneto threw the knife while second chair plays the X-Men theme on a recorder. That's weird, but I love it. And Vince Clortho, lawyers work Friday after TG, not cool. Well, Thanksgiving isn't a big holiday here in Korea. I worked all day Thanksgiving because, hey, it's not their holiday. The Korean Thanksgiving is 3 days long. So when it bumps up against a weekend, it's great. You get a 5-day holiday.
Yeah, and if you're a big law slave, you have no choice. Like you'll work whenever they tell you to work and you'll be happy about it. Yeah. So
all right,
I'm not a big law slave.
Out of the way. So as they say in Korea, let's go. 시작합시다.
시작한다.
Courtney is not a danger to the community.
Yes, she is. She fucking stabs everybody.
Type of crime alone is
Whoa,
not
whoa,
reasonable.
what? Sorry, I can't see the chat, or I can't hear the judge.
Again,
You can't hear the judge. No, the lawyer's saying she doesn't. She's not a danger to the community. That
Oh, okay.
She stabbed her boyfriend, and reportedly, allegedly, rumor has it was previously having an affair with a Mr. Olympia and broke his jaw with an uppercut.
I heard that yesterday. And well, and how is
Allegedly.
she not a flight risk? She ran away from her DUI.
And her assault case in Vegas, and her DUI and or assault in California. And then she went to Hawaii to hide in a rehab center, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and funneled money to her father's account, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, let's go.
the state puts in various cases, but as Your Honor knows, they were dismissed. The 2 convictions she has are for DUIs, and we agree she needs treatment, and sending her to a program requiring that will ensure that she does not drink, and that can also be a condition.
She'll get some purple drank in the jail.
We know this was a tumultuous relationship, but this was a relationship between 2 individuals.
So Danny,
Tumultuous, abusive, tomato.
does the prosecutor, does she or does she not? No, she's the defense lawyer. Does she not, or does she sound like Bart Simpson?
If released, she'd be a danger to the rest of the community.
Oh my gosh, she does.
One,
Oh no.
based on one relationship, and that's it.
Don't have a cow, man.
And the length of delay to the charge is very important, Judge, because it's tough for the state to say that she's
Can
such
your
a
chat hear
danger and
echo?
harm
Because I'm
to
playing the video on mine.
when they let
Nope.
her remain on a
We're
bond
good.
or not bond, sorry, pending investigation for 4.5 months. And I know it's easy to say, well, their investigation wasn't complete. Maybe they can say that. But the medical examiner had his opinion already. And he said it wasn't self-defense. And that was concluded back in May. And if somebody is truly dangerous, you don't leave them out on the streets. You put
If
that
we
case to
squint
the
and
top
forget
of
about
the
her broken
pile,
jaw.
and you work on it and you get it done. You don't leave that person out. They could not have felt that she was that much of a danger if she's been out for 4.5 months. There are conditions of release that could reasonably sufficient to protect the community in this case. A monetary bond, her parents would be the one that would be paying this bond, Judge. We have a bondsman, Mr. Valunza from 305 Bail Bonds is here, and he has spoken to the parents. He has an understanding of collateral and everything that would be involved, and he is willing to accept the bond in this case.
I wonder if the collateral is
Confinement with GPS monitoring, we do think that that would be the best way for the court to ensure with permission to attend program. She should only be at home, going to treatment and going back home. Judge, because
I wonder if that bond
we're
collateral
asking
is the couple million she gave to her parents.
to return
Yeah.
to do house arrest with her
Me,
parents
Homer,
at their
bail
home.
bondsman. It's like the
We
Mr. Plow
understand. I
episode, just
spoke
Mr.
to,
Bondsman.
I spoke to house arrest, home confinement here in Miami, and they
you can mute me.
Monitoring cases in the Southern District, and so I found a private program. It's called EPS Monitoring Company, and what they do is they use the same kind of GPS trackers that other programs do. It is a program that the defense would have to pay the costs of that supervision, but it is similar to what we have. It's a GPS, it's a bracelet, it goes on your ankle, and they monitor everywhere they go.
Yeah, we know
when
how
they
GPS
advise this,
works.
They get told what the court wants. So if the court says she's only allowed to be gone from her home from such and such time to such and such time for her program, that's what they will do. They will also, law enforcement and judges can have individualized scheduled updates on the offender status. They can give you weekly updates, Judge, if you'd like, on what she's doing. They can give it to the state. What they said was that if she violates, if the court wants, the court would be the first one to know, but they keep track of all of that. So Judge, just in conclusion, I want to say
Judge.
that there's no question this was very
The Simpsons
toxic
stopped being
emotional
funny after like
relationship.
season 8.
But the activity or the involvement of law enforcement in this case, I would really describe it in one word as dismissive. Because she gave a statement on April 3rd, and what we know is that she had visible markings on her body. And the detective at no time asked her, can you please tell me about those markings? She says she was choked on 3 occasions, one being that night, and the detective didn't ask her the details about
Copper
those
grasshopper.
other
I'm sure
2
there's probably
occasions.
easier ways
We
to
know from
thwart
Las
the
Vegas
GPS than
that
severing a limb.
She talked about protecting her offender. And
But
we
who
know
knows?
from all cases of domestic violence, there's so many out there that the women protect their abusers. It is not uncommon. Everybody knows it. And that is very clear from the evidence here of where she said she was trying to protect him. And those text messages saying, I will tell them what really happened. And then we go to 2 days.
Yeah, so
before
every
this
time she admitted to abusing him, she was just trying to protect
And once
him.
again, they asked
That's what
her,
you're going with?
has he ever been physical with you? And she says, well, yes, but that's not my concern. Once again, she's protecting her abuser. But what the police should have done is they should have said, hey, we're trying to help you. Have that compassion.
And Judge, I'm going to object as to phase 2 argument, the relevance of what the police should have done.
Okay, he just said phase 2 argument because that's part of the Arthur
They
deal.
didn't
They
do
have
that.
2
And you know what,
phases.
Judge?
The
You
first
could
phase
see
is
her
what they
fear in
did,
that
which is,
video. When
is there
she
enough evidence
asks
that they
for
could
help.
reasonably be
And she's
convicted
so
or whatever the
brave
standard is?
that she told
Phase
the police
2
that day
is,
that she was
okay,
scared of him.
phase 1 is
But
done,
like so many people,
but now we look at
she
the
took him
flight
back
risk
the
or
very next
safety
day.
risk.
And this is what we see, what she tells the police in her statement. So it was definitely 2 nights ago. He explained the whole thing, and I was like, okay, you know what? Let's agree. We will never touch each other again out of anger, and you will never gaslight me again. And those were the 2 main things. And this is very late at night. So the last couple of days have been, he was just great. He was happy to be back in the apartment. I was happy to have him back at the apartment because I missed him. And because been waking up telling me good morning, I love you, touching me like, it's just, I felt very, very loved when I woke up this morning before. I am so heartbroken. It's just like, why? Because he did not keep his promise and she had to defend herself. And so, Judge, we are asking not only from phase 1 that the state has not met its burden, but now in phase 2, we would say that there absolutely is no evidence that she would be a harm to the community and that there are reasonable conditions.
She just
upon the
stabs
consent.
everyone and drives drunk everywhere. Not a hazard to the
Upon
community.
release, Mr. Prieto and I would pick her up, personally take custody of her, fly her to Texas to get the bracelet monitor put on her ankle and take her to her parents' home so that we ensure that she does get safely to the house and she's there. So we ask the court to grant a bond in this case.
Zadok Attack says, play the jingle for me, O Witcher mine. I can't play the toss a coin to your Witcher. I did that several times 2 days ago, and then I got like a bajillion copyright claims for it. They're hard on that copyright claims for that little 10-second Witcher jingle. I can't do it, but I'll sing it. Toss a coin to your Witcher, O Valley of
Whether she's a flight risk and
Plenty.
a danger to the community. In regards to the flight risk component to it, defense concedes she has no communal ties here to Miami-Dade County. They've conceded that.
Yep, exactly.
This court cannot monitor her with any.
That's what I was saying. The defense fucked up big time when they said that, you know, she doesn't have any family here, she doesn't have any money here, she doesn't do any of this here. That was a huge mistake because that's one of the things you have to prove she's not a flight risk. And they basically, the defense lawyer, Bart Simpson, she just basically said she has no reason to stick around. That was a huge mistake. And now the prosecutor is jumping on it. Zadok Attack says, I'll take it. Thanks. Again, toss a coin to your witcher, O Valley of Plenty. And here we have Danny on. Your camera is on. You're aware of that, correct? I have you backstage because I don't know if you want to have your camera on or not. Give me a thumbs up if you know your camera's on and don't care. All right. There we go. You're now in the chat.
So we're going to do makeup and lawyers today. So while we're reviewing this case, I'm going to be putting on my makeup like a real YouTuber. And I've just got to find a way to set up my laptop. But also, I told you I need to record a video or a song for you. The toss a coin to your witcher, oh Valley of Plenty.
I did that. I did little clips from the thing and I got copyright claimed up the ass for doing it. I did it like 10 times and I got 9 copyright claims for it. So we're not doing that ever again.
We're excited. It's fine.
See what a gentleman I am. I saw her wearing the little hairnet there, no make, and I asked if she really meant to come on camera. But
You're
as you
such
can
a
see, she
sweetheart.
clearly doesn't need makeup.
Aw.
Shame on you. All right, here we go. We'll get like the we should put like makeup tutorial in the chat description, in the video description, so we get all the makeup YouTubers looking at it as well. But let's get back here. Like I said, the prosecutor is nailing the defense for really, really fucking up and making a point of the fact she doesn't have any family in Florida. She doesn't have any reason to be there. That is exactly the opposite of what you want to argue on a bond hearing.
Exactly.
So let's Flux. She's got that natural.
What Flux say? Oh, Flux, thank you. Also, please don't lose your job. I was just kidding before. You're not a loser for wanting to keep your job.
And for those of you keeping score, I will be hanging out with Flux on her channel on Saturday night U.S. time, Saturday evening, starting at 9. I think it's 9 p.m. Eastern time, I think is what we agreed on. So if you haven't subscribed to Flux, go to Flux Paints. Like just search that in your search term, Flux Paints, and that'll get you where you need to go. And we'll hang out there. So let's get back to the prosecutor just sort of making an idiot. Oh, wait, we've got Haas Knuckles popping in. Vices, good morning, Danny.
Oh, hey, Haas Knuckles, what's up?
All right. The defense screwed up and the prosecution is just jumping down Bart Simpson's throat. So let's go.
Systems that we use here in Miami-Dade County. This court would have no control over any sort of system that would be in place over in Texas. It would have no control if the defendant decided to cut off her monitor fully. It would have no control if the defendant.
My streams are awesome. We got Danny doing makeup. Ozzy Overlord was playing Crash Bandicoot the other day.
Not only means, but the ability to make
I hope that's okay. If it's not okay, let me know. I'll turn it off.
Go ahead.
Her job, all she needs is an internet connection. And so the situation would be that
she can go to like Zambia and do OnlyFans.
You know, there's no evidence before this court about
Why is she being banned from doing OnlyFans?
And certainly there's a number of dollars
because she's been accused of second-degree murder.
Corroborating.
Yeah, wouldn't you want to do OnlyFans then and make more money so that you can pay your defense? Like, I would be arguing that that's.
But also,
well, she did. She uploaded OnlyFans material literally hours after she killed the dude.
I mean, the grift is real. That's all I have to say.
After having lunch with her father, who is also her financial manager for her OnlyFans work.
Oh, I heard you say that earlier. That's so common, though, with entertainers to have their dads pimping them out.
The Vegas arrests. So
look at Britney Spears.
Not only a 2015 DUI Texas arrest, she then has.
Well, why Flux asked, yeah, why can't she make money when she's charged with a crime for? Because she's in jail. That's why.
No, but I mean, if she were out on release, he's saying, well, she would have an internet connection. I'm saying, and that's not a bad thing.
Has the Vegas domestic violence battery.
I mean, she's not been accused
she's a
of
flight
child
risk. She can go anywhere in the world with an internet connection and make money, so she's a flight risk.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention. I need to listen.
These offenses, but she's also violating the release of those cases before they're handled. The defense came up here and he's told you, they've gone through the process of trying to close out those matters, but that doesn't change the fact that There's a current warrant for her arrest for skipping town and taking years to try.
Hard and
handle
rare
a
indigo.
DUI
I'm not
offense.
reading that, but it's funny.
She's found in Hawaii.
What is-
at a drug rehab facility.
I'm not reading it.
They weren't able to
Drop it in the private chat so I
anything
can see
apparently
it.
closer to their home. And certainly, this is a situation where if she wanted to, she could leave just like she did. for
Can't.
They talk
If I
about
copy it,
this
it
is a
shows it.
This was a long investigation, and Your Honor should take no credence to that argument. The reality is, investigations take time. Has nothing to do as to her flight risk or her danger to the community.
Let's
What
go.
does
Coco
matter
says,
to
what
the
brand
danger
foundation are you
prior
using, Danny?
incidents of domestic
It's
violence.
not my favorite. It's Clinique, and I'm gonna switch back to. I'm thinking. It was a L'Oreal.
So there are certain situations.
It was an expensive brand, but it worked much better. Clinique is fine if you don't need a ton of coverage, but I feel like it kind of is making me break out a little.
And her family would not be safe. So the fact that she has this huge alcoholic problem,
A huge alcoholic problem. Alcohol use disorder, you
she's
bigot.
able to beat this, to get on top
How
of it.
insensitive.
If she has some sort of relapse, if she were to be out, these types of situations continue to
Well, see,
happen.
that's the thing. They testified that she's not a danger to her family. That's not the standard. It's a danger to the community, not whether you're a danger to your fucking
forward to
family.
you everything that she's done, not only to Christian, but also that she's shown throughout her life in interacting with her family. It shows that there are no reasonable means of to ensure not only the safety of the community, but also that she will appear in this court. If Your Honor were to release her, there's no guarantee she's coming back.
Oh, thanks, Adam. We try our best.
Because of that,
I also agreed with what your last email guest said about women in relationship to men.
This goes to the same argument that if Your Honor does find that that perhaps the state has not met its burden.
Not entirely, but partially, I totally agree with her.
Danny outs herself as a juggalo.
This idea of manslaughter.
Do some insane clown posse makeup for us.
As a danger to the community under the substantial probability of pretrial detention.
I think it's my pink drink along with the makeup.
Crime statute, and she under the same category, this phase 2 argument, you cannot ensure her presence before this court as well.
Right?
As the danger
You can't ensure her presence before the court because she has no ties to Florida.
that Your Honor find that.
Well, and she has a repeated history of jumping as soon as she's out.
And that Your Honor continues. Thank you.
Are they still wearing masks?
Please, the court.
Nope.
First of all, Your Honor, thank you very much for the opportunity to.
He just
address
took one
the
off.
court regarding this very sad occasion on behalf of the Ambaselli family, some of which who are appearing by way of Zoom, and having to relive this nightmare. Their
Who's this
lives
guy? He's the
shaken.
family lawyer for the Obumseli family.
The reason why this case has received not only national attention but worldwide attention
What?
is because no family should have to go through what the Ambaselli family went through. Let me walk you through so that you can understand how devastated they are, even today. They first learned of.
Is this the victim's family attorney?
Affectionately
Yes.
known as Toby.
Oh.
He's affectionately known as
That
Toby.
they got
That's
a
racist.
telephone call from someone
It's
requesting
Kunta Kinte.
permission to
Toby.
donate his organs.
Honey, he's black. He can't be racist.
Okay.
They immediately
Learn the
thought
rules.
it was a joke,
Sorry. My mistake.
unaware of what had happened, flew to Miami. They had met the defendant once, didn't know that much about her. They had, Christian and the defendant had moved to Miami.
Toby was
Only
his Christian
January
name.
this year.
His Christian name was Christian.
So when they flew to Miami, They wanted to know if the defendant was in custody.
Matthew, that was called humor.
She was not.
It's
It was
a
called
joke.
irony and humor.
Oh my gosh, people.
I
Jeez, we're
present
gonna get a bunch of rees in the
case.
chat.
Danny is one of the most red-pilled based
Set
people
up a
you'll ever
meeting,
meet.
State
So
Attorney's Office.
that was
It's an
sarcasm.
effing joke. Okay.
And to
Clearly,
unfold
black people can be
exactly
racist. As a matter of fact, most of the racists I know in my life are black or Asian.
as an
So,
officer of this
He's now
court,
apologetic.
as a
oh,
lawyer in the community,
thanks, Matt.
as a former prosecutor, knowing that that's not the way we do things here in Miami-Dade County.
Ooh, that's
I
not
was
the way we do
embarrassed.
things. I'm a former prosecutor. Let's go.
And then they learned the tragic news as to what took place. I believe, unfortunately, in this
I
case,
believe that one day my
we too
children will be
often
judged by the
assume,
content of their
because we
character
know
and not. Oh, never mind.
about females
Different guy.
being in an abusive relationship.
Stop saying females, women. There's women and there's men.
We
There's
don't
not.
realize that men also find themselves in abusive relations. Mr. Umbaselli is dead today because of the toxic relationship and that he was in denial of being physically abused as well as mentally abused.
True.
Let me give an example, just what I mean by the physical and mental abuse that he endured as it relates to this case. He was referred often as the N-word.
Yep. True.
That still didn't stop him because
Bro,
of the
she's white.
respect for her.
I mean, it wouldn't be cool
The
if she was
story
black,
that
but
they
still.
painted is that the defendant was the victim of violence, mental. But listen to her words as presented in the record on behalf of the defendant.
Brad Best, thank you for joining the Clean and Sober crew. Our newest
Come
member.
here,
Cheers.
let me slap you.
Mm-hmm.
Those
You
are
said
the
that.
words from the
This woman
defendant
is such a bitch.
to
I hope she
Mr.
freaking
Umbaselli.
cries. I have so
Is that
little
the
patience
language
for
of
women like this.
someone who's afraid for their life?
She's a
Someone who's a
monster.
victim of abuse? Absolutely not. That is the language of someone who is controlling. Let's look at other words.
You know what's really sick,
I
Jeff?
hope you enjoy
If this
your
was a man,
stay in the
this
hospital.
wouldn't take several days to make a
That was just one of
determination.
the
from the
second
judge.
times that she had used physical force where he had to go to the hospital.
Yeah, she stabbed
And
him
how do we know
before.
that he was the victim
Is
of
the judge a woman? I
abusive
can't see.
relations?
Yes,
When he went to
yes,
the
she is.
hospital, he didn't tell him who was responsible for why he was at the hospital, even though he was cut up in his face.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object. Mr. Hanfield is an amazing attorney. We all know his reputation.
He is an amazing attorney.
Role of a victim advocate. He's not here to comment on the strength of the evidence, the strength of the state's case. That's a legal argument that the state attorney had an opportunity to address.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't like what he's saying.
And what the evidence shows, which I
He
think
can comment on the evidence that's been presented by the state to argue on behalf of the family that he should remain in, or that she should remain in jail.
But I think it's improper. So I don't-
No, you're wrong. Sit down. You're just jealous. He's outperforming you. No, I disagree with you, Judge.
I'm going to connect it all at the end. That's why I want the court to have an understanding as to what my client family has had to endure.
Yes. Ooh, well said. Ooh, I love this attorney.
Mm-hmm.
they believe that she should not be given the privilege of a bond. Why? First of all, she has already demonstrated that she doesn't respect the law. There are 3 cases when I was in LA myself with my investigator. I sent them to the courthouse.
Now they were talking about Marcy's Law. Marcy's Law is a recent deal in Florida, like 2019. It's a victim's bill of rights, is basically what it is. And one of those rights that the victim has, and even the dead victim in this case, through the family's lawyer, has a right to be heard in any public proceeding involving pretrial or other release from any form of legal constraint, incarceration, plea, sentencing, application of parole, anything like that, and any proceeding during which the right of the victim is implicated. So he has a right as the representative of the deceased and the deceased family to be heard here. The defense lawyer was just, his objection amounted to, I don't like what he's saying and it's not good for us, so we don't want him to talk.
And just so that you guys are clear, each state has different victims' rights, Bill of Rights and requirements. So in Utah, you can be present at the bond hearing as a victim, but you don't have the right to be heard. So if the judge wants to ask you questions, or, in some God forbid situation, the defense decides to call you up and make you testify in front of the judge, they can do that, but you do not have the right to be heard. And it sounds like you're saying in Florida, they actually do have the right to be heard, in which case all of his arguments here are fully appropriate. Yeah. This is an appropriate argument.
As John D says, the Marsha law for all you Brady Bunch fans out there.
Sorry, a little too old for me.
Shut up. But he is definitely within his rights as the representative of the deceased and the family to be heard in any public hearing regarding regarding release of a charged person.
Just to check to see. And sure enough, we discovered.
This is a lawyer. He was a former prosecutor. Now he's representing the family.
There was an outstanding warrant
in Miami-Dade.
Arrest since 2015. A case.
This goes completely to legal argument.
No.
He's allowed to make a legal argument even if he wanted to, if it's couched in the context of this is what the family would like to see.
What it shows, Judge, is this. If I imagine for one moment that it was Mr. Ambaselli, the defendant, and God forbid, Ms. Courtney Cleenney, the deceased. It is no way in heaven's name I can even imagine any circumstances where a judge would have released him.
Yep.
And that is based upon a pattern. And the reason why there's been so much outrage and concern about this is because it is clear that there is a different benefit that she has received that most people don't receive.
Facts.
The Ambaselli family only wants that their loved one and that family and this defendant to receive equal treatment under the law.
Right. Amen.
Equal treatment under the law looks at the fact that when this incident happened, I have not heard the state nor the defendant indicate the point. The first person, I'm sitting here, and the first person after a person has been stabbed was not 911 call. You got someone dying.
And you call your mother.
There was nothing, there's no junket.
Sick. And the guy was alive too. The victim was still alive at that point.
Again, Shut up,
If
defense
we
guy.
get- This system is blind justice. Everyone should be treated equally. Whether the deceased is a male or whether if the deceased was vice versa being the defendant. She left, she lives in Texas. She was apprehended in Hawaii.
Hmm.
The defense has indicated that she is now willing, we in 2022, so some 7 years later, are going to try to resolve an outstanding warrant that she knew was in existence for 7 years. If it was my client,
We'll get to
he
your
would
super
be
chat here in a
in
minute.
custody.
Don't worry.
I just asked Judge, on behalf of the family, I asked this court to take their consideration under consideration. And regardless of the fact that she may be privileged, we want her to receive the same equal protection as if the shoe was on the other foot. And I thank you so much for the attention that you've given me.
Amen. Fully appropriate argument.
Jim Satala said, you're wrong. Florida Supreme Court has barred a private attorney from making legal arguments in Arthur hearings. This guy is opening up appeal angles like crazy. I don't think he's making legal arguments. I think he's making factual arguments.
I don't think he's making legal arguments. I think he's making emotional arguments based on what has been presented by the prosecutor.
I mean, and the appeals isn't whether or not she did it. The appeals would be whether or not to release him on bond. So, I mean, it doesn't affect the actual basis of the case as far as I understand it. But again, I'm not a Florida lawyer, so I don't know. That's why I wish Steve Gosney was available, but now he has to actually work this week because he had so much time off. But thanks so much for that. It's something to consider because I just don't know.
Exactly.
But my understanding is that Spooky Spoon says, "Love you, Jeff. When's Andrew Legal Mindset on with you?" As soon as possible. We're working out things. We're both we've both got our schedules. They're kind of opposite each other. We're together, but as soon as he can. I wanted him on the other night, but he couldn't make it. He had something come up, and he couldn't do it when we were doing the deep dive into this because as a Floridian, he's going to be doing this trial. We were talking about working out some sort of deal when the trial is televised for both of us to do the streams. We haven't really talked about the details yet, but we're gonna work on it. Yeah. We'll get Andrew on
to
here.
be clear, chat, we are really not Florida attorneys. So our comments are based primarily on our experiences, not necessarily legally sound, especially in Florida.
And Hard and Rare Indigo says, Danny on Direct, please listen to Twisted LDLHAIBCSYWA. Yes, it's actually called that. And learn it, please. Juggalo Danny. Where did we go? I searched that. And where did it go? Oh.
Is it like the,
It's the lyrics are, they tend to misunderstand the paper man with scissor hands who watches the hourglass for grants of sand to fall and fall again as he pretends that everything he lays his hands on doesn't turn to shreds. But why, oh, why does he persist to hide, etc., etc.?
It's a song about Edward Scissorhands.
That's what I was thinking. I don't know. That's literally what I was thinking. I don't know, but so listen to
I will
that
check it out.
All right. And Stingy says, if the knife fits, you cannot quit. And Corn Pope, which means she called 911 right away. Well, she called 911 right away after spending anywhere between 4 and 14 minutes talking to her mother, depending on who you believe. And someone was saying, well, I think it was who the hell said that? It was Divinity, I believe, that said he was still alive when she made the 911 call. So what's the difference? Well, the fact that, let's say she spent 10 minutes talking to her mother, let's say 14 minutes. That's 14 minutes closer to death when she called 911 because she was talking to her mom. Yeah. So we'll, yeah, Divinity said yes. And also Jim Stella said Legal Vices appeals for a bond. They go straight to the Supreme Court, as they usually do, on these matters, and they will grant a statutory bond whenever anything was done outside of parameters. They will give $25,000 bond. We'll have to see. I mean, it'll be up to the courts, the appellate courts, to decide whether or not what he did was improper. But to me, it sounded
Hopefully
like he
they
was
don't.
arguing emotion and facts. I didn't hear a lot of legal arguments, but yeah, we'll see.
I don't know. Did he say the law says this, or did he just say she's done this before? It's likely she's going to do it again. It seems like she's getting special treatment.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. Like I said, I didn't hear much legal arguments, but the Supreme Court of Florida knows better than I do.
Yep. And so does this attorney apparently coming on here telling us we're wrong. So that's okay too. But you better be an attorney.
He could have lived. I don't know. He hadn't. His artery was either punctured or severed. I don't know. But
how long was he alive for before they showed up?
It was a while. It was a while after they got there. It is my understanding. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. The fact was, she was on the phone talking to her mom for a substantial amount of time before calling that. Well, Haas Knuckles coming in under the wire just before we get back into it. Why do they allow bond for murder defendants? They don't normally do that. And they know that, and that's why they're arguing for these exceptions. I mean, the chances of her being granted bond are extraordinarily slim because it's second-degree murder charge. I mean, you can never say never in the law because things can happen, but as I've been saying, it's statistically as close to zero as possible without actually being zero. Jim says, I'm not an attorney, but I play one on TV.
Oh, well then shut up, Jim. We don't care. No, just kidding.
Just kidding.
Just
She was
kidding.
joking before y'all freak out.
Thanks, Jim, for
yeah.
for the comments. It's good to know about Florida law.
That's why I wish Gosney was here, because he's Mr. Florida law. So let's jump into this here. Let's bring us into the home stretch for the last 30 minutes. She looks like she wears Birkenstocks.
She does. She drives a Subaru and lives with cats.
See, this is what I'm saying. Right here above her clock is her microphone. Why the hell isn't it right in front of her, and why isn't she talking into it?
Come on, Laura.
Any EMT want to chime in? Yeah, anybody want to chime in? Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah,
Dan.
even ones that play EMTs on TV, you're welcome to chime in as well.
Now, see, Patrick, you're wrong. She calls breasts dirty bags. No, the correct term is dirty pillows.
Who calls them dirty bags?
Nobody. That's like Steve. That was like Carrie, Stephen King's Carrie. Carrie's mother referred to breasts as dirty pillows.
I mean,
she does kind of look like Sissy
right.
Spacek. She does look like Carrie's mom in Carrie. She does. Yeah. Okay. Hey, nice call there. She does kind of look like Carrie's mom.
If anyone in the chat has advice for putting on fake eyelashes, let me know, because I, in my
don't do it.
32 years of life, don't do it. In my 32
Valhalla
years,
awaits. Says, "Love me some dirty pillows." All right, let's go.
Me too.
Judge, we can't hear shit you're saying. Whoever said she wasn't wearing a bra, you're right. I notice now.
It's strategic.
It's prison. It's well, jail. Excuse me.
My guess is
Vicky
the judge.
P says you need to put the glue on and let it dry a bit before putting them on.
I do that, but then the corners, yeah, you'll see. You'll see when I'm done.
All right, what's going on here? Wait, we've still got 30 minutes and the judge has already left?
Do you think they purposefully matched their tie and dress?
Probably. Wait, so the last 30 minutes of this feed is a lie?
I'm glad I hopped on. Hold on, though. I need my husband to open my eyelash glue. I don't have hands free.
Baby.
I am a baby. Hold on. Hold on.
Wait. So they agreed on December 8th. That's it. The whole last 30 minutes of this trial is a lie.
It's on for sounding that day anyway.
We've got 30 minutes left and they're all fucking off.
Now I have to ask them how.
Wow.
I know, and now.
That's
All
it.
right. That's it?
That's the end of the stream.
Oh,
The whole
lame.
last 30 minutes is a lie.
Well, then maybe I'll wait to put my eyelashes on until
That
we're
means
done.
I get to sleep earlier than I thought. How awesome is that?
You guys want to see my awesome hotel? I'm in Vegas. That's the shower. And then
Yeah.
back here is the like getting
Jim
dressed. area.
Satala says, ask Danny who has all the money in their relationship. That house screams big money. That's a Vegas hotel.
It's a Vegas hotel, but my house also screams big money, and it's my money for now.
For now.
But look at this. Hold on. Let's see if I can get the screen. There we go. See, there you go.
I know where you are. Send that in chat. Let's see if I'm right.
Okay, I'll tell you where I'll tell everybody where I am. So
No,
that
don't
the
do
stalkers-
that. Don't dox yourself. Seriously.
You don't want the stalkers to
No.
come find me, Jeff?
No, I don't.
Well, if they've ever been to this hotel room, they know where I am. It's the suite. So
Just put it in chat. See if I'm right.
I'll put it in chat.
Haas Knuckles says, Danny, try magnetic. What the hell do you know about this, Haas?
I have tried magnetic.
eyelashes. You put ferromagnetic eyeliner on, and the eyelashes have magnets on them. My wife uses them. Okay, that's why you know about this, and she loves them. What? You put like iron eyelashes on, like iron mascara, and then you just like stick a magnet to your face?
So I mean, all of your makeup is going to have some form of mineral, right? So this has this ferromagnetic eyeliner, which you layer it on, and then you're supposed to wait a second and put on the magnetic eyelashes. The eyelashes, I'll show you. Hold on. I'm sure your chat is so interested in this. But if you look at a regular false eyelash, see, it just has this like normal, there's nothing on it besides maybe a little adhesive. But with those, they have little tiny magnets all the way along the eyelash, and it's supposed to suck to your eyeball. And I've seen other women do it successfully. I am not one of those women.
You're not where I thought you were. I thought you were to the big hotel to the east of you.
East. Which one is that?
That is in super chat here, in the private chat.
Oh, no. I would never stay there. Here's actually really cheap. If you guys come to Vegas, always check when you're going to come, and don't be afraid of going to a 4.5 that's a little bit more run down. Like, even though this screams big money, it actually is pretty worn down. Like there's like a cigarette burn on one of the chairs, and so
I'm the opposite. I'm like, the 5-star hotels are not that much more expensive than the lower ones. Like the new Resorts World Hotel is a amazing hotel. The brand new one they've opened up. It has one of the most glamorous cigar lounges in the entire world in there. It's fantastic, and it's right next to the shithole Circus. But yeah, it's a
sure,
it's a
he can come and take a look. All right. Well, I have to hold on. I'm going to move this so that I'm not doxing this poor guy, engineer. There was some flooding, I think, yesterday in the hallway, and they want to check our room to see if we're the reason. We're not the reason.
You just got
We take good care of our rooms.
Is this lawful loss? Why fake eyelashes? They just look hood. If you do them right, they don't.
Yeah, they just
If
look
they're not
nice.
like
It's
Tammy
just-
Faye Baker, like eyelashes, you know.
No, they're classy. If you do like, there are some eyelashes that look hood for sure. I don't know. My husband likes the fake eyelashes, so I wear them.
Ex-comrade, did you use a black light in the room, Danny? Ugh. Some
No,
things are, you're
never
better
do
off
that.
not knowing. Yeah, just better
Yeah,
off
never.
pleading ignorance and not knowing.
No, I'm pretty sure I would find all kinds of nonsense. Oh, but can I show you guys the coolest thing?
Show us the coolest thing.
Okay, look at this. This tub has an automatic. It has an automatic like dryer system. So after you're done using it, you don't have to worry about the water all going down into the drain. It will turn on these dryer jets and automatically dry itself. How freaking cool is that?
That's cool. Huh.
But you can see Mount Charleston from here, which I love. Sorry, this just became
There
a
you go.
travel vlog with Danny. I'll stop.
Yeah. All right. So what we've got that was the end of the bond hearing. The prosecution has to have proved to a high degree of probability that she committed this crime that they've charged her with, which is second-degree murder, and that she's a danger to the community, and that she's a flight risk. If not, there's a good chance she gets bond, but it's second-degree murder, and nobody gets out on bond for a second-degree murder charge. So the judge has found that everybody has a schedule. There's a grand conjunction. There's a grand conjunction of schedules on December 8th, and that's when she's going to issue her ruling as to whether or not Courtney Clenney gets out on bond until the hearing. And again, I'm calling it right now. The chances are extremely close to zero that she's getting out.
I'm going to say 0. I'm going to say she's not getting out. But
you can never say 0, 0, but as statistically close to 0 as it's possible to be without being 0 is my.
I'm not scared of being wrong. I'm fine with that.
You're not gonna be wrong, but you know.
I'm just not as perfect as you, Jeff. Okay.
Yeah.
Just.
So there we go. That's what we've got. We'll have to see what happens on December 8th. We'll be here to watch it, hopefully live, if not the next day. That's really all we got. It is 3 a.m. here, and the USA-England soccer match is just getting ready to start. So what the fuck? May as well stay up and watch it. You're in Vegas having a little bit of R&R. Or are you there for business purposes?
So we're here for my husband's business stuff, and then my niece lives down here. It was her birthday, so we were here visiting her for that. And yeah, just gonna have a busy day, and I have to wear a skirt because we're gonna meet with his business associate today. I have to get all dolled up. And if there's any appetite in the chat for like watching someone put on their makeup while reviewing court cases, let me know, because I know it's a popular genre, like generally on YouTube, but generally they're reviewing fun things like movies. But I don't think any other attorney I know would ever be willing to put on makeup in front of the camera and do a live stream. So,
Xcomer Triple Z, did you see that hot tub, Jeff? So close, it's getting there. I don't know what that means, but
I don't know either. I'm gonna pretend I don't know what that means.
I really don't know what that means, but those like mid-room hot tubs. It's not a hot tub; it's a bathtub. Those mid-room bathtubs with like the lion's foot thing. Those are like awesome tubs. And Stingy says, before you go, Georgia stroke lawyer story quickly. What's the Georgia lawyer stroke story?
I have no idea.
I don't either. That was
lawyer went down to Georgia. He was looking for a stroke to steal.
Well, I think it was Christina that mentioned it. It was either Christina or Ozzy Overlaw that mentioned that. Apparently, some lawyer had a stroke like right before a trial and he didn't appear. And because he didn't appear, the judge held him in contempt. That's like all I know about it. I literally know nothing about it other than what you know. We'll have to research it and find out what happened.
Maybe he got the Maxine. Maybe
I
that's
didn't-
what this is a reference to.
I didn't tell it earlier. It was either Ozzy Overlord or Christina. I said I'd never heard about it. Are they talking about Nick's hot tub? Nick's got a nice hot tub.
Does he?
Yeah, he's been doing like hot tub streams the past few days.
I think I blew my shot with him. Like I tried to, I hung out one time and then he hasn't invited me back. So maybe I need to just like,
Give
I
it a
don't want to be
minute.
annoying.
Give it a minute. You're good.
Okay.
So all right, here we are. I guess it's time to wrap this up. What do you got coming up in the next week? You're going to be doing anything special in the next week on YouTube, or are you just kind of hanging out for a week? What's going on?
So I just dropped my video. It took a second because I had to do some editing, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, you misspelled your title." I'm like, "I know, I didn't mean to publish." Anyway, so that just came out. I'm gonna try and do a video a week. The next case I'm gonna look at is the which is really ambitious, so don't hold me to it. But I will try and do a live stream once a week for sure. I think Friday nights are a great time. And we'll just do a recap of local politics, stuff in the news, and then a video on the case with the. Sorry, I drank last night, and this is why I didn't drink my entire time I was campaigning, because I get the world's worst brain fog afterwards, and it takes like 2 days to get my mental acuity back. What is the name? Adventures with a Purpose. So he was accused of child SA, and so I'm going to be reviewing that case and the charging documents there.
But that's a weird case too.
And it dates back to the 1990s. So we'll see how the trial progresses. I think we've removed the statute of limitations on these types of cases in the state of Utah. And the issue with that is the statute of limitations exists primarily because of the cold hand of time that's going to slowly get rid of, all of the evidence that you need in order to prove that kind of case. So I think for an initial charging, it makes sense. But how far that case is able to go, whether or not it's able to make it to a conviction, I don't know. So
we'll see.
It'll be interesting.
What's coming up for me? Nothing tomorrow, hopefully. Maybe we'll be releasing episode 2 of my review of the 1899 Netflix show. Probably release that tomorrow morning. Sunday morning, my time, Saturday night, US time, I'll be hanging out with Flux on her channel. So just search for Flux Paints and you'll get Flux's channel. I'll be there at 9 p.m. Eastern on Saturday night. Monday will be more Maritime Monday stuff. We'll be doing hopefully some more lighthearted stuff that day. Tuesday, we'll be doing the Taylor Shabusiness trial update. And it seems like every time Danny comes on, we talk about Taylor Shabusiness. It's just kind of this weird thing. We'll be doing a Taylor Shabusiness update on Tuesday, as well as the University of Idaho murders. The latest on that. We'll be commenting on that. That's like the most recent whodunit we have in the States. We haven't had a good old-fashioned whodunit in a long time.
That one is so bizarre. Like everything about it is so bizarre. I mean, it's just like 4 people all stabbed to death, all in separate rooms. Well,
on the second and third floors.
Right.
People on the first floor were the survivors. That's kind of it's odd. It'll be interesting. We'll see what they know by next Tuesday. Next Wednesday, we'll probably be doing the Colorado Springs shooting. And Thursday is OJ Simpson Day. And next Friday is my Fuck It Friday drunk stream where I grift for $100 shots. And as I mentioned earlier, I will, because my rule is 25% of whatever I make in 1 month will go towards the next month's bottle. I will be just committing darn near a crime in and of itself by doing shots of an incredibly rare $700 bottle of scotch, which will be the most expensive bottle of whiskey I've ever purchased in my entire life. It's a St. Andrews golf course tribute scotch, 22-year-old Loch Lomond scotch. Only 4,000 bottles of that whiskey exist on planet Earth, and I'll be wasting one of them for $100 a shot. Next week is the fucking Friday, where we just grift for $100 shots, waste really, really valuable and important whiskey, and talk about law rants and pop culture rants, and invite people on and just have a good old liquored up time. That'll be next Friday. Mark your calendars. You don't want to miss the December fucking Friday stream. All righty.
Can I join you?
Absolutely. You're totally always invited.
Yes.
Everybody is anybody that wants in on my fucking Friday streams is invited, because it just gets fun. And make sure that you all visit Danny on Direct. That's Danny AHN Direct, because if you can't tell by looking at her, she's Korean.
I am. I'm super Korean, for those who don't know.
Citric 19 Adam says, Jeff, this year I want to see you on Friday night tights. At least before the year's up. If not before, no. Ain't gonna happen. So go visit Danny on Direct, log into her, sign in her channel, like everything she's done, subscribe to her channel. And on your way out of here, please make sure you hit the like button for me as well. If you like what you saw, hit the subscribe button. We picked up, like I said, about a couple of people have bailed, but we've got about 8 or 9 subscribers since we started. Oh, Greg McNeely, on the way out, says, I'm local here in the Moscow area. Been watching the Idaho 4 carefully. My daughter and family lives nearby WSU.
Wow. Wow.
Interesting. Don't miss it on Tuesday. And you can correct me about all of that stuff. The way that I'm being corrected on all of the Florida
By our non-lawyer expert.
Yeah. All righty. With that, it's time to say goodbye for tonight. Danny, thank you for being here. Always a pleasure to have you. You are one of the few people that have an absolute, always open-ended invitation to anything I'm talking about ever. Send me a link. You're always welcome on, regardless of what the topic is. Enjoy your time there in Vegas. I'm going to enjoy my time asleep. Tomorrow, we're going to be getting together with a bunch of American friends here. Well, okay, there's me, another American, a Canadian, and about 8 Russians having a Thanksgiving Day dinner tomorrow. That's my plan for tomorrow. Y'all are great. Mods, thank you for sticking with me, especially those of you that have been here from square one, 5 hours, 6 minutes, and 21 seconds ago until now. You guys keep this together. Chat, I have the best chat on the entire internet. Thank you for being here. The Vice Squad rocks. And for those of you that just have us on in the background, you're going about your day, you're doing your work, you're driving your truck, you're in your office, it's on in the background while you're doing house or whatever. Thank you for being here. And if you get a chance, pop in a little bit later, say hi, leave a comment, leave a like, hit the subscribe button. Danny, just getting the vapors here. She's got
I'm drying the glue.
I got the vapors. Lord, I got the vapors here.
I'm drying the glue.
Danny on Direct has the vapors.
I'm just going to close this door so I don't dox our poor engineering guy.
All right. You guys take care. I got one more starred comment from Haas Knuckles. Women have mental acuity? Interesting. Ouch.
Thanks, Haas. Love you too, hon.
Bye, Ann Kirk. Bye, everybody else. Love you guys all. We'll see you on Monday or on Saturday night U.S. time on Flux's channel. Talk to you later. Good night. And whatever you do, especially you, Danny, there in Vegas with you and Ms. Danny, enjoy yourself and enjoy your legal vices. Give the old man a hi from me. We'll talk to you later. And don't forget to enjoy your legal vices. Bye now.